Hey guys, welcome to this video. In today's video, we will be creating a MERN stack project, that is Bookshell. You can add this project to your resume. Let me show a full demo of this site. Now, as you can see, as navbar on top, having logo on left and navigations on right. When click on it, it will redirect us to that particular page. Now after this comes our banner section having text on left and image on right. There is a search bar in which you can search for book by title and it will take you to that page. After this comes our top rated books section having multiple options to scroll. Then comes our bookseller having multiple books inside it. Then comes our About Us section having text on right and an image on left. Then comes our Legendary Volumes UI and then there is a footer. Now let me add book to cart and according to that the number on cart icon increases. Now in your cart page you can increase, decrease quantity or remove a book from here. And according to that the total price will get updated. Now to access the page you have to log in first. So let me create a new account here with the new credentials. A toast will be visible here on the top right. Now let me log in with the same credentials. Now after login you can access the checkout page. On checkout page you will see the order summary and the checkout details. Let me fill the checkout details. And select the payment method as COD and hit place order. A confirmation page is shown here with the order details. Now on my orders page you can see your order. Here when click on view more it will show you the details of the order. Now on admin panel on orders page you can see all the orders here. You can update the status of a particular order and it will show the changes on the front end. Now again let me show you same thing but this time the payment method will be online. Now a Stripe checkout page opens after entering the dummy card details here. It will redirect us to orders page with the order as placed. And the status will be paid. On the admin panel you can add books and manage them through the list page. We have a filter option present here. If you want you can delete any book here. Now on the books page we have multiple options of filter too. So now let's get started. Open your VS Code. Now go to your Chrome and here search for white React. Then click on the first link, scroll down, copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Give project name as Frontend. Then select framework React and variant JavaScript. Copy this CD Frontend and paste it here. Then install our node packages. Then paste it here. Then after this, search for Tailwind CSS in your Chrome browser. Now click on the first link and here click on the get started. Now click on using white. Let's copy this command here and paste it in your terminal. Now after this, again copy this import statement and now in front end go to white.config.js and paste that line here. Then again copy this and put a comma here and paste it here. Now after this, let's copy this import statement. Open your src. We don't need app.css, remove it. In index.css, paste it here. Now after this, copy this h1 tag and in app.jsx, remove this and type RAFCE. And now in remove this app here and let's paste it here. Change class to class name. Now in your terminal type here npm run dev. Now type O and click enter to open it. So our Tailwind CSS is working fine. Let's close this. Now go to index.html and give the title. Title will be bookseller frontend. Now after this, go to your main.jsx and remove this strict mode from here. Now remove it. Now again go to your Chrome and search for React Router DOM. Now click on the first link and copy this command here. Now paste it in your terminal. Now after this, let's restart the server. Now here wrap our app component in browser router. Now after this, let's cut the app here and paste it here. Now after this, in src, let's create our components folder. Then after this, in src, let's create another folder, that is pages. Now in components, let's create our first component, that is navbar.jsx. In navbar, type here RAFCE. Now after this, in pages, let's create our page, that is home.jsx. And in this, type here RAFCE. Then let's close this. And now in your app.jsx, let's remove all things. And here let's type here routes. Then in routes, let's type here route and path will be slash and element it will be home. Then let's close this route and now in your Chrome a home is present here. Then let's close all this and now in home.jsx, let's remove this. Open empty parenthesis and here let's type here navbar. Now let's go again here and let's import the navbar. So it will be imported here. Now after this, let's close this. Let's remove this and create a navbar. Type nav, give class name navbar styles dot nav scrolled. So navbar style, let's import the navbar styles. Import navbar styles from /assets/dummy data. So here these files are given in the given link below. in the description box. You can download this from the description box, both the dummy data and dummy styles. In dummy styles, we have the CSS for all the components, and dummy data will contain the data. So we are importing the styles from the dummy data styles, navbar styles. So this class will be applicable for the navbar. So here we will be having all these classes for the navbar.jsx. Now after this, in this, let's type here const scrolled, put a comma, set scrolled is equal to a use state hook. Inside it value will be false. Then after this, let's create a div, give class name navbar styles dot container. So container styles will be applied here. Then another div, give class name flex item center justify between. Then let's create our logo. Then after this, let's type here link tag, and let's import the link tag here. Let's import link from React router DOM. So after this, in link, let's give here 2 slash give class name navbar styles dot logo container. The another div, give class name will be position, will be relative, it will be group. Then another div, and let's close this div right here, and here give class name navbar styles dot logo gradient. Then after this, let's give another div, give class name position will be relative, it will be flex item center. Then our image tag, and in image tag type here logo. Let's import logo from slash assets slash logo icon dot png. So here logo icon is this icon. Now after this, in alt, let's type here logo and give class name navbar styles dot logo image. Now let's check, let's refresh it. It shows some error. Okay, so we don't need these braces here, remove it. Now let's refresh again. So our logo is present here. Now after this, let's type here our div, give class name margin from left will be 2. H1 tag, give class name navbar styles dot logo text, and inside the H1 type here book shell. Then after this H1, let's create another div, and let's close this div tag right here, give class name, it will be navbar styles dot logo underline. So now once we hover, a line is present here, so it's working fine. Then after the link tag, let's create desktop navigation. Now after this, let's create a div, give class name navbar styles dot desktop nav wrapper. Then inside this, let's type here nav items, and let's copy this, and let's import the nav items. Let's import this from dummy data, assets slash dummy data. So in this, the nav items will be these items which will be having the name, path, icon, color. So after this, inside this, let's type here, let's open another terminal, and inside this, let's install first the Lucid React icons. Let's type here npm, let's copy this and paste it here. Now after this, let's wait till it's installing. Then after this, let's again type here npm run dev, and it will show that we have to install React icons too. So let's install React icons. So now open this link, then copy this command, and then paste it in your terminal. Now it will install the React icon packages. Then after this, let's type here again npm run dev, and let's close this. So it's working fine. So now after this, let's type here dot map function, and inside this type item, create an arrow function, and then let's type here const is active is equal to location dot path name is equal to item dot path. Then return, if this happens, then it will return a link tag, and inside this key will be item dot name. Then to it will be item dot path, and the class name it will have navbar styles dot nav link. So here the path are these path, that is slash about, books and contact, and name will be these things. Then after this let's type a div tag, give class name, position will be relative, z index will be 10, flex item center. Then another div tag, give class name, position will be relative. Then another div, and let's close this div right here, and inside this give class name navbar styles dot nav icon wrapper, and inside this item dot color. So we will be passing here the colors. Then after this let's type here item dot icon, and let's create it as a tag. Give class name navbar styles dot nav icon, and inside this is active. Let's close this. Then after this div tag, give span tag, give class name navbar styles dot nav text, and inside this is active, and item dot color will be passed here. Then item dot name will be passing here, so we can see the nav icons are present here. Then after this span tag let's type here is active, then and let's create a span tag, and inside the span tag give class name navbar styles dot nav underline and item dot color. So let's close this. Now once we select that particular, it will show the underlining here. Then after this div let's create our right icons. Then let's create a div, give class name navbar styles dot right icon wrapper. Then create a link tag, and inside this link tag give two property will be slash cart, and give class name it will be navbar styles dot cart wrapper. Then another div, inside, then let's remove this and let's close the div right here. Then now inside this div let's give a class name, that is navbar styles dot cart gradient. Then another div tag, give class name, position will be relative, and then let's type here a icon, that is fa open cart, give class name it will be navbar styles dot cart icon. So now a cart icon is present here with the effect. Then after this let's type here total quantity is greater than 0, and create a span tag, give class name navbar styles dot cart patch, and inside this let's type here total quantity. So this quantity will be coming from the later process, so let's comment it for now. Now after this create a link tag, and inside this link tag give properties to slash login, and now give class name it will be navbar styles dot login wrapper. Then another div tag, and let's close this div tag right here, give class name, that is navbar styles dot login gradient. Then after this let's create another div tag, give class name, position will be relative. Then let's give a icon, that is user, give class name it will be navbar styles dot login icon. So a login icon is present here with the effects and it's working fine. So now after this, let's create here mobile menu button. So it will create the toggle button. Let's create div, give class name. For medium screen, it will be hidden. It will be flex. Then item will be center. Then another button tag. And here, click here on click property. Create an arrow function. Let's define some state that is const is open. Put a comma. Set is open. This is for the toggle for the mobile menu. Use a state hook and value will be false. Then after this, type here const location is equal to use location. Then after this, let's type here const cart is equal to use cart. So let's create our use cart. Let's create our cart context here. In src, let's create a folder that is cart context. And in this, let's type here cart context.jsx. Now here, let's type here import create context from React. Then after this, let's type here const cart context is equal to create context. Then after this, let's type here const load initial state. In initial state, let's create a arrow function, and inside this, let's type here if type of window is not equal to undefined. Then in that case, we will be typing here const saved is equal to local storage dot get item cart. So if the window is not defined, then it will get the item cart from the local storage. Then create a try catch block. In try block, let's type here const parsed is equal to saved then question mark. If it's saved, then json.parse method saved. Then in else, it will be null. Then after this, in if parsed and array dot is array, then parsed. So if it's an array dot items, then return parsed. Then in else, it will return item will be empty array. So if it's parsed or it's array, then return parsed, else return item. In catch block, it will return empty array. If in case it's not parsed, then return items will be empty array again. Then after this, let's type here const cart reducer is equal to state comma action, and let's create an arrow function. And after this, let's type here export const cart provider is equal to, let's type here children as a props. Then after this, let's create an arrow function, and let's type here const state comma dispatch is equal to use reducer, and inside this, let's type here cart reducer function, then an empty, then load initial state. Then let's type here use effect hook, and inside use effect hook, let's create an arrow function, and let's type here local storage dot set item, and inside this, it will set cart and json dot stringify method, and inside this, it will type state. Then after this, let's type here pass state here. So in this, it will be having the cart data. Then let's type here return cart context dot provider, And now inside this, let's provide the value, and inside the value it will be cart. Cart will have state, then dispatch will be passed here, and children as a prop will be passed here. Then let's export const use cart is equal to, create an arrow function, and let's type here use context, and it will be cart context. Now after this, in cart reducer, let's type here switch case action dot type. So it will having the different cases. Then in first case it will be add item. So for the adding the item, let's type here const item to add is equal to dot 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 action dot payload, put a comma, quantity. Quantity will have action dot payload dot quantity, or it will have 1. So in this, item to add will have this things, that is action dot payload and quantity. Then const exists if the card item already exists in the cart. Then state dot item dot find, we will be finding that particular item using that item ID. So I, and create an arrow function, I dot item ID is equal to item to add dot ID, and item dot source is equal to item to add dot source. So if then inside this, let's type here again, if not found, that is item dot source is not, and item to add dot source is not founded. So if it's founded, then the particular item will be already existing in the cart. So for that it will increase the value. So if exists, that if the particular item exists, then return state comma, then let's type here item will be state dot items dot map function, and inside this let's pass a item, and let's create an item dot id is equal to item to add dot id, and item dot source is equal to item to add dot source. Now, or it will be not founded item dot source and item to add dot source. Then after this, here if it's founded, then it will be passing item, and quantity will be item dot quantity plus item to add dot quantity. So it will be increasing that particular item in the cart. In else block it will just be I, that is the initial item, that is 1. So for this, if we have the ID, then it will increase that particular item there, and if we don't have that item already in the cart, it will add the item by I. Return state comma item will be state dot items, then item to add will be passed here. Then in second case it will be case increment, that is for the increasing the value for the cart. Then let's type here return state. So items will be state dot items dot map function, and inside this item, and create an arrow function, item dot id is equal to action dot payload dot id, and I dot source is equal to action dot payload dot source, or it will be not founded item dot source is equal to not found action dot payload dot source. So if the item is founded in the cart, then it will increase that particular quantity, that will be item.quantity plus 1. So it will increase that particular quantity by 1, and in else block it will be item that is already in the cart. So here in the first we have done to add the item to the cart, and here we will increment that particular item using the it, then a case decrement, then return, and inside this let's copy this return statement and paste it here for the decrement also. Here we just have to decrease the value by using the same method, which is the id. If we have that particular item in the cart, it will decrease, else it will be simple 1 in cart. Then dot filter item and create an arrow function. Item dot quantity is greater than 1. So in cart it should be greater than 1, then it will be in cart, else it will not. Then case remove underscore item, and inside this let's type a return. Again let's copy this and paste it here. Then inside this we don't need map function, we need filter. So for removing, we only remove the item from the cart, so we will be needing that particular item, so we use the filter option. We don't need this functions, as we don't have to increase or decrease the value, we have to just particularly remove that function. Now after this let's add not found here and put a comma here. Then after this let's remove this filter, as we don't need this filter. Now after this, for the default case it will be returning state only. So here we will be removing that particular item using the filter method. Filter will be coming from increment and decrement, and adding item will be done using id. Then let's close this. Now after this let's first import the use cart. We have exported the use cart, so let's import it. Now it's imported here. So after this let's type here const total quantity is equal to cart dot items dot reduce. Then inside this let's type here total, put a comma, item, let's create an arrow function, and inside this let's type here total plus item dot quantity. So here we will be adding that item, and it will display the total quantity on the cart. Then after this let's type here use effect hook, and let's create an arrow function. Type here const handle scroll is equal to create an arrow function, set scrolled window dot scroll y-axis is greater than 10. Then window dot add event listener scroll, put a comma, handle scroll, then return, create an arrow function, window dot remove event listener scroll, and type handle scroll here. After this it will scroll from y-axis. Now after this let's uncomment this total quantity, as it will display the total quantity coming from the cart context. Then after this let's type here set is open not is open. Then give class name to the button, that is navstyles dot menu button. Then create a div, and let's close this div right here. Give class name navbar styles dot menu gradient. Then after this let's refresh it. It shows the error. Okay, so let's solve this error. let's go to our main.jsx. Let's cut this and wrap our this to cart provider. We have to wrap our app component for using the cart context. So it's working fine. Now after this, for the mobile view, let's go, and after this let's type here, create a div, give class name, position will be relative. Then inside this is open, then in that case x, give class name, x will be an icon. Then navbar styles dot menu icon, let's close that icon here. In else block it will be menu icon, give class name navbar styles dot menu icon. Let's close this again here. So now a toggle button is present here. Now after this, let's create here menu mobile navigations. So after this, let's create here is open, and in this let's create a div tag, give class name navbar styles dot mobile menu. Then another div, give class name navbar styles dot mobile container. Then another div tag, give class name here, that will be flex column, and space from y-axis will be 1. Then nav items dot map function, and inside this item, and create an arrow function, and inside this let's type here const is active is equal to location dot path name is equal to item dot path. So now correct this is const spelling. Now after this, let's type here return, create a link tag, and inside this link tag type here key will be item dot name, to it will be again item dot path, and for the on click function it will create an arrow function, set is open, it will be false. So once we click on any icon, it will close it. So after this, give a class name, it will be navbar styles dot menu mobile nav icon, or it will be mobile nav items, and inside this is active will be pass and item dot color. So now after this, let's create an item dot color tag or item dot icon tag, and inside this give class name navbar styles dot mobile nav icon, and inside this is active will be pass with a comma, and item dot color will be passed here. Let's close this and create an span tag. In span tag, give class name navbar styles dot mobile nav text is active will be passed with item dot color. Then inside this let's pass here item dot name. So now let's open it. So you can see the mobile navigation is present here. So it's working fine. Now after this, let's type here a div tag, give class name navbar styles dot mobile icon row. Let's create a link tag, and inside this link tag give the to property, it will be slash cart, give class name to the link tag, it will be relative, position will be relative, and it will be group, padding will be 2. Then after this, type here on click function, and again an arrow function, set is open, it will be false. So once we click on this card, it will close the mobile menu. Then let's pass an icon fa open card, give class name, height will be 5, width will be 5, and for group hover text number 600. Let's close this icon. Now you can see our icon is here. Then after this, again let's type here local quantity is greater than 0, and let's type here span tag, give class name navbar styles dot mobile cart batch, and after this let's pass here total quantity. So our total quantity will be appearing above this icon. Now after this link tag, create another link tag and give two property. It will be /login. Give class name, padding will be 2 for group, then on click and create an arrow function. Set is mobile open will be false. Then after this, let's type here, let's give an icon that is user, and inside this give class name, height will be 5, width will be 5, text gray 600, group hover, text emerald 600. So now after this we have completed our navbar. Let's check it. Our icon is present here. Now it's working fine. So now after this let's create another component that is banner.jsx, and inside this let's type a RFCE, and let's go to our pages. In home, let's import the banner below navbar. Now after this let's create our banner section. Now let's type here div, give class name container, and let's type here import container from dummy asset/dummy styles. So these classes will be applied for the banner section. These CSS properties will be applied for this component. Then let's type div, give class name, and inside this let's type here glass box. Then create another div, and let's give class name to the div that is geometric overlay. And now inside this let's close this div right here, and now give class name to the div that is app position will be absolute, minus top will be 10, minus right it will be 10. Then for medium screen, minus top will be 20, minus right will be 20 for medium screen. Width will be 48, height will be 48. Then for medium screen, width will be 96, and for medium screen height will be 96. Then BG will be this color code /10, then rounded full, and blur XL. For medium screen, blur will be 3XL. Then after this create another div, and let's close this div right here. Then give class name to the div. Position will be absolute, minus bottom will be 20, minus left will be 20. For medium screen minus bottom it will be 40. For medium screen minus top minus left it will be again 40. Then height will be 40. Then width will be 40. For medium screen width will be 80, and for medium screen height will be 80. BG will be this color code, opacity will be 10, then rounded full, blur XL, and for medium screen blur will be 3XL. So now you can see the background present here. Then after this let's create another div, give class name, it will be grid. For larger screen, grid calls 2. Then gap will be 8, and for medium screen gap will be 12. Item center. Then let's create here text section. Now here let's create a div, give class name, space from y-axis will be 6. For medium screen, space from y-axis will be 8. Another div tag, give class name, space from y-axis will be 4. For medium screen, space from y-axis will be 6. Then a h1 tag, give class name, header text. Then a span tag. In the span tag give class name, text transparent, bg clip text. Then bg gradient to r from this color code to this color code. Then after this let's type here mindful. Now you can see it's present here. Now after this span tag, let's give a br tag, break tag, then give class span tag, and inside give class name subheader. Let's type here reading experience. Then create a paragraph tag. Here give class name paragraph text. Let's type here curated knowledge journey that challenges perception and inspire growth. Discover transformative content crafted for the modern intellect. So now it's all present here. Now after this div, let's create here search function. So now here let's create a form tag, and here let's type here on submit handle search. Then give class name to the form tag. It will be space from y-axis will be 6. For medium screen, space from y-axis will be 8. Now create a div tag, give class name form container. Then another div tag, give class name. It will be input wrapper. Then another div, give class name to the div. Now let's close this div right here, and inside this let's type here position will be absolute, insert 0, bg will be white /90, rounded large. Then for medium screen, rounded will be XL. Then shadow will be small. So now it will say that handle search is not defined. So let's first define it. Let's type here const search query comma set search query is equal to a use state hook, and inside this value will be empty. Then again const current word, put a comma, set current word is equal to use state, and inside this it will be 0 index. Then let's type here const navigate is equal to use navigate hook. And now let's import this first. Let's type here import use navigate from React router DOM. Now after this let's type here a use effect hook, and inside this create an arrow function. Let's type here const interval is equal to set interval, and let's create a arrow function. Inside this let's type here set current word previous, and let's create an arrow function previous plus 1 modulus words dot length, make it length, and it will be word. Now after this here put a comma, and let's type here 2000, that will be 2 seconds. Then return, let's create another arrow function, and let's type here clear interval, and it will be interval. So after 200, that is 2 seconds, it will be clearing the word. So now after this let's type here const paste it handle search here. Let's type here event, and let's create an arrow function event dot prevent default. It will stop the page from reloading. Then let's type here if search query dot trim method. Then in that case navigate backtick slash books, then a search is equal to dollar encoded URI component, and it will search query dot trim method. So it will redirect us to that route that will be search using the trim method here. Then now let's refresh it. So it is present here. Now after this let's type here another div tag and give class name to the div, that is position will be relative, it will be flex and item center. Then let's give an icon that is search, give class name to the icon, and it will be margin from left will be 4, For medium screen, margin from left will be 5, width will be 5 and height will be 5. For medium screen, width will be 6 and height will be 6 for medium screen. Text gray 600. And now for group focus within. Then in this, let's type here text and give this color code. Let's close this search. So now search is not defined. Now let's define this icon. Here let's type here import search from Lucid React. Now after this, again refresh it. It shows this word is not defined. So here let's type here import words from asset/dummy data. So here these words, narrative and these things are present there. Will be called here, make it words, add s here. So now it will be working fine. We have the search icon here. Then after this icon, let's type here input tag. Type will be text, value it will be search query. Then on change, let's give event and create an arrow function. Set search query event.target.value. Then after this, give placeholder to the input tag. It will be search author, put a comma, titles, put a comma, or concept. Then give class name to the input tag. It will be input field. So now it's present here. Now after this, let's create a button tag, and in this button tag, let's type here type will be submit. Give class name to the button, that is search button. Then after this, pass here the icon search and give class name to the icon. It will be width will be 4, height will be 4. For medium screen, width will be 5 and height will be 5. Let's close this here. Give a span tag, give class name SR only, and here let's type a search. So now a button is present here. Now let's type here RT and search, so it will take you down that particular route. So it's working fine. Now after this form tag, let's create our stats. So now after this, give a div, give class name status stats container. Then inside this, let's give the data, that is number 50k plus, and put a comma here. Label, so we have to this is the dummy data. So after this, make another dummy data, and now make the third dummy data here. Then we will be giving the map function here, stat comma index, and let's create an arrow function here. And inside this arrow function, let's create a div tag, give class name. Here let's type here class name and stat box, key will be index. Then another div tag, give class name stat number, and then in this pass here stat dot number. Then after this, another div tag, give class name, it will be stat label, and inside this let's type here stat dot label. So now let's check it. So it's all present here, so it's working fine. Then after this div, let's create the image on the right side. Then let's create a div, give class name image section. Then another div, give class name here, it will be image wrapper. Then create an image tag, and inside the src let's type img, and for alt it will be image banner. Give class name to the image, it will be image style. So now let's import this image, copy this image, and after this let's type here import image from asset/ banner1.png. So this image will be coming there. So now let's check it. First let's give the create a div and close it here. Give class name to the div, overlay effect. So now after this, let's type here footer text. Now you can see the image is present here. So now after this, create another div tag and inside this give class name scroll text section. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be scroll text. Then type here curated collections. So a curated collection is here. Then go to GitHub. Here we have the dummy data 2. Go to your repository cell book. This link is given in the description box. You can go directly from there. Go to components in Signup. Just copy this one dot and here paste it here. Then let's type here award winning author. Then again type here critical analysis. Then cultural perspective. So now it all present here. Then now after this our banner section is completed. Now let's go to our app. Then let's create our another component, that is our bestseller.jsx. In this type here RAFCE. In home let's import our bestseller. So now let's close this and in component let's create our bestseller here. So again let's type here a section tag. In section tag give class name. Firstly let's import the class name here, that is our bestseller as styles. So for our bestseller these CSS will be applied to this particular component. So now here let's type here styles dot section. Then create a div tag, give class name styles dot container. Then after this let's create our header. Then create a div tag, give class name styles dot header wrapper. Then another div tag, give class name styles dot header text. Then create a h1 tag, give class name styles dot title. In heading tag create a span tag, give class name styles dot gradient text. Then after this type here the heading, that is curated excellence. So it's present here. Now after this create a paragraph tag, give class name styles dot subtitle and in paragraph type here top rated by our readers. So the paragraph is present here. Now after this div let's create here right buttons for scrolling or moving left to right. Then let's type here a div, give class name styles dot nav wrapper. Then another div tag and let's close this div tag right here. Give class name styles dot nav line. Then after this let's create another div tag, give class name styles dot nav buttons. Then create a button tag. In the button tag click here on click and type here scroll left. Then give class name to the button, it will be styles dot nav button. Inside this let's give the icon chevron left, give class name to the icon styles dot nav icon. Let's close this, give size 20 and let's close it here. So now it will show the scroll left is not defined. So now let's type here const scroll left is equal to, create an arrow function. Here let's type here scroll reference. Let's first type here const scroll ref is equal to use ref hook. and inside this value will be null. Now type here dot current dot scroll by, and here let's type here left. It will be minus 400 as it will take you to the left side, and behavior it will be smooth. So after this, again let's copy this, and now after this let's type here const scroll right is equal to an arrow function and paste it here. Now just change left to plus 400. So now it's working fine and icon is present here. Now after this, again just copy this button tag and again paste it here. Change the icon to chevron right, and on click property will be changed to scroll right. So now both the buttons are present here. Now after this div tag, let's create our book sections. So here let's type here a div tag, give class name to the div styles dot scroll container, then for ref it will be scroll ref, then obs books dot map function book and index, and let's create an arrow function. So obs book will be these dummy data which is present here, which will have author, title, images, price and ID. So now after this let's type a div, give class name to the div, that is styles dot card, and inside this card it will be bg color, and the bg color will be coming from the index modulus bg color dot length method. Then a key, then here let's type here book dot id. Now a div, give class name styles dot card inner, then another div, give class name here, and inside this space from y-axis will be 3, for medium screen space from y-axis will be 4. Now after this create a div tag, give class name styles dot stars, then inside this let's type here array, it will show you the rating, array of 5 dot map function, and inside this underscore put a index, then create a arrow function star icon, give class name to the icon, it height will be 4, width will be 4, for medium screen height will be 5 and width will be 5, text ember 400, fill text fill ember 400. Now here after this let's give here key, and key will be index. So now stars are present here, and the arrow function is working fine. So now after this a div, give class name styles dot book info, and inside this create a h2 tag, that is heading tag, give class name styles dot book title, and in heading let's pass here book dot title. Now after this let's create a paragraph tag, give class name styles dot book author, and inside this let's type here book dot author. So now we can see the book name and book author is present here. Now after this let's type here a paragraph tag, in this let's give class name styles dot book description, then let's type here Jane, then give the paragraph, that is explore transformative narratives that, so it will be applied to all of them. Then after this let's create add controls like adding, add to cart or update the quantity. So we have to give the controls here. So for that let's type here const cart and dispatch is equal to use cart hook, then after this, let's type here const in cart. So it will add the item to the cart using the id dot items dot sum, then item, and let's create an arrow function. Item dot id is equal to id. So it will add that item. Get quantity. So it will give you the quantity for that item. So id, using the id, then cart dot items dot find. So we will be finding that particular item. Use an arrow function, give item dot id is equal to id. Then dot quantity. So it will provide the quantity, else it will be 0 for that particular item. So in cart it will be checked by id, and get quantity it will be done by id only. Then let's give the add functionality, that is const handle add. We will be adding the book using the dispatch function. Here type will be add underscore items item, and in this item, this will be coming from the cart context. For the payload it will be book, and quantity will be passed as 1. So for adding, it will add the quantity 1 with the book from this add item. So now after this, let's type a const handle increment, that is it will increase the quantity by the id of the book, and inside this type of it will be increment. Here put a comma, and for payload it will be id. Now let's copy this and now again paste it here. Change this increment to decrement, and now it will be changed to decrement. So it will increase or decrease the item value by the id. Using this id, it will increase or decrease the book quantity. So now after this, in this, let's type here a div, give class name styles dot cart controller, then another div, give class name styles dot price quantity wrapper, then a span tag, give class name in the span tag, that is styles dot price, and inside this let's type here rupees book dot price to fixed to 2, that will give the point. After the point it will give 2 value. So after this, let's type here in cart, and it will book dot id. So if the book dot id is in cart, then div, give class name styles dot quantity wrapper, then a button tag. Here give on click function, and inside this create an arrow function. Here let's type here handle decrement. So it will be done on book dot id, and give class name styles dot quantity button, and inside this let's type here, give the icon minus, and for the minus size will be 28 of that icon, make it 18. So now after this, create a span tag, give class name to the span tag, it will be styles dot quantity, so quantity text. So here it will show you the quantity, that it will be get quantity book dot id. So it will show you the quantity, that is 1, 2 or else. Again copy this button here and paste it here. Now here change this decrement to increment, and here minus will be changed to plus icon. Now after this, in else case, it will be a button tag, on click function, and arrow function, and inside this it will be handle add. So it will add the book for the first time in your cart. So give class name to the adding, that is styles dot add button, then give the icon shopping cart, give class name height will be 4, width will be 4. For medium screen, height will be 5 and width will be 5. Give a span tag, add to cart or add to collections. So here we will be adding this for the first time. So it will show you add, and in else it will show you this, and the number will be increased in our cart here. So once we have done this, it will show 11, 10, then 3, 1. Now after this, let's create an image tag. Give here book.image. So it will show you the book's images. Then book.title in alt and give class name styles.bookImage. So here the book images are present here. Now the scroll function is working fine. Now after this, we don't require this bar here, so let's hide it using here scroll bar hide, and let's type here -webkit scroll bar, and inside this let's type here display, it will be none. Then dot scroll bar hide, and for that let's type here -ms overflow style will be none, and scroll width will be none. So now we won't be seeing the line here, that is scroll bar will be hidden. So now it's working fine. Now after this, let's create another component, that is home book.jsx, and inside this let's type here RAFCE. Now in home component, home pages, let's import the home books here. So now after this, let's create our home book. Remove this div here, and now let's type here a div. Give class name to the div. Here let's first import the div. Let's import the styles here, sorry. It will be home book styles as style from asset/dummy styles. So for this component, these styles will be applied for this particular component. Inside this, let's type here styles.section, and now create another div. Give class name, it will be styles.container. Then another div tag, give class name styles.card. Then here another div, give class name text center, margin bottom will be 12. Then a heading tag, give class name styles.heading, and for in this let's type here bookseller favorites. Then another div tag, and let's close this div right here and give class name to the div, that is styles.heading line. Let's refresh it. So it's present here with the underline here. So now after this div, let's go and let's copy this line from our bestseller and paste it here. Then again copy this line and paste it here in cart, and then copy this function lines and paste it here for the adding increment and decrement. So now after this, let's type here give class name styles.grid. Then inside this hbooks, so these books will be used here for the home books, which will have author, price, images and title with ID also. Here .map function, and inside this we will be typing here books, create an arrow function. Let's type here const item is equal to in cart book.id. Then let's type here return a div tag, key will be book.id. Then give class name to the div, that is styles.bookcard. Then another div tag, give class name styles.image wrapper. Then a image tag, and inside this let's type here styles dot, or in src it will be book dot image. We haven't given this class name here, so in alt it will be book dot title, then in class name it will be styles dot image. So now the images will be present here. We have the 4 images here. Then after this let's type here div, give class name styles dot rating. Then after this let's type here dot 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 array, and here we will be giving the stars rating. Here let's type underscore I and create an arrow function, and in arrow function let's pass the icon stars, give class name, it will be backtick, height will be 4, width will be 4, dollar I is less than book dot rating. If it's this, then it will be text will be this color code, fill with this color code. In else it will be text gray 300. Let's close this icon here and pass the key, it will be index. So now let's check the rating is present for all things. Then after this let's create an h3 tag, give class name styles dot title, and inside this let's give book dot title here. Then a paragraph tag, give class name styles dot author, and inside this let's type here book dot author, and now in this let's type here best author in this V. Now after this create a span tag, give class name styles dot actual price. Then here let's type here book dot price. So it will show you the price, the author name and the book name here. Now after this let's type here item, then inside this create a div tag, and inside this div tag give class name, it will be styles dot quantity box, and let's close this div here. Now inside this let's type here, let's go and let's copy this button tag here, and now let's paste it here. Now after this let's type here minus icon and give class name to the icon, height will be 5 and width will be 5. Now let's copy this button tag, and for now let's type here span tag, give class name, as it will show you the quantity here, item dot quantity. Then after this span tag paste this here, change it to increment, and now change the icon to plus. Now in our else block we will be typing here a div or a button tag, and give on click property, create a arrow function, handle add, so it will add the book for the first time to your cart, give class name styles dot add button. Let's close this button here, and inside this button give shopping bag or shopping cart icon, give class name to the icon, that is height will be 5, width will be 5, a span tag, and inside this span tag let's type add to cart. So now after this let's type a div tag, give class name styles dot view button wrapper, then a link tag, and inside this link tag here let's copy this link, and let's first import link from React router DOM. So now after this link give two property, it will be slash books, and give class name to the link, it will be styles dot view button, then a span tag, inside this let's type view all books. So now after this let's type here icon, that is arrow right, give class name to the icon styles dot view icon. So now our home book is completed, just change it to find as we have to find that book. So now once we click here, it's working fine. Let's add the quantity. It's increasing, it's adding, so it's all working fine here. Let's remove this. So the quantity, it is 4, as we have added the 4 items here. Till now the site is responsive for all the devices. So now after this, let's close this and create another component, that is home about.jsx. Now here let's type here RAFCE, and in home.jsx let's import home about, and now let's create our home about section. Now here create a div tag, give class name. Here it will be, let's type here import. First we have to import home about styles as s from assets/dummy styles. So these classes will be applied to home about component. So now here s dot wrapper, then another div tag, give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, outline, overflow will be hidden. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be s dot blur bg blur 1. Then another div tag, give class name s dot bg blur 2. So now as you can see, it's present here. Now type div, give class name s dot container. Then after this create another div, give class name s dot about grid. Then after this another div tag, give class name s dot image wrapper. Then inside this create a div, give class name s dot image glow. And now after this div, let's give another div, give class name s dot image container. Now a glow is present here. Then after this let's create an image tag, and in src let's type here home about image, and in alt it will be about image. Then give class name s dot image, s dot about image. So now let's import our home about image. Import home about image from assets/home about image.png. So now this image will be coming here. So now after this div, let's create another div tag, give class name, space from y-axis will be 8. Then another div, in this create an heading tag, give class name s dot about header, and this let's type here our literary journey. Then another div tag, give class name to the div, that is s dot underline. And now as you can see, the image and text is present here. Image has the effect. So now after this div tag, create a paragraph tag, give class name s dot about text. Then let's type the paragraph, that is Bookshell has evolved into a sanctuary for books lover. We curate exceptional reading experience, connecting readers with stories that inspire, educate and transport them to new world. Put a full stop. So the paragraph is present here. Then after this paragraph, give div, give class name s dot stat grid. Then inside this let's type hastats dot map function stat comma index, create an arrow function, and inside this arrow function first let's import our hastats. So let's type here import hastats from assets/dummy data. So now this hastats will be coming here, which will be having icon, label and value. So now let's close this. Now after this here type here a div tag, give class name s dot stat card, give key index. Then after this, another div tag, give class name s dot stat icon wrapper. Then a stat icon, and inside this icon, close it here, give class name s dot stat icon. So now our icons are present on the UI. Then after this stat icon, give a heading tag and give class name to the heading tag, that is s dot stat value, and pass here stat dot value. Now after this h tag, give a paragraph tag, give class name s dot stat label, and let's pass here stat dot label. So our heading and text are present here. So now after this, let's type a link tag. Let's import our link tag first. Let's type here import. Here change second to link, and let's type here from React router DOM. So our link will be imported from React router DOM. Give two property slash about and give class name. It will be s dot about button. Then a span tag. In this type learn more about us. So a button is present here. Then after this, let's give an icon, that is arrow right. Give class name to the icon, that is s dot arrow icon. Then after this div tag, create another div tag, give class name margin bottom will be 12, text center. Then a heading tag, give class name s dot section header. In this, let's type here legendary volumes. So it's present here. Then after this, create a div tag and give class name to the div, that is s dot header underline. Then after this, a paragraph tag, give class name s dot header text. Then in this, let's give a paragraph, that is handpicked recommendation from our literary expert that you won't want to miss. So it's present here. Then after this div, create another div, give class name s dot book grid. Then pass here feature books dot map function, and in this book comma index, and create an arrow function. So here the features book will be having this image title, author and description. So now after this, create a div tag, give class name s dot book card wrap, give key will be index. Then another div, and now inside this give class name s dot book card glow. Then after this, a div tag, give class name s dot book card. Then another div tag, give class name s dot book image wrapper. Then a image tag, give src book dot image, and in alt it will be book dot title. Give class name to the image, that is s dot book image. So in this we will be having this image. Then all these things will be imported from the features book. So now after this, give a div tag, give class name s dot book content. Then create a heading tag, give class name, that is s dot book book title, and this let's pass here book dot title. So now we can see the image and the title is present here. So it's working fine. Then after this, let's type here a paragraph tag. Inside this, let's give a class name s dot book author, and let's pass here book dot author. Then after this, another paragraph tag, give class name s dot book description, and let's pass here book dot description. So now our author and description is present here. Now after this, let's type a link tag. In this link tag, give two property. It will be slash books, and here give class name s dot discover link. Then after this, create a span tag, give class name, that is, don't give this class name, let's type here discover, and now give a icon, that is arrow right, give class name to the icon s dot arrow small, and let's close this icon here. So when we click, it's working fine. So this is also present on the UI. So now after this, let's go to our navbar and correct this /login for the mobile. Let's close this, and in components, let's create another component, that is footer.jsx. And in our home component, first type here RAFCE, and in home, let's import our footer component. So now let's create our footer.jsx. Let's type here a footer tag, and in this footer tag, firstly let's import here footer styles. So these CSS classes will be applied for this footer component. So now let's close this and type here as styles. So now give here class name styles dot footer. Then after this, create a div tag, give class name styles dot container. Then another div tag, give class name styles dot grid. Then another div tag, give class name styles dot logo block. Then in this, create a link tag. Let's import our link. So let's type here import link from React router DOM. So now after this, a footer section is present here. So now in this link, let's type here to property, and it will be slash, that is, it will take to home, give class name styles dot logo link. Then let's give an image tag. In this, let's type here logo, and let's import our logo. So import logo from assets / logo icon dot png. So this logo which will be using here, which will be used here. So let's in alt type here logo, give class name to the image tag, that is styles dot logo image. So our logo is present here. Now after this, let's type a h1 tag, give class name, that is styles dot logo text. Then in this, let's give title, that is book shell. So it's present here. Then after this link tag, create a paragraph tag, give class name to the paragraph, that is styles dot about text. Then let's give a paragraph, that is your gateway to literary adventures, discover, explore and immerse yourself in the world of books. Now after this, create a div tag, give class name styles dot social wrap. Then let's type here social links. So these links will be used here, which will be having icons and URL. We will be using quick links too. So here let's paste it, quick links here. So now type here dot map function, and in this let's type here pass icon and URL, put a comma, I as index, create an arrow function, and in this let's type a anchor tag, and in href let's type here URL. Then key will be index, and target will be underscore blank, so it will open on a new page. Then give class name, it will be styles dot social button. Now in this, let's pass icon, give class name to the icon styles dot social icon. Let's close this icon here. So here the icons are present here with the links. So now after this div, let's create another div tag, give class name styles dot quick link block. Then create an h3 tag, give class name styles dot quick link list or link item. Type here quick link. Then after this, remove this and type here quick links title to the CSS class. Then a UL tag, give class name styles dot quick link list. Then let's pass here quick links dot map function, and here link comma in idx as an index. Let's create a arrow function. In this, create a list tag, and then this list tag give key idx and give here. After this, create a link tag, and in this link give two property. It will be link dot url, give class name styles dot quick links quick link item. Then a span tag, give class name styles dot quick link dot. Then after this, let's pass here link dot title. So now after this, we can see the links with dot is present here. So now after this div, create our another div, that is give class name styles dot newsletter block. Then a heading tag, give class name styles dot newsletter title. In this, type here stay updated. Now after this, a paragraph tag, give class name styles dot newsletter text. In this, let's give the paragraph, that is subscribe to our newsletter for the latest release and exclusive offers. So here we will be creating our form tag, and in this form tag we will be give class name, that is styles dot form wrap. In this, we will create an input tag. Type will be email, and now placeholder it will be enter your email. Then after this, give class name styles dot input. So now our email box is present here. Then after this, create a button tag. In this, give type will be submit, give class name styles dot button. Then after this, give an icon, that is arrow right, give class name height will be 4, width will be 4. Let's close this icon here. So a button is present also here. So now after this div, create another div, give class name styles dot contact block. Then a heading tag, give class name styles dot contact title, and inside this, let's type here contact us. So now after this, another div tag, give class name styles dot contact list. Then another div tag, and inside this, give class name styles dot contact item. Then let's give a icon, that is map pen, give class name to the icon, that is styles dot contact icon. Then let's close this and let's create a span tag. In this span tag, let's type a dummy contact address. So now after this div, create another div, give class name styles dot contact row. Then inside this, give a icon, that is phone, give class name styles dot contact icon inline, and in span tag give the dummy number. Then after this, create another div tag, give class name styles dot contact row, and inside this, let's give a icon, that is mail. Then give class name to the icon, contact icon inline. Then a span tag, type here contact @bookshell.com. So now after this, you can see the contact us details are present here. So now after this div, let's get another div, give class name styles dot contact copyright wrap. In a paragraph tag, give class name styles dot copyright text, and let's type here and copy. Then here let's type a new date function, and inside this get full year. Then after this type here book shell dot full stop, then all right reserved. All right reserved. Then after this anchor tag, here let's search for hexagon in your Chrome browser, and let's copy this hexagondigitalservices.com and paste it here. Then after this type target underscore blank, and now give class name. It will be text will be small, cursor will be pointer, text gray 500, on hover text purple 600, and let's type here powered by, and give a space here, a break tag, and let's type here hexagon digital services. So now after doing this, our home page is completed. So it's working fine. So now our home page is completed. Now let's close this footer and this. Now in app.jsx, let's define our routes. So before that, let's create pages. So about page.jsx, type here RAFCE. After this, another page, that is contact page.jsx. Now type here RAFCE. Then after this, another page, that is card page.jsx, and type here RAFCE. And lastly, we will be creating our book page.jsx, and type here RAFCE. So in app.jsx, let's give our routing. Before that, let's create our login component.jsx and type here RAFCE. And then in components, let's type here signup.jsx and type here RAFCE. So now after this, in app.jsx, let's define our routing. So route, give path / cart, and element will be cart page. Let's close this here. Then after this route, create another route, that is path / about, and give element is equal to about page. Then after this, create another route tag, give path / books, give element book page, and let's close this here. Then after this route tag, give another route, that is path will be / contact, give element is equal to contact page, and let's close this here. Then after this, create a route, path will be login, and element will be login. Then another route, give path will be /signup, and element will be signup, and let's close this here. So now let's close all this, and now in signup, let's create our signup component. Create a div, give class name signup dot. Now first let's import signup from dummy styles. So now this CSS will be applied for this component, signup component. So now here let's type here dot. Wait a second, let's change it, as we have the same name, make it a capital letter, and in app make it a capital letter again. Let's just remove this as the import is wrong here. Let's type import signup from component signup. Make the U capital. So after this, let's remove the sign up component here. Let's remove this. Let's type in component. In component, let's create a folder that is signup.jsx, and in this let's type here RAFCE. Here make the U capital. Now let's copy this, and in app.jsx let's change it here. Let's remove this and paste it here, or just type this. Then in this sign up, let's create our sign up now. So now let's type a div tag, give class name sign up dot container. Here let's import sign up from. So it's imported here. Let's change U to small. So now these classes will be applied for the sign up component. Const form data, put a comma, set form data is equal to use state, and in this let's type here username will be empty, then email will be empty, then password it will be empty. Then after this let's type here const show password, comma, set show password, it will be used for the toggling the password. Give a use state hook, give value false. Then const toast, comma, set toast is equal to a use state hook, and in this let's type here visible will be false, make it false, put a comma, message will be empty, and then type will be empty. So now after this another const navigate is equal to use navigate hook from the React router DOM. Now after this let's create our toast timer and redirect to our /login route. So let's type a use effect hook. Let's create an arrow function and let's type if toast dot visible. So if the toast is visible, then const timer for the toast will be set timeout and arrow function, and in this let's type set toast, it will be visible will be false and message will be empty and type will be empty. Then if toast dot type is equal to success, so if the toast is of success, then in that case navigate us to /login. So when the toast will be success, it will navigate us to /login, and it will be done for 3 seconds, that is 3000. Then let's pass here toast comma navigate. Then after this here let's return and create an arrow function, clear timeout, it will be timer. So now after this hook we have to create a const handle submit, and in this let's pass an event and create a arrow function e dot prevent default, so it will stop the page from reloading. Then type here const username, put a comma, email and password is equal to form data, so these things will be fetching from the form data. Then after this type here if not found username dot trim method or not found email dot using the trim method, or not found password dot trim method, then in that case we have to type here set toast visible will be true, as the toast will be visible. In message we have to type here all fields are required. So now after this put a message. After this type will be error. So when we define error type, it will show a red block. Then in this return, then after this let's type here set toast visible will be true. In else block message will be creating account, and after this type will be success, or it will be info. Now after this we will be typing here set timeout, create an arrow function, and inside this let's type set toast visible will be true again, and message will be account created. Then after this type of the toast will be success, so it will show a green block. Then let's type 2000 for 2 seconds, so this toast will be visible for 2 seconds only. So here after this let's type, so we have already seen this CSS classes here. So now after this create toast dot visible, and let's create a div tag, give class name, it will be backtick signup dot toast base dollar toast dot type is equal to success. Then in that case we will be typing a signup dot toast success. In else block it will show the signup dot toast error. So if it's the, then we will be typing here toast dot message. Then after this let's create another div tag, give class name signup dot card. Then let's type a link tag, and first let's import our link tag. So here let's put a comma and paste it here. So now after this give give two property, and it will be slash, then give class name signup dot backlink. Then let's type give a arrow left icon and give class name to the icon. It will be margin right will be 1, and height will be 4, and width will be 4. Then let's type here back to home. So here let's give slash signup, and now a back to home button is present here. So now after this link let's create a div tag, give class name text center, margin bottom will be 8. Another div tag, give class name signup dot icon container. Then in this let's give a icon that is user, give class name to the icon, that is height will be 6, width will be 6, and text will be this color code. Then let's close this. So our icon is present here. Then after this icon let's create an heading tag, give class name signup dot heading, and in this let's type here create account. Now after this heading tag give a class paragraph tag, give class name signup dot subtext, and in this let's type here join our community of book lovers. Then after this create a form tag, and in this form tag let's type here on submit, let's give handle submit, and give class name to the form tag, it will be signup dot form. Then in this let's type a form is created here. So now after this give a div tag, and in this div give label, and in this label give class name signup dot label, and let's type here username. Now after this label, let's create a div tag, give class name signup dot input wrapper. Then in this, let's give an icon user, give class name signup dot icon left, and let's close this. Then let's create an input tag. Type will be text, name will be username, and placeholder will be enter your username. Then give class name signup dot input. Then value will be form data dot username, and on change it will be an event, then a arrow function. Set form data, it will be form data, comma, username will be event dot target dot value. So now after this, let's copy this div tag and now paste it here. Change the username to email. Then after this, change the icon to mail, and type will be changed to email, name will be changed to email, and placeholder will be changed to email@example.com. Then here value will be changed to email, and here email will be changed here. So our two boxes are present here. Then after this, again just copy this div, and here let's paste it here. Now change this email to password, change the icon to lock. Then after this, change the input to show password. If it's showing, then it will be text, else it will be password. So it will be a dot dot dot. Then in name it will be password. Then in placeholder, just go to our GitHub again, and let's copy this full placeholder. Then here let's paste it in the placeholder place. Now after this, change class name will be password input, form value will be changed to password, and on change it will be changed to password. So now on UI a password is present here. Now to toggle, let's create the button for the toggling. Then create a button tag. Here on the button, type will be submit, or just type will be button. Then give on click function and create an arrow function, set show password. It will be not showing show password. Then give class name signup dot toggle password, and in this let's type here show password. If it's showing, then I off. Give class name to the icon, that is height will be 5 and width will be 5. In else case, when it's showing the password, it will be I, and give class name, again height will be 5 and width will be 5. So now a toggle button is present here. Let me give some password 789 and showing it here. Then after this div tag, create a button tag, and in this type of the button will be submit. Give class name signup dot submit button. Then in this type here create account. So now a create account button is here. Then after this form tag, give a div, give class name signup dot footer text. So it will type here already have an account, so it will take you back to /login if you already have an account here. Let's create a link tag in this to property /login route, and give class name to the link tag signup dot link. Then in this type here sign in. So here we have created our sign up successfully. Let me just check it. New, and then give us the password. it will show creating account and account created. So it will take us to /login after the creation of the route, after the account. So let's create our login component. So now let's close this, and in login component, let's create our login component. Let's type here div tag, give class name login styles dot container. So here the login styles will have these classes. So these classes will be used for the login component. So here after this, type here const. So now let's go to Signup and let's copy all 4 lines of the const statement and paste it here. We don't need the username, remove it. In this, let's import it from the React router DOM, and then let's type here const is submitting, put a comma, set is submitting is equal to a use effect hook, and the value will be false. Then after this, let's create toast visible. So let's create an use effect hook, and in this let's type here a arrow function, give if toast dot visible. So if toast is visible, then let's type const timer is equal to set timeout and create an arrow function. Set toast will be toast and visible will be false. So now put a comma and it will be 3000 for 3 seconds. Then in return, let's create an arrow function, clear interval timer. Then after this, put a comma and it will be toast. So here after this, let's type here const handle submit is equal to an async function, give an event and create an arrow function, e dot prevent default. It will stop the page from reloading. Then if form data is not .email is not found, or form data .password is not found, then in that case set toast, it will be visible will be true and message will be all fields are required. Then put a comma here and type will be error. Then after this, let's type return. Then let's type here set is submitting will be true, and in that case create a try catch block. While it's getting submitted, let's type here local storage dot set item. So we will be setting a auth token to make it authentic, and then we will be passing here demo token. So a demo token will be stored till we don't have the auth token, which will be coming from the backend in the later part. Then let's type here set toast, and in this set toast visible will be true, and message will be login successful. Then after this, put a comma, type will be success. Then after this, let's type here set timeout, create an arrow function, navigate, and we will be navigating to home page. Then put a comma and 2000, that it will be navigating us to in 2 seconds. Then in catch block, we don't need the error block. So just type here set toast, and in this toast visible will be true and message will be login field, and type of the message it will be error. So then in finally block, we have to type here set is submitting, it will be false. So here in try block, we will be creating a demo token in our local storage and setting that. So let's type here const handle signout function. In this signout, let's type here an arrow function, let's type here local storage dot remove item. So once we log out, we don't need the auth token. So we have to remove that from the local storage, and set toast, it will be visible will be true, and message will say sign out successful. Signed out successful. Now after this, and message type will be success. Then after this, let's type here const is logged in is equal to local storage dot get item, and in this we will be getting auth token. So now is logged in will check whether we have the auth token or not. In handle submit, we will be creating our token. Till now, it for the dummy, it will be demo token. Now let's type here toast.visible, and in this let's create a div tag, give class name, it will be login styles dot toast, and toast dot type will be passed here. Then in this let's type toast dot message. Then create another div tag, give class name login styles dot card. Then create a link tag. Let's copy this link, and here after this import link from React router DOM. Then after this in link tag, let's type to property, and it will be slash home, give class name login styles dot backlink, and let's type here arrow right the icon, and give class name to the icon, rotate 180 degree, then margin from right will be 1, height will be 4, and width will be 4. After this type here back to home. So in our login we will be able to see this. So once we click, it will take us back. So it's working fine. After this link tag, let's type here is logged in, and we have to check that thing. So in empty parenthesis, give div, give class name text center, margin bottom will be 8. Then another div, give class name login styles dot icon circle, then icon that is lock, and in lock give class name, height will be 6, width will be 6, text will be this color code, and after this close this icon here. Then give a heading tag, give class name login styles dot heading, and in this let's type here sign in. Then after this a paragraph tag, give class name login styles dot subheading, and let's type here access your book shell account. Now after this div, create a form tag, and in this form tag we have to type on submit and pass as handle submit, and in this give class name, it will be login styles dot form. Now create a div, and in this create a label tag, and in this label give class name login styles dot label, and let's pass here email. Now after this email, create a div, give class name, it will be login styles dot input wrapper. Then give a icon mail, give class name, position will be absolute, left will be 3, top will be 3.5, and height will be 5, and width will be 5, text gray 400. After this icon, create an input tag, type will be email, placeholder will be email @example.com. Then after this give class name login styles dot input, then value will be form data dot email. Then after this on change we have to pass event and arrow function, set form data, in this form data will be passed and email will be e.target.value. Then after this, copy this div tag and paste it here. Again, change email will be to password, and here icon will be changed to lock, and here change type will be show password. So it will be showing whether it's a text, else it will show the password. Then in placeholder, go to here, sign up, and copy this placeholder. And now in login, let's paste the placeholder right here. Then after this, change class name to the password input. Value will be changed to password, and set form data will be changed to password. So now after this, copy this button tag, and now after this, paste it here, as it will do the same functionality. Change the class name to login styles dot toggle password. Then another button for the submission, that type will be submit. Then disabled is equal to is submitting. So when submitting, it will be disabled. Class name will be login styles dot submit button. Then type here is submitting. Then it will check. If it's submitting, then it will be showing signing in, and else it will show sign in. So now after this form, create a div tag and pass here login styles dot footer link or footer text. Then type here don't have an account. So here put a space here and type here a link tag, and in link give two property. It will be / sign up, and give class name login styles dot footer link. Then let's type here create account. Now in else case, just type here a div tag, give class name to the div. It will be login styles dot signed in container. Then another div tag, give class name login styles dot sign in icon. Then icon that is lock, and give class name to the icon. Height will be 6, width will be 6, and text will be this color code. Then after this, let's refresh it. There is an issue. I is not defined. Okay. So just make it here. It will be imported from the Lucidity React. So now it's working fine. Here, let's just working fine for the sign up. After this, let me complete this code. Then create a heading tag, and in this heading tag, give class name login styles dot sign in heading. Then type here welcome back. Now after this heading tag, create a button tag, and in this button tag give on click property, and in this create an arrow function, navigate us to / that is home page. In this give class name to the button, that is login styles dot home page button, and then create go to home page. Make the p small. So now after this, create another button tag, give on click property, and type here handle sign out, and now in this button give class name login styles dot sign out button. Then let's type here sign out. So now after this, let's give a dummy email and a password. So it will show sign out successful, but it's not taking us back to our, this is working fine, but sign out is not working. Yes, sign out is not working. So let's fix the issue. Just here, make it not logged in. Not is logged in, so it will be working fine. Let's check it again. change it to clear timeout. Now here let's type here our dummy text, that is hexa@gmail.com, and password will be any password. Clicks, we can toggle it, so working fine. Then once we click on sign in, okay, then click on sign in, the auth token which will be having dummy demo token, it will be stored here. Once we click sign out, the token will be removed from our local storage. So this is all working fine. So now after this, close this login and sign up. In app, go to our about us page, and in this let's create a component, that is about.jsx, and let's type here RAFCE. And in about page, let's import. First let's open this, then type here navbar. After importing the navbar, let's import our footer. Then after this footer, let us import our about here. So now all three will be visible to our about page. So now let's create our about. So let's remove this, and here let's type here. Now create a div, give class name, it will be about styles. So now let's import our about styles. Let's type import about styles from asset/dummy styles. So now for the about.jsx, for this component, these CSS styles will be applied here. So now after this, type here dot container. Then after this, create a section tag, and in section tag give class name about styles.section. Then create a div tag, and in this give class name about styles.inner container. Then again a div tag, give class name, it will be about styles.heading wrapper. Then inside this another div tag, give class name, position will be relative and inline block. Now create a heading tag, give class name about styles.heading. Then inside this let's type crafting literary and give a br tag futures. Now let's refresh it, and now in about page we can see it's present here. Now after this h1, create a div tag, and let's close this div tag right here. Give class name about styles.underline. So here underline will be present here. Then after this div, create a paragraph tag, give class name about styles.subtext. Then inside this type the paragraph, full stop, we bridge imagination with innovation through curated literary experiences. Now the paragraph is present here. Then after this section, let's create another section, that is stats section. Now here let's type section tag, and inside this give class name about styles.stat section. Then a div tag, give class name about styles.inner container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be grid calls 1, for smaller screen grid calls 2, and for larger screen grid calls 4. Gap will be 8. Then after this let's type here ap stats dot. So let's copy this and let us import this ap stats. To type here import ap stats from asset/dummy data. So now for this, these stats will be used, where we will be having icon, value and label. Soon these both will be used for this too. Now here type dot map function, give stats comma index and create an arrow function. Give a div, give key will be index, and give class name about styles dot stat card. Then another div tag, give class name about styles dot stat icon wrapper, then stat.icon, and inside this give class name, height will be 8, width will be 8, text white, and let's close this. Now after this heading tag, give class name about styles dot stat value, and inside this let's pass stat dot value. Then after this a paragraph tag, give class name about styles dot stat label, and now here let's pass stat dot label. So now here we can see the icon and stat are present here. Then after this section, let's create another section, that is about section. So now after this create a section tag, and inside this section tag give class name about styles dot about section. Then inside this give a div, give class name about styles dot inner container. Then another div, give class name, it will be grid calls 1, for larger screen grid calls 2, gap will be 16, and item will be center. Then after this another div tag, give class name about styles dot about image wrapper. Then image tag, in src type here about us image, in alt type about, and then give class name to the image, that is about styles dot about image. Now let's copy this about us image and let us import it. Import about us image from assets / about us image dot png. So here we will be using this image. Now after this we can see the images here. Now after this let's create a div, and let's close this div right here. Give class name about styles dot about overlay. Now after this let's create a div, give class name about styles dot about caption. Then a heading tag, give class name about styles dot about title, and inside this let's type since 2015. Then after this a paragraph tag, give class name about styles dot about subtitle, and inside this let's give the paragraph. Then after this let's create another div tag, give class name about styles dot about text section. Then another div, give class name about styles dot about heading section. Then a heading tag, in this about styles dot about heading will be a class name. So here let's type redefining storytelling. Now after this a paragraph tag, give class name about styles dot about paragraph, and inside this we type our paragraph, that is we have transformed traditional publishing into a dynamic digital ecosystem. Now we can see it's coming here with the overlay here, overlay effect. Now after this div, create another div, give class name about styles dot about box grid. Then another div, give class name about styles dot about box. Then a heading tag, give class name about styles dot about box heading. Inside this type here our vision. Then after this a paragraph tag, give about styles dot about box text, and inside this let's give our paragraph, that is create a global network. Now after this another div tag, here give class name about styles dot about box. Then a h4 tag, give class name about styles dot about box heading, and type our mission. Then let's copy this paragraph tag and now paste it here. Just change the paragraph, that is empower creators and inspire readers. So now both our mission and our vision are present here. Then after this section, let's create team section. Let's create a section tag. Inside this, give class name about styles dot team section. Then a div tag, give class name about styles dot inner container. Then another div, give class name text will be center, margin bottom will be 20. Then a heading tag, give class name about styles dot section title. Inside this, type meet your literary guides. Now a div tag, and let's close this div tag right here. Then give class name about styles dot section underline. So now meet our literary guides are present here with the underline. Now after this, let's create a div, give class name grid, then grid calls 1, for medium screen grid calls 3, and gap will be 8. Then let's type here AP team members, then a map function member comma member, and create an arrow function. Type a div, give class name about styles dot team card, and key will be member dot id. So in this, we will be having our id, name, position, and image will be used here. So now after passing this, let's create a div, give class name about styles dot team image wrapper. Then image tag, in src type member dot image, and in alt type here member dot name, and give class name to our image tag. It will be about styles dot text team image. Then a div tag. In this, let's close this div tag right here. Give class name about styles dot team overlay. So now the images are present here. Now after this image tag, after this div, give heading tag, give class name about styles dot team name, and let's pass here member dot name. Then after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name about styles dot team position, and in this member dot position. So now after this, create another div, give class name, it will be flex, justify center, and space from x-axis will be 4. Now let's type here icon Facebook, and now it will be Twitter, then Instagram. Then we will be doing a map function, and in map function type here icon, put a comma, index, and create an arrow function. Type here a button tag. In this button, give key will be index, and class name it will be about styles dot social icon. Then in this button, let's type icon and give class name to the icon. Height will be 6, width will be 6. So now after mapping this, the social media icons are present here. Now after this, let's create another section, that is branches section, which will show our branches. So now let's create a section tag. In this section, give class name about styles dot branch section. Then a div tag, give class name about styles dot inner container. Then another div tag, give class name text center, and margin bottom will be 20. Then a heading tag, give class name about styles dot section title, and in this type our literary centuries. Then a div tag, and let's close this div tag right here. Give class name about styles dot section underline. Now we can see it's present here with the underline. So now after this, create another div tag, give class name grid. Grid calls 1, for medium screen grid calls 2, for larger grid calls 4, and gap will be 8. Then let's type here AP branches dot map function, and inside branch put a comma, index, and create an arrow function, and inside this let's type a div tag, give key will be index, and class name it will be about styles dot branch card. Then a div tag, give class name about styles dot branch image wrapper. Then a image tag, in source type here branch dot image, and in alt it will be branch dot location. So here we will be having our location, hours and image. So now after this, let's check. So these images are present here. Then after this, give class name to the image tag. It will be about styles dot branch image. Now after this, create a image tag, div tag, and inside this give class name about styles dot branch overlay. So our overlay will be present over the images. Now after this, create another div tag, give class name about styles dot branch info wrapper. Then a div, give another class name, it will be about styles dot branch location wrapper. Then a icon map pin, give class name to the icon, height will be 6, width will be 6, text will be this color code. Let's close this. After this, a heading tag, give class name about styles dot branch location, and in this let's pass branch dot location. Now after this, create a div tag, give class name about styles dot branch hours, and inside this give icon clock and give class name, height will be 6, width will be 6 and text will be this color code. Now after this, create a paragraph tag and let's pass here branch dot hours. So now the timing and places are present here. So now after this, it's working fine. Now let's add the item to the cart. So now let's create our cart page first. So now in cart page, let's remove this, and inside this first let's import our navbar. Now navbar is imported here. Then in components, let's create cart.jsx. Type here RAFCE. Now in cart page, let's type cart and import it here. Now after this, in cart page, we will be creating our cart page. Now after this, type a div, give class name, styles will be imported here, and for the cart.jsx component we will be using these styles. Now here dot container, then another div tag, give class name styles dot wrapper, then another div, give class name styles dot header, and a heading tag, give class name styles dot title, and inside this let's give a icon shopping bag and give class name styles dot title icon. Now let's close this icon and let's type here shopping cart. So now our shopping cart with the icon is present here. Now after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name styles dot subtitle, and let's type a paragraph. In this we will be typing here const cart comma dispatch is equal to use cart function. So now use cart will be coming from store cart context, then const total is equal to cart dot items dot reduce function. Inside this, sum and index will be passed here. Create an arrow function, sum plus item dot price into item dot quantity, comma 0. Then a use effect hook. Inside this hook, let's create an arrow function. Let's type here local storage dot set item. It will be cart, put a comma, json dot stringify method, and we will be doing cart. Then put a comma and cart will be passed here. Then let's type const get image source is equal to item and create an arrow function. Let's type if type of item dot image is equal to string, then return item dot image, then return, in else case, return item dot image, question mark dot default. So it will return a default if in case of we won't find that image item. Then after this, let's type here const. Here we will be doing increasing, decreasing and removing the items. So here let's type const increment, that is increase, is equal to an item, create an arrow function, dispatch, type will be add increment and put a comma, payload, it will be id and id will have item dot id, put a comma, source will have item dot source. So now let's just copy this payload, and now after this let's type const decrement, that is decrease, is equal to item and create an arrow function, here dispatch, and inside this type will be decrement and put a comma here and paste it here. Then after this let's type const remove is equal to item and create an arrow function, and let's type here dispatch, type will be remove underscore item. Now here put a comma and paste it here. Now after this type here cart dot items dot length, then after this items cart dot item dot length. So here it will show is not equal to 1 and s in your cart. So it will show you the total number of book we have are in our cart. That is not showing the, as we have two different books here, so it will show 2. Then after this we will be getting this increment and decrement using the id. So now let's type here cart dot items dot length is equal to 0, then question mark, create a div, give class name styles dot empty card, then inside this create a div, give class name styles dot empty icon wrapper, then give a icon that is shopping bag, give class name styles dot empty icon, then after this icon create a heading tag, give class name styles dot empty title, and inside this give your cart fields empty. So now if your length is 0 of the cart, it will show your cart is empty. In paragraph tag we will be typing styles dot empty description, and in this we will be giving our description, your reading journey. Then after this create a link tag, let's copy this link tag and let's import it, import link from React router DOM. So now after this in link give two property, it will be slash books page and give class name styles dot browse button, then let's give an icon book open and give class name styles dot browse icon. Now after this link give, after this icon type browse collections. Now in else case we will be typing here div, give class name styles dot card grid, then another div, give class name styles dot cart item, then after this type cart dot items dot length, else dot map function, create an arrow function items, and then type here div, give class name, gift key, dollar item dot source minus item dot id. Then give class name styles dot card item card. Then div give class name styles dot card item context. Then an image tag. In this type here get image source item, and in alt you will be typing here item dot title. Then in class name it will be styles dot card item image. Now the card items image is present here. Now after this div give class name flex, and another div give class name styles dot card item top. Then another div here type a h3 tag, give class name styles dot item title, and let's pass here item dot title. Now after this a paragraph tag, give class name styles dot in item author, and let's pass item dot author. So now the item name and the author will be book name and book author will be present here. Now after this a button tag, give on click property, and inside this arrow function type remove item, give class name to the button, it will be styles dot remove button. Then give an icon thrash and give class name to the icon styles dot remove icon. Now as you can see the icon is present here and it's working fine as we have removed it. Let me add 2 more, and now once we hit delete it's removed the item, it's removed the book. Now div give class name styles dot quantity price wrapper. Then another div give class name styles dot quantity controller. Then another div give class name styles dot quantity box. Then inside this a button tag, and in button give on click property and create an arrow function, and here let's type decrement, an item give class name styles dot Cubitian. Then icon minus will be passed here, and inside this give class name to the icon Q icon. So a minus icon is present here. So now let's add 2 items. Now after this button let's create a span tag, and in this span give class name styles dot quantity value, and let's pass here item dot quantity, so it will show you the quantity. Then after this a button tag, in button tag let's just copy this on click and now just paste it here, change it to increment, and now here give the icon plus, and now class name it will be styles dot Q icon. So it will increase the item quantity. So the book quantity will be increasing and decreasing here. So it's working fine. Then after this give a span tag, give class name styles dot item total, give a rupees sign, and here type item dot price into item dot quantity and dot to fixed, as it will give you to the 0.2 value here as 0.80. So now it's working fine. Then after this for each we have to type here, after this div we have to type another span tag and give class name, it will be styles dot price per item, and then we have to type here item dot price, then inside this to fixed 2, and let's type here each, so it will give you the initial price of that thing. Now after this create a div tag, give class name styles dot summary card, then a heading tag, give class name styles dot summary title. Then let's type order summary. Now after this, create a div tag, give class name styles dot summary breakdown. Then another div tag, give class name styles dot summary row. Then a span tag, give class name styles dot sub summary label. Then inside this, let's type subtotal. And inside this, let's pass item dot card dot item dot length. And inside this, items. So it will show you the number of item. Then a span tag, give class name styles dot summary value. And inside this, we will be passing here the price, that is total dot to fixed to 2 decimal point. So here it will be showing subtotal 1 item. So now it's working fine. Then another div in VS Code, give class name styles dot summary row, give a span tag, give class name styles dot summary label, typing here shipping. Then after this, as another span tag, give class name styles dot summary shipping, and here let's type free. Now after this div, another div, give class name styles dot summary row, and here let's copy this span tag and paste it here. Now here change shipping to taxes and change this to summary value and change it to calculated at checkout. So now after this, another div tag, give class name styles dot summary total section. Then another div, give class name styles dot total row. Then paste it again here. Change shipping to total and free will be changed to rupees total dot to fixed 2 decimal points. Change this to total amount. So it will show you the total amount here. So now after this, let's type here a button tag. Then inside this, give class name styles dot checkout button. Then type checkout. Now after this, give an icon here, arrow right, and give class name to the icon, that is styles dot checkout icon. Now after this button, create a link tag, and in this link give two property, and it will be /book route, and give class name styles dot continue btn. Then let's pass an icon here, open book, and give class name styles dot continue icon, and inside this let's type continue shopping. So now the button is present here. So now it's all working fine here. Now once we remove, it will show this. Now let me add this, all 4 of them, and now here we can increase or decrease the value here. Now let's click on continue shopping. Now let's create our book page. So now after this, let's close this all and now go to book page. Now in this, let's remove this and let's import our navbar here. Then after the navbar, let's import footer, and now as you can see, it's present here. Then here in component, let's create a books.jsx. In this, let's type here RAFCE. Now in book page, let's type here books, and now let's create our books component. Now create a, now first go to Chrome and go to our GitHub. Go to bookpage.jsx. Now let's copy these first two lines and paste it here. Then after this, copy this import statement. Let's paste it after this. Now after this, let's copy this dummy data, and now After this, paste it here. Now after this, just copy these lines and paste it over here. Now in this, it will be showing that the item is cart using the ID as it's in cart or not. Then in this, we will be getting the quantity using the same ID as it will be showing the quantity. Handle cart will handle the item to cart as it will add the item to the cart. Increment will increase the item using the ID, and decrement will decrease that particular item using the ID function. So now after this, here let's type here import books page style as styles. So now here these styles will be used for the book component. Now after this, let's close this. Now after this, type here multiple states. First, const cart comma dispatch is equal to use cart. Now after this, let's type const location is equal to use location. Then const query params is equal to new URL search params, and we will be searching that using location.search. Then after this, const search from URL is equal to query.get search. So it will be giving you the URL coming from the home page. Then const search term comma set search term is equal to a use state, and it will be showing search from URL. Then again const sort by comma set sort by, so it will be showing the sorted that is coming from the filter. So we'll be in the initial, we will be filtering using title. Then const filter category, so it will be a category filter. Then set filter category is equal to use state, and we will be first it will be showing all the categories. So now once we find, it will be coming, this location search will be coming from the home page search button in the banner section. Then after the sorting, in sorting we will be doing it from the title, that is, and the category is here and title is here. So in category it will be all, so it will be showing the all category like this. Now after this, let's type here const filtered book is equal to books dot filter method, and we will be filtering books and arrow function. Inside this, let's type const match category is equal to filter category is equal to all. In that case, or it will be book dot category is equal to filter category. So either it will be all category or it will be filter category. So now lower search, const lower search is equal to search term dot to lower case. So the search term will be in the to lower case so that it can show all the searches. Then after this, const match search is equal to search term, and it will be empty, or it will be book dot title dot to lowercase. So due to the lowercase, it will show everything that matches that the searches. That includes the lower search, and or it will be book dot author dot to lowercase. So now after this includes the lower search. Now return, so if the match search is found, then return match category and match search. Now make it correct here. Now after this, in this, the book title will be given to lowercase, and now the after the filtering of the book, let's sort the book dot filter books there dot sort a comma b and create an after this create an arrow function here, and let's type here switch, as it will be cases, switch sort by, so we'll be sorting case price and in price low. So for that case it will return a dot price minus b dot price. So it will be comparing both the books. So for lower it will be comparing this. Then for price high it will return b dot price minus a dot price. That b book dot price will be minusing the a book price. Then case rating, it will return b dot rating minus a dot rating. So it will return the rating. Then for default case it will return a dot title dot local compare b dot title. So it will be giving you the title by alphabetical order. Then sensitivity will be base and numeric it will be true. So if we have 1, 2, 3, it will show above in default case. Now after this, let's type here const categories is equal to all comma new set books dot map function, and inside this book create an arrow function book dot category. So here it will be setting that book category dot filter method, and it will be boolean. So either it will be true or false. So it will be setting. Then let's create a div, give class name styles dot container. Then another div, give class name styles dot inner container. Then another div, give class name styles dot header wrapper. Then after this, let's create an heading tag h1 tag and give class name styles dot header title, and inside this let's type literary universe. Now let's go and check. Okay, so we have to change this dummy data. Remove this slash forward slash, copy this and just paste it. After this we have to do this for all the books. So let's do this for all this. Now it's completed and it shows literary universe here. So now after this h1 create a paragraph tag, and in this give class name styles dot header subtitle. Then let's type here explore our curated collection spanning genres and perspective. So now our paragraph is present here. Then after this create a div tag, give class name styles dot search wrapper. Then another div, give class name styles dot search input wrapper. Then another div, give class name styles dot search input icon wrapper. Then inside this pass an icon search, give class name, height will be 5, width will be 5. For medium screen height will be 6 and width will be 6. Text gray 400 and group hover, group focus within it will be text and this color code. Now close this icon here. Now after this icon here, let's type here after this div, let's create an input tag. Type will be text, placeholder will be search, titles, author, then value will be search term, and on change it will be create an pass an event and create an arrow function search term event.target.value. Now after this, give class name to the input tag styles.search input. So our input tag is present here. Now after this, create a div, give class name styles.filterRow. Then another div, give class name styles.selectGroup. Then a select tag, and inside this select tag, give here value, it will be styles filtered category. Then on change, give pass event and create an arrow function, set filter category event.target.value. Now after this, give class name to the select tag, that is styles.selectBox. Now inside this, let's type here categories dot filter dot map function, type here category and create an arrow function. Now inside this, type here a option tag, in value it will be category, in key it will be category, and now inside this, type here category is equal to all. Then it will check, if it's all, it will show all genres. In else case, it will show category that we have selected. Now after this, another select tag, and inside this select tag, let's type here value will be sort by. On change, it will be event and create an arrow function, set sort by, it will be event.target.value. Then give class name, it will be styles.selectBox. Then an option tag, in value it will be title, type here sort by title. Then after this option, another option tag, value will be price low, and then here let's type here price low to high. Then after this, another option tag, here it will be price high, and it will show price will be high to low. Now after this, another option tag, and in this the value will be rating, so it will be showing top rated, so it will show the rating higher than lower than lower. So it's present here on the UI. Then after this, another div tag, give class name styles.result text, then showing sorted books.length, then results. So on right it will showing 16 results, so it has till now it has total 16 books. When we select a filter, it will show that particular books only. Then a class name book grid, then inside this let's pass sorted books.map function book, and arrow function, type here const in cart is equal to is in cart function book.id. So it will check using the id function. Const quantity will be get cart quantity, so we'll be getting the quantity using the id 2. Then return div, and inside this key will be book.id. Then give class name to the div, that is styles.bookcard. Then another div tag, give class name styles.image-wrapper. Then our image tag, inside this image tag book.image, and for src, for alt it will be book.title. Give class name styles.image-style. So now the book images are present on the UI. So now after this div, let's type here a h3 tag, give class name styles.title, and inside this let's type book.title. Now after this h3 tag, give a paragraph tag, give class name styles.author, and let's pass book.author. Now type by here, Then after this, let's create a div tag, give class name styles dot rating wrapper. Then inside this, let's type here dot 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 array. Then here let's type here number, and inside this number is finite book dot rating question mark dot math dot floor function book dot rating. Then else it will be 0 and dot map function inside this underscore comma index, and let's create an arrow function. Here let's type give icon stars and give class name. It will have width will be 4, height will be 4, fill yellow 400 and stroke yellow 400. So now key will be index. So now after this, create a span tag, give in span tag just type here number dot is finite book dot target book dot rating, and inside this let's type question mark book dot rating dot to fixed 1. In else case it will show NA. So if we have the rating, it will show the rating, else it will show NA. That is not applicable. So here we have rating, here we don't have the rating. Now here we don't have the rating. So now after this, let's type a paragraph tag, give class name styles dot description. Now after this, type here book dot description. Then after this, a div, give class name styles dot price cart wrapper. Then a span tag, give class name styles dot price. Then inside this, let's type here book dot price to fixed to place, that is 2 decimal places. So now it will show you the price to 2 decimal places. Now after this div, after this span tag, create a div tag, give class name styles dot cart button. Inside this, let's type here not in cart. Then in that case, button on click, create an arrow function. It will be handle add to cart. So if it's not in cart, it will show this button add to cart, and the icon will be shopping back, give class name height will be 5, width will be 5 and text white. Now in else case, if it's in cart, then it will be a div, give class name, it will be flex item center gap of 1. Then a button tag, here on click it will be an arrow function, and inside this handle decrement book.id. Using the book.id we will be decreasing the value. So pass the icon minus, width will be 4 and height will be 4 and text will be white for the class name. After this we will have to show the quantity, so it will be a span tag. Let's copy this button tag and let's paste it here. Here change handle decrement to handle increment and change the icon to plus. So we will be plus the book using ID. So now it's getting add here. So it is coming in the cart. Let me remove all this, and now in browse collection, let me sort it high to low. So it shows the highest price, then it goes to the lowest price. Now again, if we select the genre sci-fi, it will show this, drama and psychology will show this. For top rated, it will show this, that is has the highest rating 4.9 till NA. Then after this, for low to high, so it's all working fine. As it shows title, it will show A, B, C, D, then. Now let's close this book page and let's create our contact page. So now in contact, let's import our navbar first, then footer. After this, in components, let's create our contact.jsx. Let's type here RAFCE, and inside this, let's import our contact here. Now let's create our contact component. Let's type here div, and now let's first import contact page styles as styles. So for this contact us, these classes will be applied for this contact component. Now after this, give class name. It will be styles dot contact container style. Now inside this, type here toast style. Now after this, let's type here const. Now go to GitHub. In contact us page, let's copy these states and now paste it in, remove this const and paste it here. Now after this, let's type here const errors comma set errors is equal to use state hook. Inside this, let's type empty, then const is submitting comma set is submitting. This state will help by as sending a single request, so state and value will be false. Now let's, in this we will having these data here and toast will have this. Now let's copy this validator form. So after this, paste it here. So it will validate whether we have name in the field or not, email and message is required. It will show that error if the form is not filled with these details. Now after this, let's create our function submit data and redirect us to WhatsApp web with the data. Now let's type const handle submit is equal to event and arrow function. Inside this, let's type e.prevent default as it will stop the page from reloading. Now after this, let's type if not validated form, then return const WhatsApp number is equal to, let me give a number here. Then after this, const text lines is equal to, now let's go to again on GitHub and let's just copy this text line here and now let's paste it here. Here we will be sending the data as name, email, phone number, subject, and message will be sent to this WhatsApp number whenever we fill the form here. It will join them here as a text. Then after this, let's type here const URL is equal to, again on WhatsApp on GitHub, let's copy this URL. So this is the URL for the WhatsApp web. So it will take us to this number now and it will pass the text as the data. Then window.open URL, put a comma and pass here underscore blank as it will open on a new tab. Then set form data. Now here let's just copy this form data and now here just paste it here. Now after this, let's type here set errors and in this we will be typing here empty. Then after this, let's type here const handle change and it pass an event, give an arrow function, type const name comma value is equal to event dot target. Then after this, let's type here set form data. Previous value, and then let's pass previous comma. Name will be event value. Then after this, if errors name, if the error in name happens, then set errors. Previous will be previous, put a comma, and let's type here name will be empty. So after this handle change, let's type here toast dot visible, and let's type a div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot toast style. Inside this, let's pass toast dot type, so it will show a positive or a negative result. Then toast dot type, if it's a success, then it will show a icon that is check circle, and let's import this check circle here. Import check circle from Lucidity React. Now after this, give a class name to the icon. Height will be 5 and width will be 5. Margin right will be 2. Now in else case, it will show icon that is alter circle. Give class name, height will be 5, width will be 5, and margin right will be 2. Now give a span tag, and we will be passing here toast.message. So it will show this toast. Now let's close this and let's refresh it here in contact page. Now after this, let's create a div, give class name container. Margin from x-axis will be auto, padding from x-axis will be 4. For medium screen, padding from x-axis will be 6. Then a div, give class name styles dot header style. Then inside this, create a h1 tag, give class name, text will be 4XL, font will be bold, text gray 800, and margin bottom will be 4. Inside this, let's type contact us. Now after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name text gray 800, make it 600, max width will be 2XL, MX auto. Then inside this, let's give a paragraph, have questions or feedback, we would love to hear from you. So it's present here. Then after this div, let's create another div, give class name grid, grid calls 1, for larger screen grid calls 3, gap will be 8. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot contact info card style. Then a h2 tag, give class name styles dot section heading style. Inside this, let's type here contact information. Now after this, another div tag, give class name, space from y-axis will be 6. Another div, give class name styles dot contact item styles. Then let's pass an icon that is map pin, give class name, height will be 6, width will be 6, and text will be this color code. Let's close this icon. So icon is visible here. After this, let's type a div, inside this a h3 tag, give class name font will be medium, text gray 800, and margin bottom will be 1. Let's type here our location. Then after this, a paragraph tag, give class name text gray 600. Inside this, let's give a dummy address 123 Book Street, LS Library City, and LC 10001. Now after this, copy this div tag and paste it again. Change this icon here to mail, and now change this heading to email, and now let's change this paragraph as it will be contact@bookshell.com. Then after this again paste it here and change this here, change this icon to phone, and here in H3 give here call us. Then again give a dummy number, that is +91 and any number. Now after this div, let's create our form. Let's create a div so it is present on the UI here. Now after this div, in this give class name styles dot contact form card style. Then h2 tag give class name styles dot section heading style. Inside this let's type here send us a message via WhatsApp. Now after this let's type a form tag, and in form tag let's type on submit and let's pass handle submit here. Give class name space form y axis will be 6. Then create a div tag, give class name grid, then grid calls 1 for medium screen, grid calls 2, and gap will be 6. Then let's type here name, put a comma, email, then here dot map function, and inside this type here filter field, then a arrow function, and inside this let's give a div, give class name space from y axis will be 2, then key will be field. Then after this let's create a label tag, and inside this label tag give class name styles dot label style, and let's give a label, that is field dot character at 0 to uppercase, and inside this plus field dot slice method 1. Then a span tag, give class name text red 500 and asterisk pass here, so it will give you the name and email here. Now after this let's create a div, give class name, it will be styles dot input wrapper style, then let's pass a field is equal to name. Then in that case it will be showing a user icon, and the icon will have class name, position will be absolute, left will be 3, top will be 3, height will be 5, width will be 5, and text gray 400. Now after this let's copy this class name, and now in else case it will be showing mail, and paste it here. Let's close this icon here. So now we can see the icon is present here for name and email. Now after this our input tag type will be field is equal to email. Then in that case it will show email, in else it will show text. Then after this name will be field, then value it will be form data and field will be passed here. In on change type here handle change, then give class name to the input tag, that is styles dot input style. Then after this let's pass here errors field and create a paragraph tag, and in paragraph tag give class name styles dot error style. And now let's close this paragraph tag here. Let's pass here errors field will be passed here. So now after this let's create another div tag, give class name space from y axis will be 2, a label, in this label we will be giving a class name, that is that is styles dot label style. Inside this, let's give phone and a span tag, give class name text gray 500, and now let's pass here optional. Now after this, it will show phone optional label. Then after this label, let's create a div tag, give class name styles dot input wrapper style. Then icon that is phone, give class name to the icon. Position will be absolute, left will be 3, top will be 3, text gray 400, height will be 5, and width will be 5. Then let's close this. After this, let's type an input tag. Type will be phone, type will be tell, and name it will be phone, and value it will be form data dot phone, and here give on change it will be handle change. Then give class name it will be styles dot input style. So now after this, let's copy this div and let's paste it here again. Change phone to subject. Now change here, let's remove this icon here, we don't need the icon here, and let's remove this div here, and now let's remove this div here. Now after this, let's change name to subject, and type will be changed to type will be removed here, and form data will be subject. So now a subject is present here, a phone is present here. Now after this, again paste it here. Now inside this, let's change phone will be changed to message, and color will be changed to red, and now remove this optional button here. Then after this, in phone, remove this phone and let's type here message icon, message square icon. Then inside this, change name. Firstly, let's change this input tag to text area. Then after this, remove this type here. Then name will be changed to message, and a rows will be added here, which will be 4. Value will be changed to form data dot message, and in styles it will be changed to text area style. Now after this, create errors dot message and then a paragraph tag. Inside this, give a class name styles dot error style. Then after this, wait, remove this and let's close this paragraph here, and let's pass errors dot message. So now after this div, create a button tag. Inside this, give type will be submit, and give it will be disabled is equal to true if it is submitting. Then give class name styles dot submit button style. A div tag, give class name styles dot send icon wrapper style. Let's pass a icon that is send. Give class name width will be 5, height will be 5, and margin from right will be 2. Let's type send via WhatsApp. So after this, a button will be shown here. So now let me fill this details. Now change this number, then in subject nothing, and message will be trying or testing. Click on send. So it will take you to this particular number with these details here. Let's close this. And now after this, we have completed our front end for now. Let me show you. Now here, this is all completed. In about us, we have completed this. For books, we have completed this, and in contact we have completed this. For cart, it will be here. Now let's just go for the sign in option. Here, let's type hexagon@gmail.com. And now here, let's type here the password. Click, it will show this. So it's working fine. After this, let's click on back to home. Then search for the and search. So it will take you to the search route and it will show all the THE as it has the lowercase also. Once we click on high to low, it will show the doctor as it has the highest and the alchemist has the lowest price. Let us add these things to our card here. Now in home, let me add to collections, and we must add all 4 of them here. We can change the positive value and negative value here. We can increase or decrease the value. In cart, we can also increase or decrease the value or remove it from the cart. So all the functionalities are working fine. Let me check it if it's responsive or not for all the devices. So our home page is responsive for all the devices. Now for our book page, it is responsive, but it's taking to the down of the page. To fix that, go to our about us page, and inside this, let's type a use effect hook so that whenever we visit our site, it will take us to the top of this hook, to the top of the page. Type here window.scroll to 0, 0 and copy this use effect hook and paste it here. Now let's import this use effect hook for all of them. Paste it here. So whenever we refresh our page, it will be taking us to the top of the page. Whenever we change the tabs, so it will be doing this thing here. Paste it for the home page also. Now after this, let's again visit it. Now go to contact, it will take us to the top. So our contact us page is also responsive for all. Then in about us, it is responsive. So now our front end part is complete. Let me close all this and let's create a backend folder. And inside this backend folder, let's first open a split terminal and here type a cd backend. And inside this, first in backend folder, let's create a server.js file. Now inside this backend terminal, type here npm init to initialize our backend. Now the package name will be same and entry point will be same as server.js. And here type yes and hit enter. A package.json file is created here. Remove this test command here and here above this type will be module. Now inside this backend terminal, let's install multiple dependencies. So let's type a npm install bcrypt. Bcrypt is a library used for hashing and comparing the passwords. Then comes the body parser that acts as a middleware for the incoming request to the bodies. Then comes our core, which acts as a middleware that enables cross-origin platform sharing. Then comes our .env that helps in loading or creation of .env file. Then comes the Express. Express is a web framework. Then comes the JSON web token that generates and verify the JWT token. Then comes the Mongoose. Mongoose is an ODM library for MongoDB. Then comes our Multer. Multer acts as a middleware that helps in uploading the images. Then comes our NodeMon that helps to restart the node server that every time we make any changes. Then comes our Stripe. Stripe is our payment gateway. Then comes our UUID that helps in generation of unique ID. And lastly, we have the validator, which helps in validating whether it's an email or not. Now after installing, here we have these packages here and a node modules folder here. Now in server.js, let's type here import express from express package. Import cors from cors package. Then after this, type here const app is equals to express. Then after this type here const port is equals to 4000. So we will be using this port, that is 4000. Then after this, here we will be defining our middlewares. Then after this, here we will be defining our routes, and middle we will be defining our database connection. So inside this middleware, type here app.use course. Then after this, type here app.use, and here we will be typing express.json. So it will also a middleware. Then after this, type here app.use, that is express.url encoded, and here inside this extended will be true. So here we will be using these three middlewares. Then inside this routes, type here app.get. So we'll be getting this on slash route request comma response and create an arrow function. And now type here response.send, and it will send API working on our Chrome browser. Then after this, type here app.listen. So it will listen to our port. Now put a comma and type create an arrow function, and inside this type here console.log, and here we will be typing here backtick server started on localhost http localhost, and we will be giving our port here as in port. So it will listen to our port. So in our terminal, type here npm start, and it will show server started on localhost 4000. And now let's create the folder structure for our backend, that is the config folder. Here we will be defining our database. Then the models, here we will be defining our schemas. Then after this, create a controllers folder for the functionality. Then a routes folder for creating the routes, and a .env file. Now after this, a folder for the middleware also to define our middleware. So first in our config, let's create a db.js file. Now first go to your Chrome, and now here search for MongoDB. Now click on this first link, and here click on get started. Click sign up with Google. So create your account using the Google here. Now here, if you already have created the cluster, you don't need to do this. Restly create a new project, and here give the project name as bookseller. Click on next, then create project. Now after creating the project, click on create cluster and click on free, and click create deployment. Now here give the password. Don't use @ here. So here I will give this password and click on create database user. Then after this, choose a connection method and drivers. Here a string will be generated here. So just copy this string and go to your VS Code. And here firstly, let's type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Then type here export const connect db is equals to, it will be an async function, and create an arrow function. Type here await mongoose.connect, and inside this paste this string, and now give the database name as bookseller. Then after this, type here .then method, create another arrow function, and type here console.log, and it will show that db connected on our terminal. So now after this, after creating this, go to your server.js, and inside this let's type here connect db, and after this let's restart this. Okay, the server is as in started from the node, so change this node to nodemon for the start, and now type here npm start, so it make the changes each time we make any changes. Okay, to fix this, first let's go to your network access and click on edit and click on allow access from anywhere and confirm it. So it will take some time here. Now after confirming this, again in your server.js just type here .js to import it. So it shows that server status on localhost 4000 and DB connect. Now in your models, let's create a user model.js file. Now inside this, first type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Then type here const user schema is equals to new schema mongoose.schema, and here we will be defining our schema. So we will be taking as name as input, type of the name will be string, and required, so it will be required as true, so it will be required there. Then after this we will be taking email, so for the email type will be again string, and required it will be again true. Then after this it will have a unique property, so that a particular email is only registered on our database. Then we take password as input, type of the password will be again string, and it will be required will be again true, so it will be true. Then after taking these inputs, let's create a timestamp, so timestamp will be true. Then after this, let's type here const user model is equals to mongoose dot model models dot user, or it will be mongoose dot model, and inside this we will be giving a name that is user, and we will be passing here user schema. Then we have to export this user model, so export default user model. So here we have created our user model. So after this, let's go to our controller folder and create a user controller.js file. Now here let's type here import user model from user model.js. Then after this, let's type here, let's create a function for the registration of a user. So let's type here export const, or remove this const, type here export an async function. So we will be exporting a async function, and the name of the function will be register user. And now after this we will be taking as request comma response as input. Then after this type here const user name comma email comma password is equals to request.body. So these details will be coming from the request.body. Then if in case that username is not present, or email is not present, or the password is not present, in that case it will return a response.status. Then it will show a status that is 400.json method, and inside this it will show the success message will be false. Then the message, it will be all fields are required. So here we need to fill all the details. If any of this is not filled, then it will show this error. If, then here first let's import our validator. So we will be importing the validator from validator package. So here type here if validator dot is email, so it will check that whether it's an email or not. If it's an email, then if it's not an email, it will return response.status 400.json, and success here will be false, and the message here it will be invalid credentials or invalid email. Now after this, if the password dot length, if the password length is less than 8 characters, then it will again show a message that is return response.status 400.json method, and the success will be false, and message here it will be password must be at least of 8 characters. Now here we will be checking the if all the details are filled or not. Here it will validate the email, and here we will be validating the password length. If all these things are working fine, then create a try catch block, and inside this try block, let's type here const user exist is equals to await keyword, and it will check the from the user model dot find one, and we'll be finding the through the email, as email is a unique property. So if user exists, if the user is founded, then it will return response.status, and the status will be 409.json method, and it will be success, here will be false again, and message, here it will be user already exists, as the user is founded using the email, and if it's founded it will show this message. Then else we will be hashing the password, so type here const hashed password is equals to await bcrypt. So we have to import this bcrypt here, so type here import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Now here type here await bcrypt dot hash, so we'll be hashing the password and mixing with the salt with 10, so the salt value will be 10. Then type here const user is equals to await keyword user model dot create, so we will be creating a new user, so the new user will have name, that is username, then it will have an email, the email, and then it will have a password. The password will store the hashed password. Now after this it will type, let's type here const token is equals to create token. So for this first we will be passing the user dot underscore id, so let's first create this create token here. So first let's type here const jwt underscore secret is equals to process dot env dot jwt underscore secret, or it will be your jwt secret here. Then after this let's type here const token underscore expires, so the token expiration will be in 24 hours. Now after this type here import jwt from JSON web token package. Now after this let's create the function for the token generation, so type here const create token is equals to, we will be passing here user id and create an arrow function, and type here jwt dot sign method, so here we will be signing using this id. Id will have the user id and it will be mixed with the jwt secret, and put a comma and type here expires in, so it will expire in token expires. So here after creating this token, let's give a response, that is response.status, and the status will be 201.json method, and inside this the success, here it will be true this time, and the message here it will be account created successfully. Now after this we will be passing the token, then user will have these details, that is it will have a id, so the id will be user dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id. Then after this it will have the user name, will have the user name, user dot name. Then after this for the email it will have user dot email. Now after this inside this, after creating these things, it will return this response here. So for this catch block type here console dot error, and inside this let's type here registration error, then after this put a comma and pass here error. Then here type here response dot status, and this time the status will be 500 and dot json method. Then the success message here will be false, and the message here it will be server error. Now after creating the registration, let's create the function for the login function to log in the user. So here let's type here export default async function, So here we will be exporting an async function. Name of the function will be login user and request comma response. And now here first let's type here const email comma password. So these both details will be coming from the request.body. Then after this, if email is not found or if password is not present, then in that case it will return response.status, and this time the status will be 400.json. Then type here success message, here will be false, and the message here it will be all fields are required. So if we haven't have the email or the password in the input field, it will show this error message. Then after this, let's create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let's type here const user is equals to await keyword. Now type here user model dot find one. So again we will be finding the user using this email as it is unique here. Then if user does not exist, then in that case it will return response.status, that is 401.json method, and inside this the success here it will be false, and message here it will show the message that the user does not exist or it is an invalid email or password. So if the user is not finded by the email, it will show this message. Then it will check the password here. So type a const is match is equals to await keyword, then bcrypt.compare. So we'll be using this compare method for comparing password comma user dot password. So it will compare the user password with the already present password. So if is match does not happen, then in that case it will return response.status, and this time the status will be 401.json method, and here the success message again will be false, and the message here it will show that invalid credentials or email or password. Now after comparing, let's just copy this response, and here just if both the things work fine, if the user is not founded and the password is matched, then it will create a token here, and this time the response.json will be 200. Then here it will show login successful. The message will be login successful here. Now here we will be passing showing the token as well as the user details. Now again let's just copy this catch block, and here in the catch block let's paste it here and just change this to login error. So now we have completed our user model. Now go to your routes and create our user routes.js file. Here we will be defining the routes. So type here import express from express package. Now after this type here const user router is equals to express dot router. So we'll be creating this as a router. Then type here user router dot post method, as it will be a creation method, so it will be post method. It will be done on /register route, and we will be passing here register user, that is coming from this user controller.js file. Then after this type here user router dot, again it will be a post method. It will be done on /login, and we will be passing here login user. Now we have to export this user router. So type here export default user router. Now after this let's go to our server.js, and inside this routes type here app.use, and we'll be using /API/user, and put a comma, type here user router. So it will be imported here, and it will show first. After this go to your Thunder client. So to get this Thunder client extension, go to your extension and click search for Thunder client and install this. Now here click on new request and here type h. Just open this to your Chrome and copy this URL for the localhost, and it will be a post method. So here go to your server.js and copy this /API/user and paste it here. Then go to your user router and copy this /register route, and now after this /register, and this inside this let's give the details. So we will be taking name will be here hexa, then put a comma, email, and here email it will be hexa@gmail.com. then after this type here password, and the password here it will be this password. Then let's send this. So it will show all fields must required. So here the name will be changed to username because we have taken username as the input. So copy this and just paste it here. Now send it. So it will show the success message and it will create a token here, and this is the user details. Now to check for the login, let's just click on login and remove this username as we don't need this required field. So it will show the status 200 and it's working fine. On your MongoDB, go to your cluster and click on browse collection, and here you will be able to see a user and it will show you that the user is being created here. Now after this let's close this and go to your models and create a model for book model.js file. Now here type here import mongoose from mongoose package, then type here const book schema is equals to new mongoose dot schema. Now inside this we will be taking title for the book. So the title type will be string and required it will be true. Then put a comma, type here author. So we'll be taking the author as our input. Type of the author will be string and required here it will be true. Then after this we'll be taking price and the price type will be number, and put a comma, and now type here required it will be required as true. So we'll be taking price as a input. Then after this we will be taking image. So for the image type will be string. Then after this we will be taking rating. So this time the rating type will be again number. Then after this required here it will be true, but for default it will be 4, and for minimum it has to be 1 and maximum it can be 5. Now for the category it will be again type of the category, here it will be string and required it will be true. Now after this here let's type a description, and for the description type of the description here it will be string. Now after this put a comma and type here timestamp. So we will be taking timestamp also. So timestamp will be true. Now after this type here const book is equals to mongoose dot model, and here we will be typing here book as the model name and passing the book schema here. Then let's export default book. Now we have created our model here. So in your controller.js let's create our book controller.js file. Now let's type here import book from book models.js file. Then after this let's create the function for the creation of a book, that is to create a book here. So type here export const create book is equals to an async function create, type here request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function, and inside this let's create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let's first type a const file name is equals to request dot file name. Then if it is, then it will be this, else it will be null. Then type here const image path is equals to file name dot, if it is file name then it will be, first in your models let's create a uploads folder so that it can contains the images coming from our front end. So it will be done on /uploads/file name. Now after this, else it will be null. Now after this type a const title comma author comma price comma category rating, then after this category, then description is equals to request dot body. So these details will be coming from the request dot body. Then const book is equals to new book, so we'll be passing here title. So the new book will contain the title, it will contain the author, it will contain price, then it will contain the rating, then after rating it will contain the category, then it will have the description, and we have the take the image as the image path. So here these things will be saved in your MongoDB, and the book will be created here. Now after this type here const saved is equals to await keyword, and here type here book.save method, so it will save the book here. Then show a response.status, so this time the status here it will be 201.json or .json method, and inside this pass here saved. Now in case of the error, just type here next and pass here error. So here we will be creating our second function, that is the get function. So it will be a get books function. So type here export const get book, so it will be a fetch function to get all the book. So create an async function request comma response comma next, and create an arrow function, create a try catch block, and inside this try block let's type here const books is equals to await keyword books dot find, so we'll be finding the book dot sort, so we'll be sorting it using the created at method. So it will be showing the latest book on the top, that is the first comes the latest entry, then after this comes the older entries. Then type a response.json method and pass the books here. Now in case of the error, type a next error. Now here we will be creating the book, here it will be getting the book here fetching, that is. Then let's create a function for the delete a book, so we'll be deleting a particular book. So let's type here export const delete book is equals to an async function. Now here type request comma response comma next and create an arrow function, and now create a try catch block. Now in your try block type here const book is equals to await keyword book dot find by id and delete. So we'll be finding the book by the id, that is request dot params dot id, and we'll be deleting it through it only. If book is not founded, then in that case it will return this response.status, that is 404.json method, and inside this the message here it will be book not found. So if the book is not founded by the ID, it will show this error. Now let's create the image handler. So once we delete a book there, it will delete the book from the uploads folder also. So type here if book.image, then type here const file path is equals to path, wait a second, path dot join. So we'll be joining the path from the process dot cwd then put a comma and type here book dot image. Now after this type here fs, then type here unlink. So we'll be using the fs unlink, and it will unlink the file path, and in case of the error create a arrow function, type here if error, then console dot warn, so it will warn us that failed to delete the image, and pass the error here. So here we will be unlinking the image from the uploads folder. Then it will show the status as response.json, and message here it will be book deleted successfully. So here in case of the error, just type here again next and pass here error. Now after this go to your routes folder and create a route, that is book routes.js file. Now here let's type here import express from express package, then type here import multer. So let's set up the multer first. From the multer package it has been imported. Then let's type here const book router is equals to express.router. Now after creating the router, first let's set up our multer here. Now type here const storage is equals to multer.disk storage. So it will be using our disk storage. Then here destination for the file, here it will be request comma underscore file comma cb, and create a arrow function and type here cb, and value will be null comma uploads folder. So the destination here it will be uploads folder, and the file name here it will be request comma, again it will take the request file and cb, and create an arrow function and type here cb, either it will be null or it will be dollar date dot now, and it will store it as date dot now minus dollar file dot original name. So it will store it using the original name here. Now after this type here const uploads or upload is equals to multer dot multer, and here we will be passing the storage. So it will be uploading the image in our storage. So book router dot post method at it will be create the book. So put a comma, type here upload dot single, and we will be uploading the image. Then pass the create book that is coming from the book controller.js file. Then after this type here book router dot get method. So it will be a fetch method. Then put a comma and type here get books function. Then after this book router dot delete method. So it will delete the method book using the id, and we will be passing here delete book function. Then after this let's export default book router. Now after creating this, we have set up the multer here and we have created these routes here. So let's go to our server.js and let's type first here. Firstly let's type here import. So we will be importing path from path package, then import file URL to path from URL. Then let's type here const double underscore file name is equals to file URL to path, and here type here import meta dot URL. Then type here const double underscore dir, that is directory name, and here type here equals to path dot dir name, and here it will be double underscore file name. Now after this inside your routes type here app.use, and here we will be using that /API/book, and put a comma, type here book router. Now after this it has been imported here. Now after this let's type here app.use to upload the image. It will be on /uploads. Then put a comma and type here express.static, and we will be uploading through the path.join, and it will join _dir path here with the uploads uploads folder. So here we will be uploading the image, and here we will be uploading the book. Now to test it, go to your Thunder client again, and here just change it to HTTP localhost, and here remove this and type here API/book and API/book, and here in your book it will be on /. So for the / here we just don't need to put the / here. Let's just paste it. This data is present in the dummy file that is given in the description box. Here it will show you this output. Here image is null as we haven't taken the image as the input here, and it will show you these details. Now let's paste the second book and again send it here. So it will show you the success message. Then to get this, it will show the 2 entries that you have just made here. Now for to delete, it will be done using the ID, and it will be a delete method. So once deleted, it will show book deleted successfully. Now again to get, it will just fetch you a single output, that is this detail. Now to delete this again, just copy this ID and paste it here and click on delete and send it. So it will show book deleted successfully. Now again it will be a get method. So let's fetch it again. So it will show an empty array. So it is all working fine here. Let's close all this first. And now after closing all this, let's go to your models and now create a cart model.js file. Now type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Then type here const cart schema is equals to new mongoose.schema, and here we will be defining the schema here. We will be taking user type will be mongoose.schema.types.object id, and here reference, here it will be user. So this user will be coming from the user model. Then here it will be required as true. So it will be required, and it has to be unique, as a unique user can handle its cart here. Then for the items, let's type here first, let's create the book here. To book, the type for the book here, it will be coming again from the mongoose.schema.types.object id, and for the reference it will be coming from the book model.js, that is book schema. It will be required as true. Then after this we will be taking quantity as an input, and here the quantity, here it will be type of the quantity, here it will be number, and required here for the quantity it will be true. Then here as for the default, as it's in cart, then it has to be 1, and minimum it has to be 1 as it has to be in the cart. So it has to be 1 for the object. Now after this, let's put a comma here and let's get the timestamps. So timestamp will be true. Then after this, let's type here const cart model is equals to mongoose.schema or mongoose.models, and type here .cart, or it will be mongoose.model, and here we will be naming the database as cart and pass the cart schema here. And now type here export default cart model. So after creating this, let's go to your controller and let's create a controller, that is cart controller.js file. Now here let's type here import cart model from cart model.js file. Then after this, let's import the book model from the /models then /book model.js file. Now after this, to create a function to add to cart, we have to create this function. Just type a export async function, and the name of the function will be add to cart, and we will be taking request comma response. And now let's type a const book id comma quantity. So these both details will be coming from the request dot body. Then after this, let's type here if the book id is not found, or if the quantity is not present, or quantity is less than 1, that is it is not in the cart, then it will return response.status, and the status will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will be false, and message here it will be book id and valid quantity is required. That is, we need a quantity and a book. So here we will be requiring both book id and the quantity of that particular book id. So let's create a try catch block, and inside this try block let's type here const book is equals to await book model dot find by id. So we'll be finding the book using the id of the book id. Then here if book is not found, then in that case it will return response.status, and the status will be 404.json method, and inside this success here it will be false, and the message here it says that book not found. So if the book is not found using the id, it will show you this error. Then type a let cart is equals to await keyword, and type a cart model dot find one. So we'll be finding the cart using the user id. So we will be taking request dot user dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id. To find the book we use the book id, and to find the cart we use this user id. So if cart is not present, in that case we will be typing here cart is equals to await keyword, and here cart model dot create. So we will be, if the cart is not present, then we will create the cart for that particular user, and the details will be user will have the user id here. Then for the items it will take the array, and inside this array we will be giving the book, as the book id will be passed here, and the book id will contain the quantity also. So the item will contains the book id with the quantity, and user will have the user id. In else case, if the cart is present, then in else case it will be const item index. So here we will increase the item. So will be equals to cart items dot find index. So we will be finding the index of this item, create an arrow function, and type here item dot book to string is equal to book id. So if the item book is equals to book id, then if item index is greater than -1, then it will be cart items, and where will be passing items index dot quantity, and it will increase by the quantity here. Now in else case, here it will be cart dot items dot push. So we'll be pushing here the book, and the book will store the book id, and after this put a comma and type here quantity. So here it will increase the book id book quantity here. Then await cart dot save. So we'll be saving the cart here. Now it will return a response. So response dot status it will be 200.json method, and here let's type a success. Then the success here it will be true, and message here it will be item added to cart. So here it will show you this success message. Then let's pass here cart here. Then in case of this error, let's type here just type here response dot status, and the status here it will be 500.json, and here the success message here it will be false, and the message here it will be server error, or that is error adding to cart. Now here we will be typing an error, and the error will contain the error dot message. Now after this, let's create another function, that is get user cart. So here to fetch that cart, type a export async function get cart, and type a request comma response, and now after this create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let's type a const cart is equals to await keyword, and here we will be finding this cart using the cart model dot find one, and again we will be finding here using the user ID. So cart will be always find by the user ID dot populate, and we will be populating here the path, and the path here of the items dot book. Then after this put a comma and type here models, and model here it will be book. So we'll be populating the book model here. If cart is not present, or cart dot items dot length is equal to 0. If the cart is not present, or if the cart length is equal to 0, then it will return the status as 200.json method, and here the success here it will be true, and the cart here it will be items, and the cart will have the item as 0, and the total amount will be 0. Tax here it will be 0. Shipping amount here it will be 0, and final amount it will be 0. If the cart have 0 items in it, then it will show these details as 0. Then type a let total amount is equal to 0. Type a const tax rate is equals to 0.1, and type a const shipping is equals to 50. Then type a cart dot items for each. So for each items in the cart, type a book comma quantity, and now create a arrow function, and now inside this arrow function type a total amount is plus is equals to, so it will increase the total amount value using the book dot price, or it will be 0 if it is 0 into quantity to the number of quantities. So the total amount will come from the book dot price into quantity. Then type here const tax is equals to parse float, type here total amount into tax rate. So it will be into dot 2 fixed, so it will give you the value to the 2 decimal places. Then type here const final amount is equals to parse float, and it will be passing here total amount plus tax, then plus it will be shipping dot 2 fixed to 2 decimal place. Then after this type a response dot status, and the status will be 200.json method, and inside this type here success here it will be true, and cart here it will be pass here, and then we will be passing the summary, that is the total amount comma tax comma shipping. Then we will be passing here final amount. So here in the response it will have these details here, and let's copy this catch block here and paste it here, and now here change this message to error in retrieving cart. So here we will be getting this error here. Let's create another function, that is update item quantity. Now after this type here export async function, and the name of the function here, it will be update cart item. And here let's type here request comma response, and now type here const book id comma quantity is equals to request dot body. Let's type here const. Now after this, type here if the book id is not founded or the quantity is less than 1, in that case type here return response dot status 400.json method, and here we will be typing the success message. Here it will be false, and the message here it will be valid book id and quantity required. So if the quantity is less than 1, so it's not in the cart. Also if the book is not found in the cart, so it will show this error. Then create a try catch block, and now after this type here const cart is equals to await keyword, and now inside this type here cart model dot find one. So we'll be finding the cart using the user again. So the cart will be found using the user ID. Now after this, if the cart is not found, then in that case it will again return the return response dot status, and the status here it will be 404.json method, and here the success here it will be false, and the message here it says that the cart not found. So if the cart is not found by the user, so it will show using the user ID, it will show this error. Then type here const item is equals to carts dot items dot find. So we'll be finding the item dot create an arrow function and type here item dot book dot toString is equal to book ID. So here we will be finding this using the book ID. If the item is not found, if the book is not found, then in that case return response dot status 404.json method success will be false, and the message here it says that the item not found. Now if the item is not found using the ID, it will show that the item is not found in the cart here. Then after this item dot quantity is equal to quantity. Now after this type here await keyword and type here cart dot save method. So we will be saving the cart here, and it will return a response dot status, and the status will be 200.json method, and the success here it will be true this time, and the message here it will be cart updated. So it will update the cart here and pass the cart here. Now after this, in case of the error, again let's just paste it here, and error will be updating cart items. Now after this, let's create another function that is remove from cart, that is remove item from the cart. So let's type here export async function, and here the name of the function will be remove cart item, and now take request comma response, and now inside this function let's type here const. Again the book ID will be taken from the request dot body and request dot params. So here we will be taking the book ID from the request dot params and create a try catch block. Inside this try block, let's type here const cart is equals to await keyword, and let me just copy this line. Let me copy this and paste it here. So again it will just find the user using the ID, and if it's the cart is not found, it will show this cart not found here. Then after this type here cart dot items is equals to cart dot items dot filter. So we will be filtering the item by the item dot book dot toString, and it will be not equal to book ID. So this time the cart item will be filtered and if it's not equals to book ID, then it will await card.save. So here to remove, it will just check that the book that is removed is not present there. Then it will show the response.status, and the success here it will be true, and here message it will say that the item removed from cart. Then it will pass the cart here, that is the updated cart here. Now in case of this catch, let's just copy this catch block, and now here let's just paste it here, and here the change this to removing cart item. Now after the removement, let's create another function, that is clear cart function. So for this, let's type here export const clear user cart is equals to an async function, and here take request comma response and create an arrow function, and type here const user id is equals to request dot user dot id. So here the user id will be coming from the request dot user dot id, and this clear cart will be work only on the front end. So type here const export const cart is equals to await keyword cart model dot find one. Again we will be finding the cart using the user id. Then after this, type here if the cart is not present, then in that case it will return response dot status, and this time the status here it will be 404 dot json method, and the success here it will be false, and the message here it will say that the cart not found. So again the cart is founded using the user id. Then after this, type here cart dot items is equals to empty. So we have to empty this as an empty array, and we have to save the cart here, await cart dot save method. Then it will return this status, that is 200.json method, and here the success message it will be false, it will be true, and message here it will say that cart cleared. So after clearing the cart, it will show this message here. So we'll be clearing the cart again using this user id to find the cart, and we will be clearing this to an empty array. After creating this cart controller, go to your middleware. Let's create a auth.js middleware file. Now type here import jwt from JSON web token package. Then after this, type here import user from model/user model.js file. Now after this, let's just copy this line, that is has to be same, so paste it here. Then after this, type here export default async function, and the name of the function here it will be auth middleware, and we will be taking here request comma response. Then after this, taking the next, and after this, now type here const auth header is equal to request dot headers dot authorization. Now if auth header is not found, or auth header dot starts with, so it will be start with the bearer space. Now in that case, it will return response dot star status, and the status here it will be 401 and dot here JSON method, and inside this JSON method, type here success here it will be false, and the message here it will say that not authorized or token missing. So here we will be taking the token here in the auth header, and if it is not found, it will show you this response here. Now after this, type here const token is equals to auth header dot split, and we will be splitting it using the space here. Now after this, type here a try catch block, and now after this, in your first make it ERR, and in your try block let's type here const payload is equal to jwt.verify. So we will be verifying the token here with the jwt secret. Then type here const user is equals to await keyword and type here user dot find by id. So we will be finding it by the payload dot id dot select, and we will be selecting in excluding the password here. So here we will be, if user is not found, here the user is not found by the id, then it will return the status, that is 401.json method, and inside this the success here it will says the false, and the message here it says that the user not found. So if the user is not found using the payload.id, that is the id, then it will show you this response. Then type here request.user is equals to user and type here next user. Now in case of the error, type here console.error and here type here JWT verification field or the error, and here type pass the error here and then return response dot status, and the status here it will be 401.json method, and now inside this type a success, and the success here it will be false, and the message here it will say that the token invalid or expired. So if the error shows, so it will show this error here. Now after this, go to your routes and create a file, that is cartroute.js file. Now here let's type here import express from express package. Then after this type here const or type here cart router is equals to express.router. So let's create this as a router here. Firstly we have to type here const cart router will be a express.router. Then type here cart router.post method, it will be /add, and type here auth middleware, so it will be fetched coming from the auth.js file. Then after this let's put a comma here and type here add to cart, which is coming from this controller.js cart controller.js. Then after this cart router.get method, it will be a fetch method which will be done on /, again it will need a token here, and after this get cart here. Then cart router.put method, it will be an update method, it will be done using this /update route, and it will again require a token here and pass the update cart item function. Then type here cart router.delete method, it will be done on /remove id, that is the book id. So we will be removing the deleting the item through the id here. Now after this type here cart router.delete, again it will be a delete method and it will be done on /clear route, and here we will be taking token again and the clear user route function will be passed here. Then let's export default cart router here. Now go to your server.js, and now after this let's type a app.use method, and inside this it will be on /api/cart, put a comma and type here cart router. So it will be imported here. Now after this let's go to your models folder, and here inside your models folder let's create another model folder, model file, that is order model.js. Now here let's type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Now type here const. Now go to your Chrome, this link is given in the description box, so go to your GitHub, and here let me just open this file here and go to your backend, and here in your backend go to your order model.js, and here copy this and paste it here. So here we will be taking the creating this address schema, and here we will be taking this full name of the user, the email, the phone number, the street, the city, state and zip code for the address schema. Then after this, for the item schema, again just copy this and now paste it here. So for the item schema, we will be taking this item schema, the book. This book is coming from the reference book, then the title, author, price, quantity, etc. Then after this, first let's create our const order schema is equals to new mongoose dot schema. So here we will be defining our order schema here. So here for the order ID, we will be taking this order ID. The type of this order ID will be string. Then this will be coming from this required, it will be true. And now after this, put a comma and type here. It has to be unique as it will be unique. Then after this, let's type here user, and the user, it will be typing. Type will be mongoose dot schema dot types, then dot object ID. Then after this, put a comma, type here reference, and the reference here, it will be coming from the user. Then after this, type here required, it will be true. Then after this, type here shipping address, and now here for the shipping address, it will be type of the shipping address here, it will be address schema, and required, it will be true. Then after this, type here book, then here for books, it will be item schema. Now go back here and let's just copy all this and paste it here. Now let me just close this here. So here, after defining this schema, we will be taking this shipping charges, this for the amount, that is total amount, tax amount, final amount. Then the payment method, either it will be online or it will be COD, that is cash on delivery. Then after this, the payment status, either it will be paid or it will be unpaid. Default, it will be unpaid. Here we will be taking these two things for the online payment only, that is the session ID and the online and the payment intent also. Here we will be giving the notes, delivery date and the order status. Here will be these details. And here we will be taking this timestamp also. Now type here order schema dot pre. So validate here. So we will be validating the function. Now type here next, and now inside this type here if this dot total amount is not equal to null, then and this dot tax amount is not equal to null, then in that case this dot final amount is equal to this dot total amount plus this dot tax amount plus this dot shipping charge or 0. So it will give you the final amount here. Then type here next, and now after this let's type here const order is equals to mongoose dot model, then type here dot order, or it will be mongoose dot model, and here let's give the model name, that is order, then put a comma and pass here order schema. Now after this type here export default order here. Then after this, after creating this schema here, let's go to our controller, and in your controller let's create our order controller.js file. Now here let's type here import order from order model.js file. Now after this type here import book from /model/book model.js file. Now after this Now here search for Stripe on your Chrome. Now click on this first link, click sign in, and here sign in using your or create your new account if you want, as we have already signed in previously. So let me sign in here using this Google account, and it will redirect you to dashboard page. Here you will get this secret key here. So let's copy this, and now here go to your .env, and here just type here stripe underscore secret underscore key is equals to, and just paste this key here. Now after this, let's just type here, go to your order controller, and now just type here import Stripe from Stripe package. Now after this, let's type here import. So here we will be importing v4 as UUID v4 from UUID package for the unique ID generation. Then let's type here const stripe is equals to stripe, and here type here process.env dot. So in your env just copy this stripe secret key and now paste it here. Now after this, make this book as capital B. Now after this, let's create our first function, that is create a order. So let's type here export const create order is equals to an async function. Now type a request comma response comma next and create an arrow function. Now type create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let's type here const customer comma items comma payment method comma notes comma delivery date is equals to request dot body. So these details will be coming from the request dot body. Then after this, let's type here if array dot is array, and this it will check that the items, or it will be items dot length is equal to 0. If in that case, it will return response dot status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and here the message here it will be invalid order or empty items, that is the array of the item will be empty. Now after this, type here const normalized is normalized PM, that is payment method, is equals to cash on delivery comma, or it will be online payment. Now after this, type here dot includes, so it will include payment method. Then after this, if it includes payment method, so it will be this, else it will be online payment. Now after this, type here const order ID is equals to backtick ORD, and here we will be giving this unique ID v4 function here. So it will just generate the order ID as the unique order ID. Then after this, let's go to your GitHub, go to your order controller, and let's just copy these details here, and now paste it here. So here we will be taking this as the amount calculation will be done here. Here we will be calculating this total amount, the tax amount, and the shipping charges using the item price, and it will give the tax amount to 2 decimal places. Now after this, we will be mapping the customer address, that it will map the email, phone number, street, city, state, and zip code to the shipping address. So we will be map that thing to this thing. Now after this, it will return, but before returning, let's type here const order item is equals to await keyword promise dot all and here it will be items.map, and type here a async function, and inside this item and create an arrow function, type here const book doc is equals to await keyword, and here it will be book dot find by id, and we will be finding this using this item dot id dot leen method. Then after this, type here if book doc is not found, in that case type here const error is equals to new error, and here let's just type here backtick book not found, and now let's type here dollar item dot id. So here it will show that the error, that is the book id, is not found here. Now after this, type here error dot status, and the status for the error is equals to 400. Then type here throw error, so it will throw the new error. Now after this, let's remove this and paste it here. In else case, it will return you these details. Then it will show you these details here. Then after this is your base order data, that it will have this order id, it will have this user id, it will have this shipping address, the books will contain the order items, the shipping charges, total amount, tax amount, payment method will be either online or COD. Then after this, let's create our online payment. So for this online payment, if normalize PM is equal to online payment, so if the payment method is online, then in that case it will be typing const session is equals to await keyword, type as stripe dot checkout dot session dot create. So here we will be creating this session, and here the payment method underscore type will be card. So we will be taking the method of the payment using the card, and the mode here it will be payment. Then after this, line underscore items, here it will be, now type here items dot map, and we will be mapping the order and create an arrow function, type here price, and the price data will have this currency, and the currency will be INR, that is Indian. Then after this, type here product underscore data, and the product underscore data will be name, and the name will be order dot name. Then after this, the unit amount will contain the mat dot round, and it will round the order dot price into 100. Now after this, put a comma and type a quantity, and the quantity will be order dot quantity. Then after this, type here customer, and the customer email will contain the customer dot email. Now after this, type here success, and the success URL. For the success URL, if the payment is for the success URL, give backtick, type here process.env.frontend URL, that is underscore URL. So it will be slash, after this type a slash orders. So now copy this frontend URL, and now go back to .env file, and now here just type here, paste it here, and now let's just copy this frontend URL as it has to be same. So now in your process.env, just paste it here, is equals to, and make it inside a single quote here. Now after this, give slash verify. So we'll be getting the session underscore ID, and it will be stored as the checkout underscore session ID underscore ID. So here we will be getting this session ID, and for the cancel URL, so we'll be verifying this using these URL. Again, just copy this URL and now paste it here. then it will be checkout, and it will be payment is underscore status is equals to cancel. So if in case of cancel, it will take us to checkout, and if in case of the success, it will take us to orders page. Then type here metadata, it will be order ID. Now after this, let's type here const new order is equals to new order, and now inside this type here dot base order data, then type here payment status, and the payment status here it will be unpaid. Then after this type here session, for the session ID it will be session dot ID. Then type here payment status, payment intent, and payment intent here it will be session dot payment underscore intent. So here we are in new order, it will be saving these details here. Then type here await new order dot save method, so it will save these details in our MongoDB. Then return the status as 201.json method, and inside this type here order, and order will contain the new order. Then put a comma and type here checkout URL will contain the session dot URL. Now after saving the things for the online, let's save the things for the COD. Now type here const new order is equals to new order, and inside this type here dot base order data. Then after this, we don't need the payment status here, just paste it here, because there is no need for the session ID for this, and it will no need for the checkout also, so it will be null here. Now in case of this catch block, let's type here in case of the error, type a next error. Now after this, let's create the confirm stripe payment. So here we will be creating the function for the confirm payment, that the payment has been paid. So type here export const confirm payment is equals to an async function, take the request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function, and now create a try catch block. Now inside this try block, let's type here const session underscore ID is equals to request dot query. So this session ID will be coming from the request.query. Then if the session ID is not found, then in that case return response.status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and here let's type here message, and the message it will say that the session ID is required. So to confirm the payment, there must be a session ID that is coming from the stripe. Now after this, type here const session is equals to await keyword, and type here stripe dot checkout dot session dot retrieve. So here we will be retrieving the session ID here. And here we will be getting the session ID, and here we will retrieve the session dot underscore ID. Then if session dot payment underscore status is not equal to paid, then in that case return response dot status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and here inside this type here message, and the message here it will be payment not completed. That if the payment status is not equal to paid, then it will just give the payment is not completed here. Then type here const order is equals to await order dot find one and update. So here we will be finding one using the session ID, and we will be updating it here. Now after this, type here payment status, it will be paid. Then put a comma and pass here new, just a second, type a new, it will be true. Now just remove this and now close the bracket here. So here we will be updating the status as paid and the new will be true and session ID will be session underscore ID. If order is not found, then in that case return response dot status, and this time the status it will be 404.json method, and type here message, and message here it will be order not found. So if the order is not found, then it will show you this error. Then after this type a response.json and it will save the order here. Then in case of the error, type a next error. Now after this, let's create another function, that is get all orders. Type a export const get orders is equals to an async function. Create a request comma response comma next and create an arrow function. Create a try catch block, and now inside this try block type a const search comma status is equals to request dot query. So here we will be getting these details from the request dot query, that is search and status. Then after this type a const filter is equals to empty array empty. Then after this if status, then filter dot order status is equals to status. So here get all orders, that is it will fetch all the orders coming from all the IDs. Then after this, let's just copy this and here paste it here. So it will be it will just text search, so it will just search the, it will act as a filter here. Let's just copy this here and paste it here. It will fetch the matching orders and it will be placed at -1, means that it will show you the latest order on the top. Then after this, let's just copy this and now paste it here. Now here it will just count the number of orders here, and here it will give you this response here. Here it will give you response for this details here for the fetching here. Now in case of this error, just type here again next and type here ERR. Now after this, let's create another function, that is get orders by ID. So get a order by a particular ID, type a export const get order by ID is equals to an async function, and now type a request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function. And now here just type here a try catch block, and now inside this try block let's type a const order is equals to await keyword, type here order dot find by ID, and here we will be finding this using this request dot params dot ID. So here we will be finding this order using this ID dot leen method also. Then if order is not found, then in that case it will just return response dot status, and the status here it will be 404.json method, and here inside this type here message, and the message here it will be order not found. Then after this type here response.json, and here we will be giving the order here. So here we will be finding the order using this ID. If not found, it will show this error, else it will be passed here. Then in case of this error again, just type here next ERR, that is the error will be passed here. Then after this get user order, so here we will be fetching the order of a particular user here. So type here export const get user order is equals to an async function. Now type here request comma response and create an arrow function. Now create a try catch block, and inside this try block let's just type here const order is equals to await keyword and type here order dot find. So we will be finding it again using the user ID. So here we will be taking as request dot user dot underscore ID, that is the MongoDB ID. Then we will be typing a dot populate, and here this time we will be populating the books dot book, and now type a dot short. So we will be shorting it as the created at, it will be -1. So we will be creating it, so it will show you the latest order of that user on the top. Then it will show the response dot status, it will be 200. Then type a dot JSON method, and inside this we will be passing here orders. So here we will be fetching the order, also giving the response. Here in case of the error, just type a console dot error, and it will be get user order errors, and let's just pass the error here err, and type a response dot status, and this time the status here it will be 500 dot JSON method, and let's type here error dot error, and error will contain that is failed to fetch user's order. Now after this, let's type here, let's create another function that is update orders. So we will be updating the order. Now type export const update order is equals to an async function, and type a request comma response, and type next, and create an arrow function. Now create a try catch block, and now inside this try block, first let's type a err, and try block let's type a const allowed is equals to, so here type a order status, so only order status can be changed, then only payment status and delivery date can be changed, also the notes can be changed here. Then after this, type here const update data is equals to empty. Then after this, type here allowed dot for each value, that is the for each field, create an arrow function, and type here if request dot body of each field, that is not equal to undefined, that is if each field is not undefined, then update data field is equal, update data field is equals to request dot body, and it will be field. Then after this, type here const updated is equals to await keyword order dot find by ID and update. So we will be finding the updated that from the order, that is the request dot params dot ID, and updated data, and it will just new will be true and run validator will be true also. So here we will be updating the data using this ID, then dot lean method here, then if not updated, if the data isn't dotted the updated, then return response dot status, and this time the status here it will be 404 dot JSON method, and here the message here it will say that the order not found. So if the order is not found by the ID, it will not get updated. So we'll be finding the order by the ID, that is the params.id. Then in other case, it will be response.json and it will get updated. Now in case of this error, just type here next err. Now after this, let's create another function, that is a delete function, that is to delete any order. Then type here export const delete order is equals to again an async function, take request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function. Now inside this create a try catch block, and now inside this try block just type here const deleted is equals to await keyword and type here order dot find by id and delete. So here we will be finding the order by the id, that is request.params.id .leen method, and we will delete it. So if deleted is not happen, then in that case it will again return response.status, and this time the status it will be 404.json method, and here the message here it will be order not found. Again, if the order is not found, it can't be get deleted. Else it will response.json, it will be just message, it will show that the order deleted successfully. So if the order is founded by the request.params.id, it will get deleted here. If it's not founded, then it will just not get deleted here. Then after this, in case of this error again, just type in next err. Now we have completed our order controller here. So let's go to our routes and create a order routes.js file. Now here just type here import express from express package. Then after this type here const order router is equals to express dot router. Now after this just type here, let's create some protected route, that is the private route. For that the authentic user is required. So order router dot post method, put a comma, type here auth middleware to check the authentication. Then after this for the verification, that is the token. Then let's pass the create order, that is coming from the order controller.js file. Then after this type here order router dot get method, so it will be a fetching method, that is the confirm. So it will get the confirm payment method getting from the auth middleware and pass it to the confirm payment. Then let's create some public route that can be accessible for anybody. So type here order router dot get method, so it will get on slash get orders, so it will get you all the orders. Then after this order router dot again a get method, it will be done on slash user, so it will be done for the auth middleware, and type here get users order. Then after this order router dot again a get method, it will be done on id, and now type here get orders by id here. Then order router dot put method, it will be an update method, it will be again done using the id, and put a comma and type here update order. Then after this type here order router dot delete method, and it will be get deleted using this id. Now give the delete order method here. Now after this type here export default order router. Now after creating this, go to your server.js file, and here after this just type here app.use, and here we will be using this slash API slash user order. Then type here order router, and this order router will be imported here. So it shows this error here. So first to resolve this, type here dot import .env slash config to get .env here. So once I type here rs in our terminal, it will restart it, and it will show server started here and db connected. Now for the middleware to only allow the cores, so here type here origin, so it will only allow the frontend and the admin URL only. So type here origin comma callback function. Now create an arrow function, and now type here const allowed origins is equals to. Now here let's go to your .env and copy this frontend URL, and now let me just close all this. Now after this just paste it here. Then after this put a comma, again paste it here and make it for the admin URL. Now if not origin or it is allowed origin dot includes, so origin. So in that case, it will just give the callback as null, put a comma, and it will be true. Then after this, type here else. In else case, it will type here callback and it will be new error. So it will give the new error that is not allowed by CORS. So if any other route except for these two wants to handle your wants to log in, it will just give the errors, and credentials here will be true. So here only these two routes are allowed to access our project here. Now after this, let's close this and let's create an admin folder here. Now in your terminal, let's split it here and type here cd admin. Now after this, first let's go to your backend again, and in your book controller, let me just import here two things, that is the path which is coming from the path, and import fs which is coming from this fs. So here these both things will help us in handling the image, that is from removing the image from this. So after this, let's go to our cart controller, and here in get user cart, just make it dot, that is cart item dot length is equal to 0, not comma. Then after this, in your order controller, here we need to correct the spelling, that is type secret key. So let's copy this. Let me just copy this and go to your env file and paste it here. Then let me just rs here, and it will just run it successfully here. Okay, so after changing this, let me just make sure we have same name as the secret here also. So let's just copy this again, and now go to your server.js, and let's close all this. We have completed our backend here. So let's close this, and for your admin, go to your Chrome and here search for white React again, and here click on this first link, scroll down and copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Now here give project name as /, select framework React and variant JavaScript. Let's install the node packages here. Now till the time it's getting installed, let's go back and here search for Tailwind CSS. Now click on this first get started. Now for using white, just copy this command and now in your terminal paste it here. Now again go back and now copy this import statement here, and now go to your white.config.js and paste it here. Then after this, copy this plugin, and now in your plugin put a comma and paste it here. Then after this, copy this import statement here, and now go to your, we don't need this app.css, remove it here. Now in your index.css, just paste it here. Then after this, let's just copy this h1 tag, and now go to your app.jsx, copy this and remove and type here rafce, and inside this paste it here, and now change class to class name. Now type here npm run dev in your terminal and type O and enter to open it in your browser. So it shows that the Tailwind CSS is working fine. So now let's go back here and in your main.jsx remove the strict mode from here. Now after this, remove this here from here and go to your, now let's go to your index.html, and now let's give a title, that is book seller admin. So we will be creating here the admin panel. Now here in src, let's create a components folder. Now in your components, now in your assets, you have this data that is given in the description box. Download it from there, and there is the dummy styles which we will be using for this project, and this logo png that is already given in the front end also. So now after this, let's search for React router DOM in your Chrome. Now click on this first link, copy this command, and now paste it in your terminal again. And after this, let's restart it, npm run dev, and let's close this. Now after this, go to your main.jsx and let's wrap our app component inside the browser router. Now after this, let's cut this app here and paste it inside the browser router. Now our app has the browser router accessible. Now in your app.jsx, let's first in components, let's create component that is sidebar.jsx. Now here let's type here RAFCE. Now type here import. Let's import the styles from our assets/dummy styles. So we will be using these styles for our sidebar. Now after this, let's close this and let's type here, give a div a class name, and inside this class name type here styles dot sidebar dot container, and inside this container type here is collapsed. So for is collapsed, let's define the state, that is const is collapsed comma set is collapsed is equals to a use state hook, and inside this the value will be false. Then type here const is mobile comma set is mobile is equals to again a use state hook, and the initial value will be false. Then type here const location is equals to use location hook, and let's import this use location hook first. So type here import use location from, let's import it from React router DOM. Then after this, let's type here, let's go first to Chrome, and from GitHub, the link is given below in the description box. Go to your sidebar.jsx and let's copy this data and paste it here. So it is the routes we have defined here. Then after this, let's create it for our mobile view here, that is the mobile view navigation here. Then type here if is mobile, then is mobile, that is if it's for mobile, then it will return a div, give class name, it will be styles dot mobile nav dot container. Then after this a nav tag, and give class name to the nav tag, that is styles dot mobile nav dot nav. Then after this type here nav items dot map function, and here inside this let's type here path comma icon will be icon, and we will be taking as label also, and create an arrow function, and type here const is active is equals to location dot path name is equal to path. It will tell you what tab is active there. Then create a link tag and give key property, it will be path. Then to property, it will be again path, and give class name to the link tag, that is styles dot mobile nav dot item. Let's close this link tag here, and inside this link tag create a div tag. Here give class name, it will be styles dot mobile nav dot icon container, and inside this type here is active. Then let's pass the icon, that is give class name to the icon, and the class name will be height will be 5, width will be 5, and mx auto. Now after this create a span tag and give class name, the class name will be styles dot mobile nav dot label, and inside this label type here is active. Then after this pass the label here. Now let's go back here and let's refresh it. Okay, in your app.jsx we have to import it here, so remove this, and after this give div a class name, that is flex min height screen, then bg gray 50, and let's type here, let's import the sidebar here. Now let's close this. And now after this, for our mobile view, you will be able to see here, so it shows this error. Okay, to fix it, we need to import these icons here. So before that, we have to import here the Lucidity React here. So let's copy this, open this first link, and now let's paste it here. Now till it's getting installed, let's open this first link and go to your icons, and inside this let's search for the book plus icon, and here go for increase it and go for React and copy this line, and now here just paste it here. Now after this, let's type here npm run dev again, and now let's import all these three icons here. And now let's just, okay, a sidebar is present here, but you won't be able to see things because we haven't done it, we haven't called the navigations here. So after this, let's type here desktop navigation. So through this it will be showing this. So create another div tag here, give class name, it will be styles dot sidebar dot header. Then after this, type here is collapsed and now inside this, that is not collapsed, that is for the bigger screen. Then div, give class name styles dot sidebar dot logo container. Then after this, create another div, give class name, that is styles dot sidebar dot logo image container. Then inside this, create a image tag, and in src type here logo. So let's import our logo here. So import logo from asset slash logo dot png. Type here logo icon dot png. So once click on it, this is our logo. Now after this, now as you can see, it is present for this screen here. Now after this, in alternate, just type a logo and give class name to the image tag, that is styles dot sidebar dot logo image. Then after this div, create another div tag, and inside this a heading tag, give class name to the heading, that is styles dot sidebar dot title, and inside this let's give the title here, that is the book shell. Then after this, create a button tag, and inside this button tag here type here on click property, and it will be toggle collapsed. Then give class name, it will be styles dot sidebar dot collapse button. Then after this, type here is collapsed. If it is collapsed, then it will show this icon, that is chevron right, and give class name to the icon, height 5, width will be 5, and if in else case, it will show chevron left and give class name, that is height will be 5 and width will be 5. Now after this, let's define our this toggle collapse here. So after this, type here const, paste it here, give is equals to, create an arrow function, and inside this type here set is collapsed will be not is collapsed. So now you can see our icon is present here. Now after this, let's create a nav tag after this div and give class name, it will be styles dot sidebar dot nav. Then after this, type here nav items dot map function, and now inside this again we will be mapping here the path comma icon will be icon, and now type a label and create an arrow function and type here const. Now after this, just copy these lines here. Let me just copy these lines here, and now just paste it here. Now after this, let's close this link tag, and let me just close a return bracket here. Then after this link, inside this link just change these styles, that is nav items and styles dot sidebar dot nav items, and inside this type here is collapsed comma is active. Now type here another div tag and give class name to the div, that is styles dot sidebar dot nav item inner. Then another div tag, here give class name, and inside this type here styles dot sidebar dot icon container, and inside this pass here is active. Then type here icon, give class name to the icon, that is height will be 5, width will be 5, and let's close this. Now on your UI, as you can see, the icons are present here. Then after this icon, type here is not collapsed and create a span tag, and inside the span tag give class name to the span, that is styles dot sidebar dot nav label, and inside this type here is active. Then type here label will be passed here. So as you can see, the labels are present here, and according to that the route is changing also. Then after this nav tag, create another div tag, and let's close this div right here. Give class name to the div, that is styles dot sidebar dot divider. Now after this, create another div tag, here give class name, it is styles dot sidebar dot footer, and inside this footer type here is collapsed. And now type here is not collapsed and create a paragraph tag, and inside this give class name styles dot sidebar dot footer text. And now let's give the paragraph, that is first we need this icon of the copyright here, and type here 2025 book shell. Now after this, as you can see, the book shell is present. Now after this, let's define a function here for our, let's define a use effect for the screen size here, for managing the screen size. So let's create that hook here. So type here use effect hook and create an arrow function, and inside this type here const check screen size is equals to an arrow function, and type here set is mobile, and inside this type here window dot inner width is less than 768 pixel. Then in that case it will check screen size, and window dot add event listener, and it will listen to resize and put a comma and type here check screen size. Now after this it will return a arrow function, and type here window dot remove event listener, it will remove resize here, and type here check screen size here. So now it will be done each time we reload our page. So here as you can see, for tablet view and mobile view it is coming on the bottom side. Now after creating this sidebar, now let's go in your components and let's create another component, that is add book.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Now in your app.jsx, let's define main, and inside this main let's give the class name to the main tag, that is flex1. Then after this type here overflow will be auto, and let's type here routes tag, and inside this routes let's define a route tag, that is the path will be slash give element, and here element will be add book. Let's close this, and now here once refresh, let's go here and let me just type here add book. So here we can see the add is present here. Now let's create our add book component. So let's type here import styles from dummy styles. Now after this, inside this div tag give class name, and here the class name, here it will be styles dot add books page. So here we will be using these styles for our add book component. Now create another div tag, here give class name, it will be styles dot add books container. Then another div tag, here give class name, it will be styles dot header container. Then another div tag and create a h1 tag, give class name to the heading tag, that is styles dot header title, and let's give the title that is add new books. Now after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name, it is styles dot header subtitle, and give the paragraph that is fill in the details to add a new book to your store. So now as you can see, the heading and description is present here. Then after this div, let's create our form. Then let's create a form tag here, and inside this form tag, first let's type on submit property, it will be handle submit. Then after this, give class name to the form, that is styles dot form container. And now let's create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot form grid. Then create another div tag, here give class name, it will be styles dot form item. Then create a label tag, and inside this label tag, let's type give a class name, and inside this type a styles dot form label. Now inside this, give the label that is book title. Now after this, create an input tag, and inside this input tag, let's type here name of this will be title, then value here it will be form data. So let's define first here the use state. So type here const form data comma set form data is equals to a use state hook, and the value here it will be, let's go to your GitHub for the add here, let's copy these details here, and now above this paste it here. Now here we will be taking these details as initial form, and this is our filter category. So type here initial form data. Then after this, type here const hover rating comma set hover rating is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value will be 0. Then type here const loading comma set loading is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value will be false for the loading. Then type here const message comma set message is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value here will be type, here it will be null, and text here it will be null for the starter. Then after this, let's define our handle submit here. So now first let's type a const, paste it here. Now create an async function, and the event will be done here, pass here. Then create a arrow function and type here e.prevent default. Then after this, type here set loading, here it will be true, so it will start the loading here. Then type here set message, here it will be type will be null. Then text here it will be null again. Now after this, type here const payload is equals to new form data dot new form data. Then after this, type here object dot entries, and inside this the form data will be the entries, and for each entries, for each key and value, create an arrow function, and inside this type here if key is not equals to preview, and create value and type here is not equal to null. Then in that case, just make the key as small key. Now in that case, type here payload dot append, and it will append the key and value here. Now after this, create a try catch block, and inside this try block, first let's make it ERR, and in try block let's type here above this, type here const API underscore base is equals to, let's copy the backend URL, let me just copy it here and now paste it here. Now after this is our backend URL. So let's type here in try block, let's type here await keyword. Now type here Axios. So we need to import the Axios. So type here in your terminal npm install Axios package, so that we can connect it from our backend. Now after this, type here Axios dot post method. So let's first import the Axios here. So type here import Axios from Axios package. Then after this, type here Axios.post method, and it will be a creation of method. So type here, it will be done on API base / API / book route, and put a comma, and the payload will be passed here. Then type here set message, and the message here, it will be type of the message here, it will be success, and here the text, it will say that the book added successfully. Now after this, let's type here set form data, and inside this the form data will be initial form data, as after this it will reset the form here. Now this route is coming from our /book /API, and for the book router it is coming from our book router, that is the post method here. Now let me just close it here. Now after this, in case of the error, just type here console.error, and inside this type here add books error, and the response will be error. So the error dot response will be passed here, dot data, or it will be error. Then let's type here set message, and the message here, it will be type of the message here, it will be error, and text here, it will say that is error dot response dot data dot message, or it will be failed to fetch or failed to add books. Now after this, in finally block, let's type here set loading, and it will be false here. So after adding, it will show the set loading will be false. Then let's type a handle const handle change, and now create an arrow function, pass the event here, then type here const name comma value is equals to e dot target. Then after this, type here set form data, and inside this type here previous data, and now create an arrow function and type here previous comma name will be value. Now after this, let's type here image handling. So here we will be handling the image here. So type here const handle image change is equals to, pass an event here, create an arrow function, type here const file is equals to event dot target dot file. Then inside this type here 0. Then type here if file is not present, then return. Then type here set form data, and inside this form data type here previous, and now inside this type here previous comma type here image, and inside this image type here file, and we will be in preview, we will be placing here url dot create object URL, and we will be creating the URL for the file. So form data will be set as file, will be set as image, and the preview will set as file. Then let's create our stars rating function, that is to handle our star rating. So let's type here const handle star click is equals to, let's pass the rating here, and now create an arrow function, and inside this type here set form data, and the form data will be previous, create an arrow function and type here previous comma and type here rating. Now after this, in your value just type here form data dot title, then type here on change, and it will be handle change, and here give class name to the input tag, it will be styles dot form input. Now after this, type here placeholder and type here enter book title, then it will be required field. Now after this, as you can see, let me refresh it, and now as you can see a book input tag is present here. Now after this, let's just copy this div and paste it again here. Now in place of this label, just change it to author, and in your title it will be changed to author. Then for the value it will be changed to author, and here the placeholder will be changed to author. Then again paste it here, and this time here let's just remove this and type here price. And now after this, in your input tag, let's type here price, and here also define a type, that is it will be a number type, so only number can be input here. Then here for the value, type here price, and now here enter price. Now after this, let's paste it here, and let me just close this div here. Now inside this label, let me just change the label here, so this time it will be rating. And now after this label, let's create a div tag here, give class name, it will be styles dot rating container. Then create another div tag here, give class name, it will be styles dot star container. Then after this, type here 1 2 3 4 5 dot map function, and inside this type here star value and create an arrow function, type here button tag. Inside this button tag, give key property, it will be star value, and then after this type of this button, it will be button. Now type here on click, and inside this create an arrow function and type here handle star click, and inside this let's pass here star value. Now after this, type here on mouse enter, and here let's create another arrow function and type here set hover rating, it will be star value. Then after this, type here on mouse leave, and here again create an arrow function and let's type here set hover rating, it will be 0. Then after this, type here area label, and inside this just type here backtick and type here rate and a dollar sign and pass here the star value, and type here star, again a dollar sign and type here star value, that is not equals to 1. In that case it will be S, else it will be empty. So if the star value is greater than 1, so it will show S there, that is stars. Then pass the icon star and give class name to the icon, that is width will be 5, height will be 5, and let's type here hover rating, and inside this hover rating, or it will be form data dot rating. So let's close the is greater than or equal to star value. In that case it will be styles dot star filled, as it will be styles dot stars empty. Let me just close this star tag here. So now after this, let's check. So a star rating is present here. Now once I select, it's working fine. Okay, so now after this div, let's create a paragraph tag here, give class name, it will be styles dot rating text. Then inside this, let's type here form data dot rating, then type here star, and here let's pass this form data dot rating is not equals to 1. Then in that case it will be S, else it will be empty. So here it shows 4 stars, 1 star, and here it will show 5 stars. So this is also working fine. Then after this div, let's create let's paste it again here, and let's change this label here, and let me just close this div first. Then inside this label, let's give the label as category, and now after this, let's create a select tag, and inside this select tag, inside this name, type here category, then value here it will be form data dot category, then type here on change property, it will be handle change, then give class name to the select tag, that is styles dot form input. Then inside this, let's pass here categories dot map function, and here map cat, and create an arrow function, create an option tag, give key will be cat and value will be cat. Then after this, let's pass the cat here. Now after the select tag, as you can see, the category is present here. Then after this div, create another div tag here, give class name, and here it will be styles dot form input form item. Then create a label tag, and inside this label tag, give class name, it will be styles dot form label, and let's type here cover image. Now after this, create an input tag, and inside this input tag, let's just type here, type of this input tag will be file, then type here accept, it will only accept the image, and here type here on change property, it will be again handle change. Then let's type here class name to the input tag, it will be styles dot form input. Now here we can upload the image here using this input tag. Then another div tag and give class name, it will be again dollar and type here styles dot form item, and let's type here for medium screen, it will be call span, type here call span 2. Then after this, let's just copy this label tag and paste it here, and let's just change it. Let me type here description here. Then after this label, let's create a text area tag, and now inside this text area, type here name property, and it will be description. Then value here, it will be form data dot description. Then after this, type here on change property, it will be handle change. Then after this, type here rows, and here rows it will be 4. Then after this, give a class name to this text area, it will be styles dot form text area. Then give placeholder here, type here enter book description. Now after this, let's check it here. So our description is present here. Now after this, let's copy this, or just type here first form data dot preview, and here it will be a div tag. Here give class name, let's type here styles dot preview container. Then let's create a h3 tag, give class name to the heading tag, that is styles dot preview title. Then let's give the title here, that is cover preview. So here after this, create an image tag, and inside this image tag in src type here form data dot preview, and in alternative just type here image. Then give class name to the image tag, that is styles dot preview image, or just type here preview image. Now after this, type here message, and message here it will be dot text, and let's create a paragraph tag, and inside this paragraph give class name, it will be backtick, text will be message dot type, that is equal to success. If it is success, then it will show that is the green, else it will show red here. Now it will show that is the 500. Then after this, just pass here the message dot text here. Now after this, so we need a submit button also. Now after this, create another div tag, here give class name, it will be styles dot submit container. And then create a button tag here, give type of this button, here it will be submit button. Then give class name to the button tag, it will be styles dot submit button. Then let's give also one property, that is disable is equals to when it is loading. So it will be disable when it gets started for loading. Then give a icon, that is book plus, give class name to the icon, that is width will be 5, height will be 5, and let's type a span tag and type here add book to collections. So now after this, we have completed our add books. Now here just change it to handle image change, not that the handle change. Now let's just give the title, so title will be 1, author here it will be author 1, then the price here will be anything. Now rating will be 2 star, category mystery. Let me upload a book image here, and now let me give a description, that is book 1. Now add to collection, and it shows that is book added successfully here. Now on your MongoDB, after this message, let's refresh it, and in your books page on your books database, now as you can see, a single entry of the book has been present here. Now after this, in your uploads, as you can see, there is a book image present here. Now here let's close all this. Let me just close these things here. And now in your components, let's create another component, that is list. That is list books.jsx, and let's type here RAFCE. Then in your app.jsx, let's import this as a route, and the path of this route will be list / book, and type here element, it will be list books, and let's close this here. Now after this, let's create our list books. So first let's import styles from dummy styles. Then after this, inside this div, let's give class name to the div, that is styles dot list book page. Now here we will be using these styles for our list book page. Now let's close this, and now after this, let's create another div tag. Here give class name to the div, it will be styles dot list book header. Then create a heading tag, that is h1 tag, give class name to it, that is styles dot list book title, and let's give the title, that is manage books inventory. Then after this, a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles dot list book subtitle, and let's give the paragraph, that is view, edit and manage your books collection. Now after this, let's go to our book page. As you can see, it's present here. Now after this div, let's create our controls section. Then create a div tag. Here give class name, it will be styles. Okay. Now type as styles dot controls container. Then after this div, create another div tag, give class name styles dot controls inner. Then another div tag and give class name, it will be flex, cap will be 3. Then another div tag, here give class name, it will be styles dot filter group. Then after this, another div tag, and let's close this div tag right here and give class name to this div tag, it will be styles dot filter glow, and let's close this. Now after this, create another div tag. Here give class name, it will be styles dot filter container. Then after this, give an icon here, that is filter, give class name, it will be styles dot filter icon, and let's close this icon tag here. Now filter icon is present here. Now after this filter icon, let's first just define the states here. So type here const books comma set books is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value here will be empty array. Then type here const filter category comma set filter category is equals to use state hook, and initially it will show all the books here. Now after this, let's just go in your add books and copy this backend URL here, and now paste it here. Now type here const short config comma set short config is equals to a use state hook, and initially it will be empty. Then type here const loading comma set loading is equals to again a use state hook, and the initial value will be false. Then after this, type here const error comma set error, and here is equals to a use state hook, and the value here it will be null. Then after this, let's type here, let's create our fetch functions so that we can fetch the books coming from the server, that is the MongoDB. So create a use effect hook, and inside this type here const fetch books is equals to async function, and now create an arrow function and type here set loading. For the initials, it will start the loading here. Then after this, type here set error, and for that it will show null. Then after this, create a try catch block, and now inside this try block, let's type here const data is equals to await keyword and type here axios dot get method, as it will be a fetch method and it will be done on API base slash API slash books. So it will be a get method and the axios has been imported here, and in your server.js, as you can see, this is the slash API slash book route, and here it will show you this get route, that is the slash for the get books function. Now after this just type here set books and it will set the book as data that has been fetched from our books. Then in case of this error, just type a set error and here it will be error dot response dot data dot message, or it will be failed to fetch books or failed to load books. Then after this, in finally block, let's just type here set loading and it will just set the loading as false. So now after this, it will be done each time we reload our page. So we have created our use effect hook, and now let's call the fetch books here. Now after this, let's type another function, that is fetch category from the books. So type here const categories is equals to a use memo function, and inside this we will be typing here create an arrow function and type here all, put a comma and type here dot 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 new and type here set, and inside this it will be books dot map and it will map our books, and create an arrow function, and inside this type here book dot category. So it will fetch the category coming from the book that has been entered from the add books page here, and we will be passing here the books here. Now after this, let's go to our GitHub and here let's just copy this, that is the displayed books function here, and okay, we haven't copied it. Let me just copy this line here and again just paste it here. Now here we will be displaying our book using this filter. According to the filter, the book will be shown here. Now after this, let's again just go and copy this table header. So here we will be showing the table header, as it will show these details, that is the book, author, category, price, rating and actions. Now let's scroll down and just type here star rating. So here we will be getting the star rating. So type here const rating star is equals to, and let's pass here rating, and now create an arrow function and type here a div tag, and inside this give class name, it will be styles dot rating container. Then type here another div tag and give class name, it will be styles dot star container. Then inside this let's type here array, then inside this type here 5 and type here dot map function, and here let's type here empty and type here index and create an arrow function and type a span tag, give key property, it will be index, and give class name property, it will be $sign backtick, and type here height will be 4, width will be 4, and inside this dollar type here index is less than map dot floor, and it will floor our rating. In that case it will be styles dot star filled, else it will show styles dot stars empty. Now here let's just copy this star here and paste it here. Now after this create another span tag, give class name, it will be styles dot rating text, and now inside this let's pass here rating dot to fixed, so it will give us two decimal places or to 1 decimal place here. Now after this div, after this icon let's create a select tag, and inside the select tag just type here value, and inside this value it will be filter category. Now type here on change property. It will take event and type here create an arrow function and type here set filter category will be event.target.value. And now inside this give a class name to the select tag, that is styles.filterSelect. And now inside this just type here categories.map function, and it will be our category and create an arrow function. And now inside this just type here option tag, and inside this option tag type here category for the value and key will be category. Now inside this option just pass here the category is equals to all. If in that case it will show all category, else it will show you the category that is coming from the above function. Now after these divs let's create our feedback. So let's type here loading and then create a paragraph tag and just type here loading or loading books. Now after this, in case of this error, and then again create a paragraph tag and let's give a class name. Here text will be ret 500 and let's pass here error here. Now after this let's go and check here. As you can see, okay, here only it will show all categories because we haven't entered any book here. So now let's create our table and create a div tag here, give class name and type here styles dot book table container. Then another div tag here, give class name overflow x will be auto, as it will be overflow from x axis will be auto. Then create a table tag and inside this give class name, it will be styles dot table. Then after this create a t head tag, that is table head tag, and give class name styles dot table head. Then after this create a tr tag, table row tag, and type here table headers dot map function, and inside this we will be mapping header and create an arrow function and type here th tag and give key will be header dot table dot label, sorry. Then after this type a class name and type here styles dot table header. Then after this let's type here on click property and it will be a arrow function again, and inside this let's type here header dot key and set short config. Here it will be short config is equals to header dot key, or if it is then it will empty, as it will be header dot key. Now after this create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot table header content. And now after this just type here header dot label, and now type here header dot key and it will be short config is equals to header dot key. And let's create a span tag and inside this span tag give class name margin left will be 1. And now as you can see the categories are present here, that is coming from our table header, and let's copy this and paste it here, the arrow function here. Now after this create a t body tag and now create a class name, give a class name that is divide by and the color will be 200. Then type here displayed books dot map function and type here book, create an arrow function and type here tr tag, give key property, it will be book dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB ID. Then for the class name it will be styles dot table row. Then type here a td tag, that is table data tag, and give class name that is styles dot table cell. Then inside this let's create another div tag here, give class name, it will be flex item center. Then type here books dot image and it will be image tag here, and let's in src just type here backtick, and here we will be pasting our backend URL and type here book.image. Now here as you can see the book image is present here, that is coming from the backend. Now for our alternative just type here book dot title. Then give class name to the image tag, that is height will be 10, width will be 8, and object will be cover. Rounded will be, it will be rounded. So now image is present here. Now after this, create another div tag, and here give class name property, it will be margin left will be 4. Then another div tag, and now let's close the div tag right here. Now give class name to the div, that is styles dot book title. Now let's pass the book dot title here. Now it will show you the book title at the title 1. Now after this, create another td tag and give class name. Here it will be styles dot table cell, and let's pass here table dot author. Now after this, another td tag, and here give class name, it will be styles dot table cell. And now let's create a span tag inside this and give class name styles dot category badge, and let's type here book dot category. Now after this, create a td tag and give class name, it will be styles dot table cell. And now let's type here the book dot price. So here we will be getting the price. Then after this, a td tag again and give class name, it will be styles dot table cell. And now just type here rating star, and inside this type here rating. Here the rating will be book dot table book dot rating, and let's close this icon here. So here it shows that we have 2 star here, it is the price here, and the category has been shown here. That is similar to the category description which we have just entered previously. So now this is working fine. Now after this td tag, another td tag, and give class name, it will be backtick. Type here styles dot table cell, and type here flex gap will be 3. And now inside this, create a button tag, and now type here on click and create an arrow function. And now inside this, just type here handle delete, and it will be deleting the book using the id. So type here give class name to this button tag, that is styles dot button delete button. Then give an icon, that is /2. Give class name, height will be 5, width will be 5, and let's close this. Now let's first define our handle delete here function. So let me just type here delete books using id. So let's type here const handle delete is equals to an async function, and the id will be passed here. And now create an arrow function. If not window dot confirm, that is are you sure that you want to delete it, so then it will return you first this. Then create a try catch block, and now inside our try block, let's just type here await keyword and type here axios dot delete method, and it will be a delete method. So it will be done on our API base /API/book/ let's pass the id here. So for this route, it is coming from this /API/book, and for the id it is coming from this route, that is id. Now after this, let's type here validator status, it will be status, and create an arrow function and type here 200, 204, 500 dot includes, and it will include the status. Now after this, type here set books, and it will be previous, and create an arrow function, type here previous dot filter, and inside this just type here books and create another arrow function and type here book dot underscore id. Now it's not equals to id. Now in case of this any error, just catch the error typing here console.error and type here error and type here alert, and it will show you an alert, that is error.response.data.message, or it will show you that is the failed to delete book. Let's scroll down, and now after this div, let's type here if disabled book dot length is not present or and not loading, then in that case create a div tag here, give class name here, just type here styles dot empty state, then create another div tag here, give class name, it will be styles dot empty icon container, then create a icon that is book open, and now give class name to the icon, that is styles dot empty icon. Now after this create a h3 tag, give class name that is styles dot empty title, and give the title that is no books found. Now after this heading tag create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles dot empty icon message, and let's give the message that is try adjusting your filter or short options. So now till now we don't have the filter. Okay, so let me just delete it here, so it will show you no books found, and try adjusting your filter option. Now let me add another book here. Now as you can see, once I deleted there, the uploads folder gets empty. Now let me just give the author, give price, select category, give the image, some descriptions, and now let's add this book successfully here. Then here we have added it, and okay, it's not showing, so here we need to just type here category, and now let me refresh it. Okay, so type here triple equals to, so that it checks whether it is equal or not. Then now it shows a non-friction category, so let me add another book with different category. Let me type here anything and give some price here. The book this time will be sci-fi, and select the book image here. Now add this book to your collection. Now here we have two different categories, and when click it shows that books, so it's working fine here. Now after this let's remove it, so it gets removed here. Now here it shows no books found, so our list has been created. Now let's create our third component, that is orders.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Now in your app.jsx type here routes, give the path as, this time it will be slash orders, then give element, it will be orders, and let's close this here. Now after this let's close our list and go and create our orders page. So type here import styles from asset slash dummy styles. Now after this in div let's give a class name to this div tag, that is styles dot page background, then another div tag here, give class name, that is styles dot container, then create another div tag, give class name, it will be margin bottom will be 8, then create a heading tag, give class name, it will be styles dot header title, then give the title as order management. Now on our orders page our order management has been present here. Now after this let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles dot header subtitle, and let's give the paragraph, that is track and manage all customers order. Now after this div tag create another div tag and give class name, it will be grid calls 1, then for smaller screen grid calls 2, for larger screen grid calls 4, gap will be 6, then margin bottom will be 8. Now on your GitHub just copy these imports here and paste it here. Now this is the icon import we will be requiring for this file. Then after this let's copy the status option and now paste it below this. Now from your add books let's just copy this backend URL. Now after this, here we have these data that will show our order status, that is it is delivered or it is cancelled. Then after this, let's create our const, then type here tabs, and now inside this let's create the array, that is the id will be all and label here it will be all orders. Then after this, put a comma and type here dot dot dot, that is the status option dot map function, and inside this we will be mapping our order with our id having the order dot value. Then it will be label will be passed here as order dot label. Now after this, let's go and let's copy these use states hooks and now paste it here. Now let's import our use state. So here orders will be our empty array, and here we will be getting our counts. Then here we will be getting our search term. Then this will show our active tab. Then this will sort us using this ascending method, that is it will show you the latest order on above, and we have this selected order for the selection of the order. Then create a use effect hook, and now inside this let's create the function for fetching our books. So type here fetch orders is equals to an async function. Now create an arrow function and now create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let's type here const params is equals to, now here let's type here dot 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 ap search term, and now type here and inside this type here search will be search term. Now after this let's type here dot 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 api base, and now here first let's type here active tab is not equals to all, and status here it will be active tab. Now after this type here const data is equals to await keyword axios. So let's import our axios here. So type here import axios from axios package. Now after this type here axios dot get method, and here it will be getting our from api base slash api slash order. Then put a comma and let's pass our params here. So for this route here, let's go to our server.js. It is this route, that is slash api slash order, and inside this order router we will be getting it, so it's our fetch route. Now after this let's type a set orders, and it will be data dot order. Then after this type here set counts, and it will be data dot counts. Now after this, in case of any error, just type here console dot error, and here we will be passing our error, that is failed to fetch orders. And now let's pass the error, that is err. Now after this let's call the function, that is fetch orders. Each time we reload our page, it will get updated by the search term, by the active tab here. So now we have completed our fetch book function. Now after this let's copy this short orders function. Now let's paste it here, so it will show you the data according to the latest order on the above, that is in the ascending orders. Let's type here const handle short is equals to, it will be shorting using the key, and here let's type a set short config, it will be previous, and now create an arrow function and type here key, and let's pass here direction, it will be previous dot key is equal to key and previous dot direction is equals to ascending, that is ASC. Then in that case it will be descending, else it will be ascending. So for initial it will show you the ascending orders. If you want you can see it using the degree in descending order also. Now after this let's create a function for view a particular order, that is to view the particular order details. You have to create this function. So type a const view order is equals to an async function and pass the order ID here and create an arrow function. Now after this create a try catch block and inside this try block, let's type here const data is equals to await keyword axios dot get method, and now backtick, and let's type here API base slash API slash order slash it will be fetching, it will be done on ID. So for this route, let me just show you this route, that is this is the same route as slash API slash order, and for this it will be get order by ID function. Now after this, let's close this, and now after this let's type here set selected order, and it will be data. In case of any error, let's type a console.error, and the error here it will be failed to fetch orders details. So it will show you this error, and let's pass here error here. Now after this, let's create a function that is to update order details, that is we can update the order here. So type here const update status is equals to an async function. Now inside this pass here ID and new status, and create an arrow function, and now inside this create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let's type here await keyword axios dot a put method that is for used for updation, then it will be done on our API base slash API slash order slash, and it will be done on ID. Then we will be passing here the order status as new status. So now after this, so for this route again let me show you this route, it is coming from our this route, that is the put method route, and it will be done on ID. So now after this let's just copy these lines here, and now let me just paste it here, and now type here if selected order is selected order dot ID, that is the MongoDB is equals to the ID of that order, then const data will be fresh, and create an arrow function equals to await keyword axios dot get method, then it will be get on API base slash API slash order, and now it will be done on this ID. Then type here set selected order, and it will be fresh, so it will get updated here, and it will be get updated, and after this the new updated will be fetched here. So type in case of error, type here console.error, it will be failed to update orders status, and let's pass here the error. So now here we have completed our update order function. Now after this let's just copy this status badge function and paste it here. So it will show you the status badge according to the status that you have changed here. Now after this, here we will be having the stats here. Now after this, inside this div, let's type a stats.map function, and here type a stats comma index and create an arrow function, and now create a div tag. Here give key will be index and give class name. Here it will be styles dot stats card, then another div tag. Here give class name, it will be styles dot stats card content, then create another div tag, and inside this a paragraph tag, give class name to the paragraph, that is styles dot stats card label, and let's pass a stat dot label here. Now after this, create another paragraph tag and give class name, that is styles dot stat card value, and let's pass a stat dot value. Now after this, let's import our use memo here, and now here as you can see it will show you these stats here, that is it is coming 000 now. Now after this another div tag, and now give class name to the div, that is styles dot stat icon container, and let's pass here icon dot stat dot color, and give an icon, that is stat dot icon here, and give class name to these icons, that is styles dot stat icon, and inside this let's pass here stat dot icon color. And now let's close this tag here. So we have these icons present here. Now after this div, let's create another div tag and give class name. It will be again styles dot controls container. Then another div tag here, give class name. It will be styles dot controls inner. Then another div tag here, give class name. It will be again styles dot tabs container. Then inside this let's type here tabs dot map function, and inside this let's map our tab and create an arrow function and create a button tag. And inside this button tag let's give key property. It will be tab dot id, and then give class name. It will be styles dot tab button, and inside this button let's type here active tab here is equals to tab dot id. Now after this create a on click property here and give an arrow function, and now type here set active tab will be tab dot id. Then type here tab dot label will be passed here. So here we have multiple filter option here. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name. It will be styles dot set section search container. Then another div tag, give class name. It will be styles dot search icon, and now let's give the icon that is search and give class name. It will have width will be 4, height will be 4, and text gray 400. And let's close this icon. Now after this create a input tag, and inside this type it will be text placeholder. It will be search order customers comma or books. So here we will be searching using these three details, and the value here it will be search term, and on change create event will be passed here, and type here set search term will be event dot target dot value. Now give class name to the input tag. It will be styles dot search input. So now a search bar is present here. Now after this div, let's get another div tag. Here give class name. It will be styles dot order tab table container. Then another div tag. Here give class name. It will be overflow x will be auto. So overflow from x axis will be auto. Then a table tag, give class name. It will be again styles dot tabs or table. Let's create a t head tag, and now give class name to this tag, and it will be styles dot lib table head. Then a tr tag, and inside this let's pass a id, then customer comma date comma amount dot map function, and type a key and create an arrow function, and let's type here a th tag, and inside this give key property. It will be key. Give class name. It will be styles dot table header. Then give a on click property and create an arrow function, and type a handle short, and it will be shorting using this key. Now create a div tag and give class name. It will be styles dot table header content, and now type a key is equals to id. Then in that case it will be order id, else it will be key dot char at 0 dot to uppercase, and it will be in the capital letter, and plus key dot slice method, and it will be slicing the first here. Now give a span tag, and now inside the span tag give class name. It will be margin left will be 1, opacity will be 0, group hover opacity will be 100. Now type here transition opacity, and now inside this just pass here short config dot key is equals to key. In that case type here short config dot direction is equals to ascending. In if it is ascending, then it will show the icon that is chevron up and give class name width will be 4, height will be 4, and let's close this icon. Now in else case, it will show the icon that is chevron down and give class name to the icon, width will be 4, height will be 4, and text gray 400. Now after this, inside this else case, it will show the chevron down icon and give class name. It will be width will be 4, height will be 4, and text gray 400. Now after completing this, let's create a th tag and give class name. It will be styles dot table header, and now pass here, type here payment, then another th tag and type here styles dot table header, and let's type here status. Now after this, create another th tag and inside this type here backtick, and it will be styles dot table header, and now type here text right, and now inside this type here actions. So here, as you can see, these labels are present here. Now after this th tag, let's create another t-body tag, and now let's just copy this t-body tag, and now let's just paste it here. Now after this, okay, we haven't filled any data here, so here we will be having our order ID, here we will be showing our order name, here we will be showing our order place at details, here the final amount, and this is the mode how we have made the payment, either it's online or it can be COD. Then here it will show our status patch, and a view more button will show our more details of the order. So to get this order, let's create this UI and type here short orders dot length, and let's create a div tag, and here give class name to the div. It will be styles dot empty state. Now after this, another div tag, here give class name. It will be styles dot empty icon container. Then let's type here icon that is book open, give class name to the icon that is styles dot empty icon. Let's close this, and now after this, create a h3 tag, give class name. It will be styles dot empty title, and let's type here no order found. Now after this, create a paragraph tag and give class name. It will be styles dot empty message, and type here the message that is try adjusting your search or filters. So now on our UI, as you can see, it is present here. Now after this div, let's create another div tag, and here let's fill the order here first. So for this, you have this dummy data that is given here. So let's copy this data, go to your Thunder client, and here let's type here HTTP, that is the backend URL, and it will be a post method. To get this route, it is coming from the /API/order route, and for the creation it will be /route. So we have given this /route. In body, let's paste this, and it will show that you are not authorized. So in headers, let's remove this and type here authorization, and now inside this value type here bearer, and now give a space and go to your login, and let's login it here. Let me just give this token here, and now just give it after giving a single space, and now send it. So our data has been sent successfully, and it has been created in our MongoDB. So let's close this, and now let me just close all this. Now after this, now here on your MongoDB, let's refresh it on orders. Here you can see that you have one order that you have just placed here, so it will have these much of details here. Now on our admin panel, let's refresh it, and it shows that one order has been placed here. Now after this, in list we have this book, so we don't have any image. So in orders we don't have either. So for this div, let's give the class name, and it will be styles dot tab footer, table footer. Then after this, let's create another div tag here, give class name, it will be again styles dot footer text. Then after this, create showing, then a span tag, give class name, it is font medium, and type here sorted orders dot length, and let's close this. Now after this, type here off, then give a space and type another span tag, give class name, it will be font will be medium again. And now let's type here counts dot total orders. So here it will showing one order. So we have one order and it will show one order here. So type here orders. Then after this, type a div tag, give class name to the div, that is styles dot footer legend. Now inside this array, let's go to our GitHub, and here let's scroll down and let's paste these two labels here. Now type dot map, and inside this type a I and idx, that is index, and now create a div tag here, give class name, that first give the key, that is idx, and give class name to this div, that is size dot legend item. Then inside this, create another div tag, give class name, that is styles dot legend dot. Then inside this dot, let's type here I dot color. Then inside this, let's create a span tag and create a class name, that is styles dot legend label, and let's pass the I dot label, that is will be passed here inside this span tag. And now here, as you can see, the label is present here, that is online or cash on delivery. Now after this div, let's create a selected order and now create a div tag here, give class name to this div, that is styles dot mobile overlay. Then create another div tag here, give class name, it is styles dot mobile container. Then create another div tag here, give class name, it is styles dot mobile header. Then after this, create another div tag, and inside this heading tag, that is h2 tag, and give class name styles dot mobile model title, and let's type here order details. Now and let's type here selected order dot order id will be passed here. Now create a paragraph tag and give class name, it will be styles dot model subtitle, and let's give the paragraph, that is ordered on. And now here type a new date, and inside this type a selected order dot place at to local time, or just type here to local date string, it will convert it to local date string. Then after this, a button tag, give click on click property and create an arrow function, and now type a set selected order, it will be null. Then give class name to the button, and it will be styles dot close button. Now give X icon and give class name, width will be 6, height will be 6, and let's close this icon. So now here on view, these details are present here, and on cross it will close our detail here. Then after this div tag, give another div and give class name, it is styles dot mobile grid model grid. Then another div tag here, give class name styles dot model section. Then after this h3 tag and give class name to this heading tag, that is styles dot section title. Now after this, inside this, let's give a icon user and give class name to the icon, that is styles dot section icon, and let's close this and type here customer information. So here we will be showing our customer information. Then after this, create another div tag and here give class name styles dot and type here section content. Then after this, let's give this data that is present on our GitHub. So let's copy this data and now paste it here. Now after this, type a dot map function, and now inside this type a it comma idx and create an arrow function. Create a div tag here, give key property, it will have the idx, and now after this a class name to this div, that is styles dot info item. Then after this, let's give the icon here, so it is it dot icon, and give class name styles dot info icon. And now after this, let's create a div tag, and inside this a paragraph tag, and here it will be styles dot info label. And now let's type here it dot label here. Now after this paragraph, let's create another paragraph div and give class name that is styles dot info value. And now let's pass here it dot value here. So now here, when you click on view, it will show you the customer information, that is name, email, phone number, address. Now after this div, let's create another div tag here, give class name, it will be styles dot model section. Then after this another h3 tag and give class name, it will be styles dot section title. Then after this, let's give the icon here, that is book open, and give class name to this icon, that is styles dot section icon. And now let's type here order summary. Now after this h3 tag, give another div tag and give class name to this div, that is styles dot section content. Then let's type a selected order dot books dot map function, and inside this let's map the bk, that is book comma index, and create an arrow function, a div tag, and key will be index. Now give class name here, it will be flex, item center, justify between, and margin bottom will be 4. Now create an image tag, and in source let's type here backtick, type here API, and after this type here bk dot image. So it will show you the image of the book, and in alternate it will be bk dot title. Now give class name to this image tag, that is width will be 16, height will be 16, and change height to 20. Then type here object cover, then rounded, it will be rounded. Then now let's check it here. So we don't have the image here, so it will show you this. Now after this div, create another div tag inside this image tag, and now create class name, the flex will be 1, and padding from x-axis will be 4. Now a paragraph tag, give class name form will be medium, and let's pass here bk dot title here, that is book title will be passed here. Then another paragraph tag here, text will be small and text gray will be 500, and let's type here author, and let's pass here bk dot author here. Now after this, create another paragraph tag, give class name, text will be extra small and text gray 400, and now here let's pass here id, and it will be bk dot book here. Now after this another div tag, give class name to this div, that is text will be right, and now create a paragraph tag, and inside this let's type here qty, and it will be bk dot quantity. Now after this another paragraph tag and give class name, text will be small, and now let's type here bk dot price, and dot to fixed to 2 decimal place, so it will give you to 2 decimal place value of the price here. Type here each, so now it shows the book price and this id coming here. Now after this, now create another div tag here, give class name, padding from top will be 4, space from y-axis will be 2. Then inside this again let's go to our GitHub, and now let's just copy these lines here and now paste it here. Now after this, let's type a dot map function and type a it comma I, and create an arrow function, create a div tag here the key value will be index and give class name to this div will be styles dot total item, and inside this type a it dot is total. Then a span tag give class name, it will be styles dot total label, and now type a it dot label will be passed here. Now after this create another span tag, give class name, it will be styles dot total value, and inside this type a it dot is total, and now inside this let's pass a it dot value. Okay, we just need to cut it here from here and now paste it inside this span tag. Now after this, as you can see, we have this total summary present here that will show us the total here. Now after this div, create another div tag and give class name, and this time it will be styles dot models section. Now after this create a heading tag and give class name, that is styles dot set section title. Then give the icon, that is credit card, give class name to the icon, styles dot search section icon, and let's close this here and type here payment method or payment information. So now after this create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot section content, and now let's go back here to our GitHub, and here let's copy these lines here, and now let's come back here and paste it here. Now after this let's close this here, and now in view we don't have we won't be seeing this. Okay, so we need to map it here, so type a dot map function, and now inside this type a it comma I and create an arrow function, create a div tag, and inside this give key property, it will be index, and give class name property, it will be styles dot page info item. Then create a span tag, and inside the span tag give class name, it will be styles dot payment label, and let's pass a it dot label here. Then after this span tag create another span tag, give class name, that is styles dot payment badge model, and inside this type a it dot color, and let's pass a it dot value here. So let me just check it here. So it shows the status as unpaid and the status is cash on delivery. Now after this create another div tag, give class name, and here it will be styles dot model section. Then after this is3 tag, give class name, it will be styles dot section title, and now give the icon, that is edit, and give class name, that is styles dot section icon, and let's close this and type here update your or update order status here. So now create a div tag here and a label tag, and inside this label tag let's just give a class name to this label, that is styles dot status label, and now type here order status. Now after this label create a select tag, and inside this let's give a value, and inside this value it will be selected order dot order status. Now it will update the order status here. So on change property it will be an arrow function, type here const new status is equals to event dot target dot value. So now type here selected order, or type here set selected order, it will be, now type here dot 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 search selected order, and now put a comma and type here order status will be new status, that is the updated status here. So type here updated status here, and it will be on selected order dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id, and new status will be passed here. Then give class name to this select tag, it will be styles dot status select, and now inside this let's type here status option dot map function, and now type here opt, then create an arrow function, and now let's close this here. Now type here option tag, and now here inside this value here it will be option dot label, or just type here option dot value and give key, it will be option dot value. Now on option just type here option dot label here. So let's check the option here. So here we have these options here. Once I click on shipped, it will show the status as shipped here. So let's create the buttons for the updation here. So close the view model. So let's create a div tag here, give class name to this div, that is styles dot model footer. Then after this create a button tag, give on click property, it will be an arrow function, and type here set selected order, it will be null, and give class name, it will be styles dot footer button close. Then after this type here close, and now after this just copy this button tag here and let's paste it again, and now just change it to footer button save, and let's change it to save button here, save changes. So now on our UI you can see a changes button are present here. So let's change it to deliver and save here, so it shows the status as delivered. And now we have completed our admin panel here. So let's close all this, and now let's go to our front end, and in your app.jsx. Now for the front end here you will be seeing the updated dummy styles and dummy data also. Here these data will be updated here, so download it from the given link below. Now after this in your terminal, let me open a split terminals, multiple split terminal, and inside one we will be running our backend, and inside one we will be running our front end, and inside one we will be running our admin panel. Let me close this, and let me type here cd admin and type here npm run dev. Now after this let me just add a book here. Let me give some title, author, the pricing, and some descriptions here. Then let me choose the file here for the image, and let me upload this book here. So it will show you book added successfully. And for the list here you can remove this data here, and now a single book is entered here. So here let's fetch it from the server side for this part here. So let me just log out first. So first let's create our sign up first. So go to your components in your signup.jsx. Now here just remove this handle submit, and let's recreate our handle submit here. So here let's type here e.prevent default, so it will stop our page from reloading. Then after this let's type here const username comma email comma password is equals to form data. So this data will be coming from the form data. Then if username is not present, dot trim, or if email dot trim, that is if email is not present or the password is not present, dot trim is not present, then in that case it will set toast as visible. For the toast will be visible as true, and the message that it will show is that all fields are required. So if any of these fields are not filled, it will show you this message, and the type of the message will be error. Now after this let's type return, and it will return these messages here if any of these field is not filled here. Make it a async function so that we can fetch it. Then let's type here set toast, and here the visible will be true, and here message it will say creating account. Now after this type of this message here it will be info. Now let's create a try catch block, and inside this try block let me type here const response is equals to await keyword fetch, and here it will be fetching from our, let me just copy this backend URL here, and now let me just paste it here. Now it will be fetching from /API/user/register. So here this user will be coming from our server.js, that is this path, that is API/user, and for the user router here it will be our /register route. So now after this, let me put a comma and type here the method here, it will be a post method as it's a creation method. Then after this, in headers, let's type here content type. So we will be defining our content type, that is it will be an application/JSON. Now after defining this, let's type here, it will be a post method for the creation. Then for the body, let's type here JSON dot stringify. So we'll be stringify this, the username, comma email, and our password. Now after this, let's type here const data is equals to await keyword response.json. So the response which will be coming will be stored in data. Then if response.ok is not happening, then it will throw a new error, and the error it will be data.message, or it will be something went wrong. So if in case the data isn't fetched, it will show you this error. Then set toast.visible, here it will be true. Then message, here it will be account created successfully. Then after this, the type of the error, this time it will be a success toast. Now here after this, in case of the error, just type here set toast, and here the visibility of the toast will be true. Then after this, the message here it will say that is error.message, and the type of the message here it will be error. Now after this, let's create the account here. Let me type this test1 and some password and click create. It shows an error, that is okay, the user spelling is wrong, so user. Now again let me just click here, and it says account created here. Now on our MongoDB, in our user, let me just check. So it shows the user is created here, so it's working fine here. Now we have created our we have updated our sign up. Now let's merge our login with server. So again, let's just remove this handle submit, and now here type here e.prevent default to stop the page from reloading. Then after this, type here const email comma password is equals to form data. So this data will be coming from form data. If email.trim is not found, or if password.trim, that is the both of these fields are not filled, or if any of these fields is not filled, it will show the set toast. Here it will be visibility will be true, and the message here it will show all fields are required. So you must fill all the fields here. Then after this, type of this message toast will be error. Now after this, return, it will return these error there. Then type here set is submitting will be true. Now after this, create a try catch block, and now inside this try block, let's type here const response is equals to await keyword, and here type here fetch. So we'll be fetching again from the backend URL /API/user/login. So after this, type the method of this will be post method, and headers here it will be content type will be, again it will be an application/JSON. So this the method will be post method, is a creation method, and it will be done on our slash user slash login path, that is this slash login path coming from this, and it's a post method, so method is post. Then inside this body, let's type here json.stringify method, and inside this type here email comma password. Now after this type here const data is equals to await keyword response.dateJSON. So the response will be saved in our data. If response.ok is not happening, then it will throw a new error, and the error it will say that is data.message, or it will be saying that is invalid credentials. So if you enter the wrong credentials, or it will throw this message. Now let's save our token to our local storage. So type here local storage dot set item, and it will set our auth token, and it will save data dot token also. So it will save the data dot token that is coming from the server side. Then set toast, it will be visibility will be true. The message here, it will say the login successful, and after this the type of this message will be again success here. So this toast will be visible here. Now after this type here set timeout and create an arrow function, and type here navigate, so it will navigate us to our home page in 1 second, that is 1000, so it is equals to 1 second. Now for the error, type here set toast, and this time the visibility here it will be again true because it has to be visible. Then message here it will be error dot message, and then the type of this message here it will be error. Then in finally block, just type here set is submitting will be false, so it will become false once it's submitted here. So now here for the login, let me just log in using this email exa@gmail.com, and here let me just enter the password here. If I enter the wrong email, it will just show you this error. Now let me just copy this correct email, and now let me just paste it here and sign in. So it's working fine here, and we are logged in here. Now it shows that we are logged in here, and in our application layer our auth token is present here. Now after this, let's fetch the books from our server side. So go to our R bestseller, and here just type here const, wait a second, let me type here const API underscore base is equals to, let me give the backend URL here. Now after this, let me install the Axios here. So in terminal type here npm install Axios, and let's restart the server here again. Now let me refresh it, and it's working fine. Now let me type here import Axios from Axios package. So here we will be using Axios to merge it. Now here type here add to cart, and here type update cart item. These two things will be coming from our use cart. Then let's create a state, that is const books, and set books is equals to use state hook, and it will be an empty array. Then const loading comma set loading is equals to again a use state hook, and the initial value will be false. Then type here const error comma set error is equals to use state hook again, and the value will be null. Now after defining these states, let's remove this question marks from this here, and here let's create a function to fetch books from our backend, that is the server. So here type a use effect hook and create an arrow function, and now type a const fetch books is equals to an async function. Now create an arrow function and type here set loading, it will be true for the starting. Then create a try catch block, and now inside this try block type here const response is equals to await keyword axios.get method, as it will fetch from our API base slash API slash books that is book. So for this route, it is coming from our /API/book route, and it is on slash, so we don't need to apply the slash here. Now after this, type here set books. It will be array.isArray, and inside this array it will be response.data. That is, the data will be converted into array. If it is, then it is response.data, else it will be response.data.books, else it will be empty array. If nothing is there, so it will be empty array. Now in case of error, type here console.error, and we will be consoling the error, that is error fetching best books or bestseller books, and we will be passing the error here. Then let's type here set error, and here the error will be err.message, or it will be failed to fetch books. Now after this, let's in finally block, let's type here set loading, and here it will become false. Then after this, let's call this function fetch book, and it will be done on each time the page is refresh. So we have completed our use effect hook. Now to handle add, let's type here add to cart, and here we will be adding the item, that is the book, using the MongoDB ID of that particular book, with the title as book.title. Then price of that book will be book.price. Then it will add quantity as 1. So as its cart, it will add 1. For handle increase, that is the updation of the value, it will be done using ID, and it will increase the quantity using get quantity function plus 1. So it will increase the value by 1 each time we update here. For the decrement, again it will be done on the ID same. The quantity will be updated from the get quantity and of that particular book using the ID, and it will decrease by 1, that is -1. Now after this, let's type here if loading. If the loading is happening, then it will return, create a div tag and give class name, and it will be styles.loading, and here just type here loading bestsellers. Now after this, type here if error, then in case of the error, it will return another div and give class name. It will be styles.error, and here we will be passing here error. Now after this, in our book sections, just change it to books, that is the use state book. So it will show you one book that is present in our server right now, as it's this book. Now after this, let's now type here underscore here. Now after this, let's go to our array, and here let's remove this and type here math.floor, and we will be flooring our boot.rating. So rating will be floored here, or else it will be 0. Let's remove this bracket here, and now it shows that we have 4 rating, that we have already given here 4, so it shows 4 rating here. Then after this, let's remove this paragraph tag from here, and here just type another paragraph tag, and inside this class name type as styles.bookDescription, and inside this paragraph type here book.description. Now let's close this. Now as you can see, the book description is present here, which we have already given there. So now after this, in adds control, just add underscore to the ID, that it will become the MongoDB ID here. Now after this, for the image fetching, let's remove this src and type here, just type the in src just type here book.image dot starts with. So here it will starts with the http, that is the URL. If it starts with http, then it will be book.image, else it will be fetched from our directly from our uploads folder. So it will be fetching from the API base, then it will be fetched from book.image, that is the area where it is stored. So now as you can see, a book image is being visible here. Now after this, let's close this and let me just open the home books here, and here let's copy this const API base URL and paste it here. Then after this, let's copy these lines and paste it here. Remove these two lines and paste it here. Then after this, type a use effect hook to fetch here, create an arrow function, and now let's first import the use state here. Then let's type here const fetch books is equals to an async function, create an arrow function, and type here set loading, and the loading will be true. Then after this, create a try catch block, and inside this the track block, let's type here const response is equals to await keyword axios dot get method, and to fetch it, it will be from the API base slash API slash book. So again, for this we are again fetching from the same route, that is slash API slash book, and it's a get method, so it's coming from this slash. Now after this, just type here const list is equals to array dot is array, and it will convert the response dot data. So it will check that response dot it, if it is response dot data, it will be response dot data, else it will be empty array. Then type here set books, and it will set the book as list. Then type here, in case of the error, just type here set error, it will be error dot message, or it will be failed to load books or failed to fetch books. In finally block, just type here set loading, it will become the false. So we have fetched this. Then let's call the fetch book function here, and it will be called each time we reload our page. Now we have created the fetching function. Now after this, let's again just copy these functions for the handle add, increase and deletion or decreation of our items, and copy these two lines and paste it here. Now here just change it to loading books. Now after this, change it to books, that is the coming from the use state hook. So as you can see in our favorite seller, you can see a single book. Now add underscore in cart here for key underscore, and for the src again we have to fetch it from the server side. So type here book dot image dot starts with, so if it will again start with http, if it starts with this, then it will be book dot image, else it will be backtick API base, and here type here book dot image. Now once we check it, now you can see a single book is the image is present here. Now after this, for the rating, just type here math, just type here math dot floor, and again it will be book dot rating, or it will be 0. Now let's check here. So it shows that we have 4 rating here, so it's working fine. Now after this, scroll down, and here just remove this, only show the book dot author, and for the price it will be 2 fixed to 2 decimal place only. So here it will show you to 2 decimal place the price here. Then after this, remove for the item, just type here item in cart and copy this, and here you need to update it as const item in cart will be changed here. Now after this, let's type here underscore for the decrement, for increment it will be again underscore, and for quantity remove this and type here get quantity, and it will get the quantity from book dot id. Now after this, now our book is present here. So we have fetch it here. So let's fetch it on the books page. That is our main page. So go to our books.jsx, and here firstly we have to remove all the dummy data that we have pasted here. Now let me remove all this. And now from our bestseller, just copy this API base URL and paste it here. Then after this, let's copy these use states and now paste it here. Now remove this and now paste it here. Now after this, let's type a use effect hook again to fetch the books. So create an arrow function, and now we have already imported the use state here. So now let's type a const fetch books is equals to an async function. Create an arrow function and type here set loading. It will be true for the starting and create a try catch block. Now inside this try block, let's type here const response is equals to await keyword axios dot get method. Again we will be getting it from these API base slash API slash books, and type here const data is equals to response dot data. So the data will store the response coming from our book. Now after this, let's type here const list is equals to array dot is array, and here let's type here data. If it is array, it will be data, else it will be data dot books, or it will be empty array. Then type here set books, and we'll be setting the books as list. Now after this, in case of the error, just type here console dot error, and it will be error loading books, and now put a comma and type here error. Then type here set error, and we will be setting as error dot message, or it will be failed to load books. And finally block, just set loading, it will be false. Now let's call the fetch book function here each time we reload our page here. So now we have created our fetching function. Now let's copy these two lines here, and here just paste it here. Now change in cart will be is in cart, and change quantity to get cart quantity. Now here just add a question mark here. Now after this, let's copy these three lines, and now here just paste it here. Now change handle add to cart. Now here it will be changed to handle increment, and here let's change it to get cart quantity. Now here it will be again changed to get cart quantity, and it will be changed to handle decrement. Now after this, change here to, let's just type here search term will be this, and for the sorting it will be b dot rating, or it will be 0, or it will be a dot rating, else it will be 0. So it will sort the book here. Now here just copy these two lines again, and now after this just paste it here. Now here you can see a single book is present here. Now after this, for the image, first here just type a underscore. For here also get underscore, in key change here to underscore. Then for the image, change the src here. So just type here slash API base, and here after this, outside this just type here book dot image. Okay, let me just close it here. Okay, one more bracket has to be cut here. Okay, now as you can see, the image is present here. Now after this, for our numbers, remove this, and in cart we have to just give underscore to each. Now it will be working fine here. Let's close all this, and now go to your app.jsx, and here in our cart page, let's update our cart page here first. So again, for our cart page, let me open our R bestseller. Again, let's copy this API based URL and now paste it here. Now type here const image base is equals to API base dot replace. So it will replace our slash API. So it will be replacing our slash API with empty. Now add slash API to the URL. Then type here import Axios from Axios package. Then after this, let's remove this dispatch and type here update cart item, comma remove from cart here. Then type here const images, comma set images is equals to an use state hook, and now the value will be empty. Then let's remove this use effect hook and create another use effect hook to fetch the book here. So type here axios.get method, and here it will be getting again from our API base slash books. Then after this, type here .then method, and now create a data here and create an arrow function, and inside this type here const map is equals to empty. Then type here data dot for each data. Then inside this, let's type here for each data, that is book, create an arrow function and type here map and type book dot underscore id is equals to book dot image. Now after this, type here console.log, and we will be consoling the images key. So here we will be consoling the images key as objects.key, and it will be map. Then type here set images, and it will be setting the images as map. Now type here .catch. So in case of the error, type here console.error, it will be failed to load books images. So type here .err. So now we have fetch here. Each time we reload our page, it will fetch again. Now to add this, first let's just change this as src, image src, and let's type here const rel path is equals to images, and here type here item dot id. Then after this, type here if rel path is present, in that case it will return image base, so it and rel path, so it will return you the image here. Now go to your GitHub, the link is given in the description box. Go to your card context.jsx and copy it and paste it here. So here, this is the cart context, the updated cart context. So here it will have this storage key here, that is cart items. Now it will get the initial cart as empty. As you can see, it's empty here, and it will save our cart as a local storage key, that is. Then it will load our cart here. It will add the items to the cart. If already exist, it will update the item there. Then it will clear the cart once the order is placed. Then for the updation of the cart, it will update the cart item, that is increase or decrease using the ID. Using this ID, we will be increasing or decreasing and removing the item. Again, to remove it, we will be using again the ID. Then for our cart provider, we will be providing this things, and to fetch the token, we need to fetch it as from our this. As you can see, it's auth middleware, so we need a token to fetch it here. So it need a token. Now it will fetch the data like this, and it will load the card as normalized data. Now for the use effect hook, it will again just process the card into local storage also. Now here it will add the item using this again the /API/card route, and it will be /add. So we need again the auth middleware, so it will just pass the bearer token for the authorization. Now here you can see this is the add to cart function. Now for in case of error, it will catch it here. For the updation, again it will get the item, that is the local auth, that is the auth token from the local storage, and if the item quantity is less than 0, it will remove it. Then it will update. Again it requires a auth middleware, that is the header, that is the token. So we will be passing token here for the updation of the card, and here it will give you the card to the local storage also. To remove item from the cart, again we need the auth token from the local storage, and we will be getting this remove from this route, that is the remove cart item, and we will be passing the token again. And for the clear cart function, we will be clearing the cart when the order is placed successfully. So again that will require the auth token, and it will be done on /clear part, that is this route. And here we will be requiring again the token, so that it is as it is auth middleware is applicable here, so we need a token. And let's pass the values here as children's, and let's use it as props here. Now let me just add these items to the cart, and once you add a single item, it will update everywhere the book is placed there. So let me just decrease the quantity, and as you can see, it's decreased everywhere. So here it shows that get image source is not defined. Okay, so let's update our cart.jsx first. Let's update the increment. So type here update cart item, and we will be updating the cart item from id, and it will get updated from the item.id. Then source, here it will be item.source, and quantity, here it will be item.quantity. So it will update the quantity from by 1 for the increment. For the decrement, again we will be typing here update. First let's type here const new quantity, so it will get the new quantity, that is coming from the item.quantity -1. So it will get the new quantity by decreasing the value. Then if new quantity is greater than 0, then it will update card item, and here it will give you the new updated card, that is the it will have the item id, the source will be item.source, and the quantity, here it will be new quantity, so it will decrease the quantity by 1. In else case, if the new quantity is less than 0, then it will remove the item from the cart. So it will give you the source and item id only, so it will remove the item from cart. Now here we need to update this remove, as previously we have written wrong here. Now after this, let's remove this, and let's type here remove from cart, and it will be done from using the id again for the item id. Then the source of that item will be item.source, and it will remove it from our cart. Then okay, we have to update it first. So let's scroll to get image source to get image src. Then here update this icon /2, remove this previous icon here, and after this, now as you can see, we can here increase the value, we can decrease the value, and we can remove the book from the cart, that is the item removed from the cart here. Now after this, let's update here. That is, we need to update the button to first convert the button to link, and this time the link will take us to /checkout page. So now we have updated the cart here and it take us to /checkout page. So it's working fine here. Now let's go to app.jsx and let's define our this route, that is the checkout route. So type here route path will be checkout, and element here, let's first create the element. Let me close this route tag here, and in components let's create a component that is checkout.jsx and type here RAFCE. And now in your app.jsx, let's update the checkout here. Now after this, let's protect this route so that a user must log in first to access this. So create a protected route.jsx in your page and type here RAFCE. And now let's type here children. Now after this, let's type here const token is equals to local storage dot get item. So we will be getting the local storage, we will be getting the token from the local storage, and as it will check that we are logged in or not, then we will be using the location for the use location hook from the React router DOM. Then if token is not present, then it will return us to, it will navigate us to and it will navigate us to /login. So we first need to log in here, and the state here, it will be from location. So here it will send us and it will replace it. So it will send us to /login if we are not if we don't have the token here. And here let's type here children in returning. And now after this, now let's go and create our checkout first. Let's remove this and first let's protect it. So we have to protected route, and inside this protected route, let's type here checkout. And now it is our protected route, and let's just give the bracket here. So now our checkout is protected route. So let me log out first, and now let me access the checkout page. It is increasing and decreasing, but we cannot access the checkout until we are logged in. So let me again log in it, and now let me proceed, and now it is accessible. So it's working fine. Now in our checkout page, let's type here checkout. Okay, so checkout is not visible. So let's create this and let's type a navbar, and now the navbar must be visible there. Something is the issue here. Okay, now it's visible. So the issue is that we have to return children here. Now after this, let's type a div tag and give class name to the div, that is min height screen, then bg gradient from bottom right, and padding from top will be 28. It will be from the gradient will be from this code to this code, and padding from y-axis will be 12. Then another div tag, give class name container, then margin x will be auto, then padding from x-axis will be 4. Then create a link tag, and let's import our link tag. So import link from React router DOM. Let's type here to property, and here it will be /cart. Give class name to the link tag. It will be inline flex. Then type here item center. Text will be this color code. Then type here font will be medium. Margin bottom will be 6. Then hover underline. Then let's type icon here, that is arrow left, and give class name, that is width will be 5, height will be 5, margin right will be 2, and type here back to cart. Now as you can see, it's present here. Now after this, let's create another div tag and give class name, it will be grid, then grid calls 1. For larger screen, grid calls 2. Gap will be 8. Now type max width here will be 6 pixel, then MX auto. Then let's create our left side. Now create another div tag. Here give class name to the div, that is background will be white, rounded 2 pixel, shadow will be XL, padding will be 6. For medium screen, padding will be 8. Then after this, create a heading tag. Give class name, that is text will be 2 pixel, font will be bold, text gray 800. Now margin bottom will be 2, and let's type here checkout details. Now create a paragraph tag and give class name, and it will be text gray 800, make it 600. Now type here margin bottom will be 6, and let's type here please enter your information to complete the order. Now it is present here. Now after this, let's create a form tag, and inside this form tag let's type here on submit, it will be handle submit. Now create a div tag and give class name to the div, that is margin bottom will be 6. Now create a heading tag, give class name, text will be large, font will be semi bold, text gray 800, and margin bottom will be 4. It will be flex item center. Now let's give an icon, that is map pin, and give class name. Width will be 5, height will be 5, and margin right will be 2. Text will be this color code. Now type here shipping address. Now after this, okay, we have to first define our handle submit. So let's define it. So first from our home book, let's just from our cart copy these 2 lines, and now after this go to your checkout page, that is given link below to our GitHub, and now paste it here. Let's import our use cart here and use state hook here, and here we will be taking this form details here. It will show the order status here, order ID here, and order total, and here it will set the images of the present order. So let's create our fetch images function. Now after this, create a use effect hook and create an arrow function. Now inside this, type here axios.get method, and it will be getting from our backtick $API base, it will be getting on /book, and type here .then method, and now inside this type here data and create an arrow function, and now inside this type here const books is equals to array dot is array, and inside this type here data. If it is array, then it will be data, else it will be data dot books, or it will be empty array. Then after this, so this route is now same route as this /API/book, and it will be a get, so it will be done on /route. So now after this, let's type here const map is equals to empty. Then after this, type here books dot for each book. So type here for each book, create an arrow function, type here if b dot id, that is the book id, and book dot image is present, then type here map book dot id is equals to book dot image. Then let's type here set images, it will be map, so we'll be setting the images here. Then in case of the error, let's catch the error here. Then type here err and create an arrow function, type here console.error, and here we will be typing here could not load the book's images, and we will be passing the error here. Now after this, it will be done each time we reload the page here. So now we have created this function. Now after this, type here const handle change is equals to event and create an arrow function, type here const name comma value is equals to event.target. Now after this, type here set form data. It will be previous, create an arrow function, type here previous, comma, name will be value. Now after this, let's go back and let's copy these 4 lines for the calculation of the total pricing. So here we will be calculating the total, here we will be calculating the subtotal, and the total will be subtotal plus tax. Then let's create our handle submit function. It will be an async function. Let's type here e.prevent default from it, as it will stop the page from reloading. Now after this, create a try catch block, and now inside this try block, let's type here const token is equals to local storage dot set get item, and we will be getting the auth token from our local storage. Then after this, if token is missing or it's not found, then it will throw a new error, and the error will be that not authorized or not authenticated. Now after this, now let's just copy these lines and now paste it here. So here, according to this, it will show you that how our data will be looking like. It will get the items from here. It will check the payment method, whether it's COD or online. For initial, it will be COD. It will check the payment status here. If it's online, it either be paid or pending. Then it will give the date output like this, as our payload will look like this. Now after this, let's type here const data is equals to await keyword axios dot post method, and it will be done on API base slash order. Then we will be passing here payload. Then after this, let's type here headers for the authentication, and type here authorization backtick bearer, and give a space and type here pass the token here. Now for this route, let me show you this. Is the /API route order route, and here as we have a auth middleware, it needs a token here. Then after this, let's type here set order total will be total, that is coming from the above. Then after this, type here await keyword and type here axios dot delete method, and for the deletion, that it will be app dot API base slash cart slash clear. So after the order is confirmed, it will clear our cart, that is empty the cart here. So in authorization, again send the token here. So for this deletion, we will be using this. We won't be using this. We will be using this /API slash cart and this clear route for our clearing of the cart. Then after this, type here clear cart, so it can clear the cart from local storage also. Then type if form data dot payment method is equal to online in the and data dot checkout URL, then it will open window dot location dot href is equal to data dot checkout URL. Then type here return, so it will open a Stripe page here on the same place. Then after this, type here set order ID, and it will be data dot order ID order. Then it will question mark, either it will be order ID or it will be null. Then type here set order placed will be true, so it will place our order here. Then in case of the error, let's type here console dot error, and inside this let's type here order submitting error and put a comma and type here and pass the error here. Now after completing this handle submit, we have completed the handle submit here. After this, let's type here if order placed. If the order has been placed, then it will return a page like this. Create a div tag and give class name min height screen, then background gradient to bottom right from this color code to this color code, then padding from y axis will be 20. Then another div tag here, give class name container, then margin from x-axis will be auto, then type here padding from x-axis will be 4 and max width will be 4 pixel. Then another div tag, give class name to the div, that is background will be white, rounded 2 pixel, then type here shadow will be pixel, then type here padding will be 8, for medium screen padding will be 12, then type here text center, then create another div tag, give class name inline flex, then type here item center, justify center, width will be 20, height will be 20, and type here background gray, make it green 100. Now type here rounded full and margin bottom will be 6. Then give icon, that is check circle, give class name, width will be 12, height will be 12, then text will be green, change it to 500 and close this icon here. Then after this, create a h1 tag, give class name, text will be 3 pixel, for medium screen text will be 4 pixel. Then after this, type here font will be bold, bg gradient to right from this color code to this color code, then type here bg clip text. Then after this, type here text will be transparent, margin bottom will be 4. Now type here order confirm, then create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be gray 600, text large, then margin bottom will be 8, and give the paragraph, thank you for your purchase, your order has been placed successfully. Now create another div tag, give class name bg gradient to right from this color code /10, that is the opacity will be 10, to this color code opacity 10, rounded xl, then padding will be 6, margin bottom will be 8, then margin from max width will be large and mx auto. Then div tag, give class name flex, justify between, then item center, margin bottom will be 4. Now a span tag, give class name, text will be gray 700, and inside this let's type a order id. Now after this span tag, let's create another span tag, give class name, font will be bold and text gray 900, and let's pass here order id. Now after this div, let's copy and paste it here, then just change this to payment method, and here let's change it to form data dot payment method is equal to COD, that is cash on delivery, then it will be cash on delivery, else it will be online payment. Now after this div, let's paste again, and here change these details to total amount, and here add text extra small or extra large, then type here text and get this color code. Now after this, let's copy this rupees sign and paste it here, and now let's change it to order total dot to fix to 2 decimal place. Now after this create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be gray 600, margin bottom will be 8, then type the paragraph here and give a span tag, give class name, font will be medium, and inside this let's pass here form data dot email. So after this you have to type your order will be shipped to, then after this let's just copy these lines here and paste it here. So it will show you the shipment order detail will be shipped to your name, address and zip address. Then give div, give class name flex column, then for small screen flex will be row, then gap will be 4, then justify center. Then after this create a link tag, and inside this link tag give to property, and here it will take us to /books route, give class name padding from x-axis will be 6, padding from y-axis will be 3, background gradient to right from this color code to this color code, then type a text white, then after this type a rounded large, then font will be medium, hover, opacity will be 90. Then type here continue shopping. So it will take us to our books page. Then another link tag, here give to property and it will take us to /orders. Give class name to this link tag, that is padding from x-axis will be 6, padding from y-axis will be 3, background white, then border will be this color code, then text will be this color code, then rounded large, from font will be medium, hover, background will be this color code, opacity will be 10. Now type here view order details. Now after creating this, now let's go back and let's copy these details and paste it here. So here we have these things here. Then after this h1 tag, here we will first have to import the icon here. So let's import the icon here. Now it's working fine here. Now after this, let's go back, and now after this div, after this h3 tag, create form fields dot map function, and inside this type here row comma row index, and now create an arrow function. And now let's create our div tag and give class name. First give the key property will be row index, then give class name, and here it will be backtick grid column 1, then type here row dot sum, and it will be typing here field, create an arrow function, type here field dot full width. Then let's type here, if it's full width then it will be empty, else it will be for medium screen it will be grid columns 2. Now type here gap will be 4, then for row index is greater than 0, then in that case it will be margin top will be 4, and in else case it will be empty. Now after this, let's just pass here row dot map, and we will be mapping our fields again. Create an arrow function and type here div. Now give key will be field dot name, and give class name, it will be just type here field dot full width, and if it is full width then it will be called span full, else it will be empty. Then after this, create a label tag, and inside this label tag give class name, it will be block, text gray 700, margin bottom will be 2. Then let's type here field dot label, and let's close this here. Now here you will be able to see the field coming here. Then after this, create a input tag, type will be field, let me just type here field, then type here dot type, and then type a name, and name here it will be again field dot name, then type here value will be form data dot form data, and inside this the array field dot name, then type here on change property, it will be handle change, then give class name to the input tag, that is width will be full, padding from x-axis will be 4, padding from y-axis will be 3, border, then border will be gray 300, then after this rounded large, then focus will be ring will be 2, then after this type here focus ring, and here the ring will have this color code, then type here focus border transparent. Now let's see. So the input tag has been created here, input field have been created here, then type here required, it will be field dot required, so every field must be required here. Then after this div, create another div tag, give class name, margin bottom will be 8, then inside this create a h3 tag, give class name, that is text will be large, font will be semi bold, then text gray 800, margin bottom will be 4, it will be flex item center. Now inside this, let's give an icon credit card and give class name, width will be 5, height will be 5, margin right will be 2, text will be this color code. Now after this, let's close this and type here payment method. Now after this, as you can see, a payment method is present here. Then after this h3 tag, create another div tag. Here give class name grid. Grid calls 1. For medium screen, grid calls 2. Then gap will be 4. Then type here payment method dot map function. And here we will be mapping our method with an arrow function and create a div tag. Here give key will be method dot id. Then after this, create an input tag, and inside this type will be radio. Then type here id, and id here it will be method dot id. Then type here name, and name will be payment method. Then value here it will be method dot id. Then type here checked is equals to form data dot payment method is equal to method dot id. So here we can select either online or either COD for the payment method. Then give class name, it will be hidden. So first we have to type here, that is the label tag. First we have to create the label tag, and for HTML it will be method dot id, and give class name to the label tag. It will be backtick block, padding will be 4, border will be 2, then rounded will be large. Then type here cursor pointer, and let's type here form data dot payment method is equal to method dot id. Then in that case, first it will show that border will be this color code and background will be this color code. Opacity will be 10. Else it will show border will be gray 300, and however it will be border will be gray 400. Now after this, let's type div tag, give class name flex item center. Then after this, give a method dot icon and give class name. Inside this it will be backtick, width will be 6, height will be 6, and margin right will be 3. Now after this, type here method dot icon color, and now let's close this. And now let's type another div tag. Here create a span tag, give class name, it will be block, font will be medium, gray will text gray 900, and let's pass here method dot label. Now let's close this, and now after this span tag, create another span tag, give class name, and here it will be again block, font will be text will be small, and here text gray 600. And now inside this, let's pass here method dot name description. Let's close this, and now as you can see, it shows our icon as well as the name, either it's COD or online. Then after this div, give class name to the div also, that is flex and item center. So now it's present here. Then after this div, let's create a button tag, and inside this button tag, give type. Type will be submit, give class name, width will be full, padding from y-axis will be 4, background gradient to right from this color code to this color code. Then after this, type a text white, then type here font will be bold, rounded will be large, hover opacity will be 90, transition opacity. Now after this, type here place order. Now after this, let's create our right side, that is the summary of that thing. So the code is already given on the GitHub, so copy this, and now here just paste it here. Now after pasting it, now let's check the UI. So the error is okay, we have to import the icons here. So let's import the icons first, starting from the above shopping cart. Then okay, now we have imported it. So this is our order summary which we have already placed here. So let's check, it shows the tags here. Then let me just fill the details and let's deploy it. So let me fill the credentials here. Now here we need to fill the email, the same email as we have used for the login, and for the zip code. Now select COD and payment. After the payment is done, it will show you this page that is coming from the placed order, that is we have just created here the placed order. So it shows these details from this page. Then when we click on view orders, it will take us to orders page. Now go to our app.jsx, and now let's create another route tag, and here the path will be orders, and give element here it will be. Now let me just close this, and in components let's create another component, that is my orders.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Now after this, let's import our my orders here, and now let's close this. So now here let's first in my orders, let's type here my order, and now it shows my order here, so it's working fine here. Now let me show you so it's empty the cart here, so it shows zero data here. So let me just show you the orders. Here we have the latest order here. If we change the status here to shipped and save changes, it will show you the status as shipped. Now let me again add to cart it, and a single order will be placed here using this online method. Let me fill in the details here again. Now after filling all the details, let me just click on online and click place order, and now it will take us to the Stripe checkout page. To get this card number, let's search for Stripe test card, and now click on this first link. Now after this, scroll down, and here card by country, search for your country. In my case it is India. Copy this, and now it is the same card as we have used. So click on pay, and it will show you that the payment has been done successfully, and it will take us, and it will give you a session ID also, and it will not redirect you to anywhere, but on admin panel it will show that the order has been placed but the status is unpaid. So now the cart has been empty again here. So now let's create a page, that is verify payment.jsx page, and here let's type here RFCE. Here we will be checking for the payment verification here. So before that, let's create our my orders page. So let me just copy this URL, and here let me just paste it here. Then after this, here just type, let's go back to our GitHub, and in my orders let's just copy these details here, this use states hook, and here let's import the use state here. So the orders here initially will be empty array. It will show you the sorting will be done using the ascending order, that is the latest order will be shown above. Then after this, let's copy this, and let me just paste it here. So here it will show you the status option, that is pending, will show you these things. Let's import the icon also for each, that is for the processing it will be this icon, then for shipped it will be this icon, then for delivered it will be this, and for cancel it will be this icon. These icon will be imported here. Now after this, let's create the function for the fetch all orders from using a ID, that is for the particular ID it will fetch his or her order. Then create a use effect hook and type a const fetch orders will be an async function, and create an arrow function inside this, create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let's type here const token is equals to local storage dot get item. So we will be getting the local token from our local storage, that is auth token. Then type here const data is equals to await keyword axios dot get method, as it will be a fetching method, and it will be done on API base slash API slash order slash user, put a comma and type here headers, and inside this headers let's type here authorization, as we need to pass the token here. So type here bearer and pass the token here. Now, after this, type here set orders and it will be data. Then type here console.log and we will be consoling the data, that is the user orders, and now put a comma and type here data. So the console will show you this data. In case of the error, type here console.error and inside this let's type here failed to load or fetch user order. Then type here pass here error here. Now call the fetch orders function each time we reload the page here. Now after completing this fetch all orders from for ID, let's go back to GitHub and let's copy these sorting methods. So here we will be handling the sorting using this ascending, that is it will show you the first ascending, that is the first order will be, that is the latest order will be on the top. Then apply sorting, so here it will apply the sorting, it will sort you, that is the placed at, so it will again return you the same thing, that is the latest order will be coming on the top. Copy this and paste it here. Then here after this let's type here view one order. So here we will be viewing the order detail. So type here const view details is equals to an async function, type here orders id and create an arrow function, then create a try catch block. Here we will be seeing the order detail using this order id, that a particular order detail will be seen here. So type here const data is equals to await keyword axios dot get method, it will be done on API base slash API slash order slash order id. Then after this, for this route, let me show you this route, that is the same route as slash API slash order, and on order router it is this route, that is the second route, that is the get method order get order by id route, that is this route. Now coming back here, so let's type here set selected order, it will be data. Then in case of this error, type here console.error and type here failed to load orders details. So it will show you this error for the particular order if you want to see the full details here. So now here empty this, and now let's copy and paste this code here. So this is the full UI code here. So here we need to import the footer as well as the navbar here. So first let's import the navbar from slash navbar component, and let's import the footer from the footer component. So this page is similar to the admin panel's order page, and we have to import this use memo here also. Then after this let's check whether we have errors or not. So there is no error, that is the error is only for the importation of icons. So let's import all the icons here. Now after this let's import this credit card $sign. Now after this status batch, now package. Now after this type here map, now this X icon, then map pin icon. So here we will be showing all the details we need to fetch. So after importing all the icon, here you can see this or 3 orders placed. Also we have this 3 orders here. So let me just refresh it. Now it show you that it is shipped. Then click cancel, and here it will show you that it is cancelled here. So now view, it is the status is unpaid. To fix this, let's go to verification payment page, and now let me just create another route tag, and here the path will be slash orders slash verify. So here we will be verifying it, and the element here it will be verify payment page. So this slash order slash verify is coming from, again we need to go to server.js, and now inside this we need to go and see that is the front-end URL, success URL we have slash order slash verify. So after this it will get the session ID and it will show whether the payment is completed or not. So let's close all this, and inside this verification page, let's create inside this div, give class name min height screen. It will be flex, item center, justify center, bottom bg gray 900, and text will be white, and create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be large, and let's type here status message. And now after this let's create the function that is const first status message comma set status message is equals to as use state hook, and the initial value it will be verifying payment. Now after this type here const search params is equals to use search params hook, and this use search param hooks we must import it, use search params hook from React router DOM package. Now after this let's type here const navigate is equals to use navigate hook, that is again coming from the React router DOM. Then after this type here const session id underscore id is equals to search params dot get. So here we will be getting the session underscore id. Now type here const token is equals to local storage dot get item. So here we will be getting again the auth token from our local storage. Now after this let's type here const API base is equals to, now here let's type here the backend URL, then type here use effect hook and create an arrow function. Now type here if session ID is missing, then in that case type here set status message, it will be session ID is missing, that is if we didn't get the session ID it will return this response. Then type here Axios, let's import the Axios from Axios package. Now type here Axios dot get method, and here we will be fetching it from the backtick, that is the API base slash API slash order slash confirm. Then now after this put a comma, and now inside this let's type here params, and inside this params we will be passing here search session ID, and for headers we will be passing here token. If token found, then the authorization will be bearer dollar, token will be passed here. In else case it will be empty. So if it's empty it can't show you that order. Then dot then method and create an arrow function and type here set status message, it will be payment confirmation and redirecting to your orders, and type here set timeout, and here inside this let's create an arrow function and just type here navigate, and it will navigate us to slash orders page directly, and it will replace it to true. Then put a comma here and type here 2000, that is 2 seconds. In 2 seconds it will redirect us to slash orders page. In case of any error let's catch it and type here console.error, and it will be confirmation error, and let's pass the error here. Now after this type here again set status message, it will be error dot response dot data. Then type here dot message, and it will show you that is error confirming payment status here. So here please contact support. So here we will be getting, if in case of the error it will be show you this, and it will be done for the session ID API base and for the navigate also for token here. Now after this we have completed this, so let's refresh it, and now here for the cart let me just create a new account for the checking. So let me type a new @gmail.com and let me give this password here, so it shows account created. Now after this, let me log in with that same new account, and here let me give the password. So it shows login successful. Now on my orders, it shows there is no order as this ID hasn't placed any order. So let me add a book also here. So let me just enter book description and now choose a file here. Now after choosing this, let me add this book. So on list we have two books here. Now let me add the books here to our cart, and now click, we have this cart summary here. So now for the checkout, let me just give you the new detail here. Now let me just fill the dummy details here. Now new city, then new address, now new state, and now the zip code will be same. So now select online payment and place order here. So again Stripe payment checkout is open here. Then here let me just pay it. So after placing the order, it will show you this page here, and it will show you this, the payment status is now this time it is paid. Now on our admin panel, as you can see, a new order is here and the payment status is paid. And once I change the status here, and on our front end, it is getting also changed. So this is all working fine here. So now after this, let me just show you the confirmation for the COD. So let me place the order for the COD. So it shows you this page, and now here it shows the status as unpaid and the payment made. On admin panel, the payment made is also this. Now let me cancel it, and now it shows that is the status is cancelled. So now this is all working fine. Let's check the responsiveness for the site. The site is fully responsive for any device, either it's mobile, laptop or tablet. This is fully responsive. So this is all guys. Stay tuned for more, and thanks for watching.